الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين.
اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحابته ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين. اللهم لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما وقل ربي زدني علما. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. Because they have some inshad, I decided to do a couple of qawaid before I go into the subject. This book is called تأسيس القواعد والأصول وتحصيل الفوائد. These are with usul, establishing the principles and foundations in order to achieve the benefits for those who are on their path to arrival. And wusul is a technical term that was used to mean arrival to knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Wusul al-ma'rifati billahi subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this book is a foundational work by Shaykh Hamza Yusuf. There's really no work in Arabic like this book or in any other language as far as I know. He was a great Usuli scholar himself, and Usul is basically the science of getting to the foundations. And the Usuliyun are called muhaqqiqun. The muhaqqiq in the Arabic language is the one who establishes a foundation. So he brings a dalil for something. That's called a muhaqqiq in our tradition. So if you see in the books, they say وَقَالَ الْمُحَقِّقُونَ. The people of tahqiq are the people of precision, and they do things according to dalil. And every action in your life has a hukum in Sharia. Everything that you will do or can conceive of has a hukum. And then one of the difficulties of life is that ahkam are not written in stone. Ahkam change. So for instance, pork is haram, but in certain situations, pork becomes permissible or even necessary. So depending on the circumstances. So there's a type of fluidity in life that takes a type of wisdom. And so any ruling in your life can change depending on the circumstances. But overall, the rulings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala are actually not a lot. If you look at what we do in our daily lives, most things are permissible. But there are certain things that are not permissible, and then there's things that are makruh, disliked, or things that are recommended. And then there are the prohibited things, which are not a lot, like I said. But unfortunately, a lot of people focus so much on the impermissible that people tend to forget that the rahmah of Allah is that the vast majority of things are actually permitted. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala permitted things for people. And then there's also categories of people, so not all people are the same. Traditionally, you can't even use these words anymore technically because people get so upset about this. Traditionally, they looked at the people as divided into the amma, like common people. And the expectations for common people were much lower. Like illiterate people, the expectations are much lower. Laborers and simple people, the expectations were much lower. So to condemn, for instance, a laborer for doing something that would be natural to that person's position would not be the same as condemning something for somebody who is not in that situation. A good example of that is Bani Arfida. These were Ethiopians that came to the Prophet's masjid, and part of their tradition was to do a type of dance. And they did dhikr with the dance, and the Prophet Omar wanted to prevent it. But the Prophet said, no, leave them. He actually encouraged them to do more. And so he was giving an example of something that might be inappropriate for one group of people, the Quraysh, because it wasn't from their custom, but it was appropriate for that group of people because they had a different custom. And so decorum is part of the Islamic tradition, and people forget that. There are certain things in some cultures that are unacceptable, but they're not haram. But to do it would be like breaching a serious breach of etiquette, and it would be offensive to the people in the culture. So the Sharia actually looks at the urf as something that's important to respect. And one of the things about modern society is the urf is breaking down. So people actually relish breaking down urf. And so this is the age of the individual, where they give no credence to what is the custom of the people. So everybody has to be an individual. And so people break the urf in dress, they break the urf in people dye their hair all these different colors, put tattoos on their face now because all the tattoos everywhere else, because everybody does it. So now what do I do to be different? So everybody's got tattoos now, so if I get a tattoo, I'm going to be like everybody else. So what do? I get a tattoo on my face, because hardly anybody has that. Then when enough people do that, they're going to feel ridiculous looking in the mirror. Why did I do that? Now everybody's doing that. If you don't think I'm serious about this, just come to California. Because we're the canary in the coal mine. Everything that happens in California, they say it's the worst place to be in the end of time because everything happens much before everybody else. Right? So, the Sahara is probably the best place, right? Because everything happens much later. So Sidi Ahmed Zarruq, he wrote this book in order to give tafsir, dalils for the tradition of tazkiyah, what's being called tasawwuf. And tasawwuf is a much maligned word. There's a lot. Tasawwuf almost becomes, it's so nebulous, it's so fluid and plastic that it's almost a useless term now, because it can mean so many different things to a lot of different people. So you can have people that have snakes and are dancing or putting skewers through themselves. There's people that do that, they call themselves Sufis. Or you can have, for instance, New Age Sufism. There's people that aren't Muslim that call themselves Sufis. So, but traditionally, tasawwuf was considered the science of ihsan. Just like you had fiqh was the science of Islam, and then akhira, deen was the science of iman, what came to be known as ilm al-kalam. And then ihsan, the science, was traditionally called tasawwuf. There's other words for it. Irfan in the Shia tradition, they call it tazkiyah. Maqam al-ihsan is the highest maqam in the tradition. And so he did this book because he was an usuli scholar that wanted to root it in dalil. And so he has these qawa'id. And so the first qa'idah that he relates after his introduction, he says, al-kalamu fi shay' far'u tasawwuri mahiyatihi. To speak about something is a branch of understanding or conceptualizing its essence. So before you can actually speak about something, you have to comprehend it. And one of the things that a lot of people do today is they speak about things without really understanding them. And that, you've always had that phenomenon amongst people, and we all do it. We've all been guilty of it. But some people do it on a regular basis. It's habitual with them. There are people that feel like they have to have an opinion on every subject, even if they don't know anything about it. And there's also, and that's why it's very dangerous to speak about something in the presence of people that actually know about that thing if you don't know about it. People will get away with it around people that don't really know anything. But when you're around somebody that knows something about it, and then you start talking about it, they can see quickly that you don't know what you're talking about. And so it's a problem. He's taking this from the science of mantiq, logic. And traditionally, logic was a propedeutic science. It was something that was studied as a necessary science before. There are people that argue that mantiq was not a good subject to study, and you do have some reputations of the science of mantiq. But essentially, mantiq is to thinking what grammar is to speaking. There are many people that actually speak grammatically correct language without grammar. All language is grammatical, even non-conventional languages have grammar, because you can't make any sense without having things like a subject and a predicate. But whether you have verb-subject agreement, if you're speaking in a non-standard language, then you have a problem. Because one, amongst educated people, you're revealing a lack of education. And two, people that are grammatically challenged very often have a difficult time finding a position of influence in a society. And this is why the most influential people be the people that have the most command over a language. And this is why language arts were traditionally held within the elite. They did not want people to learn the language arts, because the language arts are very powerful. Language is a type of white magic. The Prophet said, the sahra, that in some eloquence is magic, because you can actually make things happen almost out of nothing. And so grammar was absolutely central to the Islamic tradition. And in Shaykh Hamza book, which is called Amali Dilalat or Dalalat, or Majali Ikhtilafat, he actually, it's called Amali, and does anybody know what Amali means in okay? Does anybody know Amali? It's an interesting word. No, yeah, that would be Amal. Yeah. Amali. Does anybody know that term? It's a term that's used in Islamic scholastic tradition. Amali are books that were actually lectures. So they were imla. It was from the imla of the teacher. So the amali are the things that were from their memory. And so this entire book, which is one of the most extraordinary books in usul fiqh, he did purely from his memory, and they were recorded and then transcribed and then published. And so you can see the level of his mastery of the subject. But the very first section is on the centrality of the Arabic language for the faqih. That before you can be a faqih, you have to master the language. And he gives several examples of the concern of the early caliphs, Abu Bakr and Umar, about poor grammar. And this is why grammar became literally the central study of our civilization. Our civilization was obsessed with grammar. And Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu said, he asked a man who had some cloth under his arm, he asked him if it was for sale, and he said, La rahimakallah. No. And then he said, may God have mercy on you. But the way he said it could have meant, it was ambiguous. It could have meant, may God not have mercy on you. And Abu Bakr's response to him was, if your tongues were rectified, if your states were rectified, your tongues would be rectified. In other words, there's a relationship between the breakdown of language and the breakdown of a society. And you can see this in, for instance, the word solecism. Does anybody know that word? Nobody. Nobody? Somebody must know. Somebody's Googling it. A solecism is a grammatically incorrect phrase or statement. But one of the meanings, if you look it up in the dictionary, is bad manners. Now, why would you have a word that meant incorrect language usage and then lack of decorum or etiquette? Because there's a relationship between good language and good behavior. And this is why my contention can be proved quickly by simply looking at comments on any YouTube video. And you will note that all of the cruel, unkind trolls have bad grammar, without exception. And all of the nicely written, grammatically correct comments are almost always in good taste. So why is that? It's because there's a refinement that takes place in the soul as you learn language. And this is why in Arabic the word for erudition is adab, which also means good behavior. The adib is a literary scholar in Arabic, and the adib is also somebody who has good manners. And so grammar goes hand in hand with behavior. If you want to revive a civilization, you have to revive the language. And Arnold Toynbee showed that one of the hallmarks of the civilization on its way out is the vulgarization of its language. And if you're wondering why you hear so many obscenities today, it's because we're on a downward decline. And the Prophet ﷺ said that one of the signs of the end of time, لا يأتيهن على الناس زمان يظهر فيهم الفحش والتفحش. You will see a time coming towards the latter days when obscenities will. But then he said tafahush. He said fahush wa tafahush. Tafahush is actually to do obscenities intentionally. Because to most people, they say obscenities in a state of anger. Actually do it for an effect. That's tafahush. Takallaf. It's somebody who's doing it affectedly. So grammar is the way that you correct your language. And this is not, and this is a very important point I want to make. There are people that speak substandard or non-conventional languages. The reasons for that are very often because they didn't have the same educational opportunities. So language should never be an excuse for holding another person in contempt. Ever. In other words, language should not make you arrogant. If you have, part of the reason most of us speak conventional English is because we had parents that could speak conventional English, or we were afforded good schools. There are people that don't have those same opportunities. And so it's very important not to ever look down on people because of their non-conventional language. That's a really important point. There are many, many beautiful people with excellent character that don't speak conventional language. But we should be committed to good language because our Prophet ﷺ spoke the best language. And one of the verses says that there's no laghiya in Jannah. Laghiya in Arabic can mean al-kalam al-batil, but it also means grammatically incorrect language. So there's no solecism in paradise. You'll all speak perfect Arabic, inshallah. So mantiq is to the mind what grammar is to language. Mantiq is the grammar of thought. So just as the Jahili Arabs could speak Arabic without need of grammar, none of them knew. Abu Bakr as-Siddiq spoke perfect Arabic. He didn't know a fa'il from a maf'ul. He didn't know a mubtada from a khabar. He didn't know a dharf from a sifa. None of those words wouldn't have meant anything to him. But he spoke perfectly grammatical Arabic. Likewise, there are people that can think correctly. They don't need logic. But most people can't because we have default settings in our mind. So we have these fallacies that we do. For instance, like hasty generalization. We generalize very quickly. But hasty generalization is a logical fallacy. And so what logic does, that's material logic as opposed to formal logic. But what logic does is it teaches you how to avoid the pitfalls of your own thinking pattern. And it also teaches you how to identify faulty reasoning in other people as well. And we do this all the time. We make mistakes in our reasoning. So these scholars were masters of logic. And so he's using a logical term, which is tasawwur, because the mind, our human mind, has three acts. The first act is that we can conceptualize things. So, for instance, if I say book, I don't have to have a physical, concrete book for you to know. And if you know Arabic, I can say kitab. Or if you know Spanish, I can say libro. Or if you know Latin, or Greek, I could say biblios. And if you know all those languages, those different words conjure up the same concept in your mind. They evoke the same image in your mind. Why? Because this is one of the most amazing things about the human mind, is that we have the ability to do what's called abstraction. In Arabic, it's called tajrid. Yujarridu. Yujarrid al-kulli min al-juz'i. We can abstract the universal from the particular. And so even though all these three books I have up here, they're all different, but they all share bookness. In the same way that this glass is different from, say, a wine glass, or from, say, a glass that looks more like a cup without a handle. But all of them share glassness. And so when I talk about a glass, I don't have to have a specific glass in mind. This is what the mind is doing. This is called in Arabic tasawwur. In our logic, and Arabic logic and Western term logic is almost identical. In our logic, it's called a simple apprehension, that you can apprehend. Your mind can apprehend. And this is the great gift that Allah has given us as human beings, that we're constantly seeing the one in the many, uni versus, seeing the one in the many. So the universal is one in the many. And this is the great, every human being is a muwahid, whether he likes it or not. We're constantly taking the one out of the many, and that's how we communicate. Because our minds were designed to see the one in the many, and ultimately see the one behind all of this. And so when he says that in order to speak about something, you have to have a concept of its mahiyah. Mahiyah in Arabic means essence, but it literally means mahiyah. What is it? In Latin, this was called quid est. And this is why scholars of scholastic tradition actually believe that the word quiddity, which is used in Western logic for the essence, came directly from the Arabic translation, mahiyah, because it's exactly the same. So the mahiyah is the whatness of it. What is it? So in order to conceptualize the whatness of something, and then he says, فَرْعُ تَصَوِّرِ مَاهِيَتِهِ وَفَائِدَتِهِ وَمَادَّتِهِ, and to know what its benefit is. In order to understand something, you have to also know what its benefit is, what its form is, what its madda is, what the materiality of it is. And then بِشُعُورٍ ذِهْنِيًّا مُكْتَسِبٍ أَوْ بَدِيهِيًّا, with a shu'ur, and Sayyid Hussein also rightly explained the shu'ur. One of the meanings of shu'ur is that it's actually your consciousness. So with a kind of cognitive, it's a cognitive mental activity that's either mediated, muktasib, you have to think about it, it's mediated through thought, or it's badihi, it's something that you get immediately. So there are certain things that you'll get immediately, and there's other things you have to think about. So if I say, for instance, that 2 is greater than 1, you know that immediately, and you can't explain that to anybody. They either get it or they don't. If they don't, there's something seriously wrong with their mental faculties. But you can't explain why 2 is greater than 1. It's just simply self-evident. But if I say that 2.5% of something is 1/40th of that thing, that you have to think about. You're not going to get that immediately, because you have to understand what a fraction is and what decimals are. So that is how we understand something. And then he says, لِيَرْجَعْ إِلَيْهِ فِي أَفْرَادِ مَا وَقَعَ عَلَيْهِ رَدًّا وَقَبُولًا. In order for you to look at the individual aspects of this thing, what's accepted and what's rejected. وَتَقْصِيرًا وَتَفْصِيلًا, and what's foundational and what is in the details of the thing. فَلَازِمَ تَقْدِيمُ ذَلِكَ عَلَى الْخَوْضِ فِيهِ إِعْلَامًا بِهِ وَتَحْدِيدًا عَلَيْهِ وَإِيمَانًا بِمَعَادِنِهِ. So all of this has to be prefaced before we can speak about it as a way of declaring what it is, but also as a way of encouraging its study. Because in order to study something, if you understand it, you'll want to learn it if it's beneficial. And also as a way of indicating what's special about it. What are the ma'ad and what's in it that we can draw from and benefit from. So understand this. So what he says now, this is the second qa'idah. مَاهِيَةُ الشَّيْءِ حَقِيقَتُهُ. The reality or the essence of something is its haqiqah. And one of the beauties of the Arabic language is haqiqah is a derivative of haqq. So reality comes from al-haqq, what is real. If you look at the word reality in English, for instance, it comes from res in Latin. Res is materiality. Right? That's what you call real estate. Real estate is physical. So reality in the Western derivation of the word is materiality. So it's very interesting that this is a civilization that has ended up believing only in the material world. And it's actually at the foundation of their linguistic understanding of reality. Whereas in our worldview, haqiqah is from al-haq. Reality is what is real. Real in the sense what is true. Right? So, I read today a story about truth and the truth and the lie went skinny dipping together. And the lie got out and stole the truth's clothes. And ever since then, truth's been chasing the lie that's dressed up in truth, trying to get its clothes back. So, what is real and what is apparent are two different things. Apparent reality is not always reality. And this is why the greatest lesson that we get from imaginative literature is that appearance and reality are not the same thing. And Shakespeare is filled with that. All great literature has that theme, that appearance and reality are never the same. So he says that the mahiyya of a shay is its haqiqah. وَحَقِيقَتُهُ مَا دَلَّتْ عَلَيْهِ جُمْلَتُهُ. And its reality is what its comprehensiveness indicates, what is there in essence, what it's telling us from its very nature. وَتَعْرِيفُ ذَلِكَ بِحَدٍّ. And the way that we know that is through definition. And this is what's interesting about definition. In Arabic, the word for definition is hadd, which means the limit of something. So the تِلْكَ حُدُودُ اللَّهِ فَلَا تَعْتَدُوهَا. Allah says these are the hudud of God. Well, hudud are also the definition. So in Latin, de finitus, a definition is what has limits. And this is how we come, this is the only way we can communicate is because we actually speak in words that actually have limited meaning. If words didn't have limits, we couldn't communicate. So an apple is limited to a certain type of fruit. An apple is not an orange. It's the only way that we can communicate is through definitions. And so definitions are very important. This is why there's a whole genre of Islamic learning called al-hudud wa ta'rifat. Muslims were obsessed with definitions. And a great deal of knowledge is actually knowing definitions. If you know what blood pressure is, if you know what striated muscle is, if you know what phagocytes are as opposed to red blood cells. Much of our knowledge is simply knowing what definitions are, what terms mean when we speak. So he's saying to know something, the ta'rif of something is either with a definition or it's with And this is the most comprehensive. This is what the Arab magicians call jami'un mani'un. Al-haddu jami'un mani'un. A definition is comprehensive and it's mani'. It's exclusive, so it excludes others. So when I say animal, that's a definition. So if you ask me, what is that? And I say, it's an animal. Well, if it's a goat, it's an accurate statement. It is an animal, but it's not exclusive because horses are animals as well, and it's clearly not a horse. But if I say it's a goat, then if you have a tasawwur, if you have a comprehension of what a goat is, then you've got that. Or you can have a rasam, which is a description. So a description is a type, it's not a definition, but it helps you to understand something. So in logic, the example they always give is that a human being is a risible animal, right, as opposed to a rational animal. A rational animal is a full definition. Risible animal is a description. So risible means capable of. You guys, they got rid of the vocabulary in the SAT test. It's a disaster. Does anybody know what risible means? Somebody help me. Risible. Capable of laughing. That's risible. So, وَهُوَ أَوْضَحْ. And it makes something clear. أو تفسير, or to explain it in tafsir, to give an explanation. وَهُوَ أَتَمُّ لِبَيَانِهِ وَسُرْعَةِ فَهْمِهِ. And that's the quickest way to get somebody to really understand something, is to explain it to them. Because they might not know, if you say man is a rational animal, they might not fully understand that. But if you explain to them, well, the human being he's from the genus of animals, but he has the unique quality of rationality. And this makes him completely different from all other animals. So there's your tafsir, that's your explanation. So now this is the whole point. This is what he's getting to. قد حد التصور ورسم وفسر بوجوه تبلغ نحو الألفين. Tasawwuf as a science has been defined, described, and explained in so many different aspects that it reaches over 2,000. So all these scholars have said what it is, and they got to over 2,000 different definitions, descriptions, or explanations. ترجع كلها, all of these explanations and definitions go back to صدق التوجه إلى الله, sincere inner directedness to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's the definition. وإنما هي وجوه فيه. Everything else are just aspects of that same thing. And so anyone who has a sincere inner directedness towards Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has a portion of this science, irrespective of whether they even believe in it as a science. They might not think it's a good science. So that's a very useful thing to know. And I'll do one more because this is, I've read this book. I've been reading this book for over 30 years. And a couple of years ago, this qaida really hit home for me. And it's been such a benefit for me. I go back to it constantly. I actually memorized it. So, and it's just been a source of solace for me. It really has been quite extraordinary. So it's a great gift from our tradition, and I hope it helps you. This is his 168th qaida. And a qaida is a foundational principle. It's an axiom. It's like Euclid's axioms. You use these as a basis for your life. So he says in this, انفراد الحق تعالى بالكمال قاض لثبوت النقص بما سواه فلا يوجد كامل إلا بتكميله تعالى وتكميله من فضله. The infirad of al-haq, the singling out of the truth, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, bil kamal. In other words, it is uniquely God's alone to have perfection. انفراد الحق تعالى بالكمال. He is uniquely perfect. قادر بثبوت النقص لما سواه. This necessitates that everything other than Allah is deficient, is incomplete, lacking perfection. فلا يوجد كامل إلا بتكميله تعالى وتكميله من فضله. So you will never find a complete person, a complete human being, unless he's been completed by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that's from Allah's fadl, His grace. So the Prophet, we call him al-insan al-kamil, but his kamal is from the takmeel of Allah. His perfection is because Allah perfected his character. فَالنَّقْصُ أَصْلٌ, deficiency or want or lack is the foundation. وَالْكَمَالُ عَارِضٌ, and perfection or completeness or wholeness is accidental. Accidental in the sense, an arid is something that's not essential to it. It's something that happens later. Like for instance, if you learn mathematics and you get very good at mathematics, you didn't know it as it's something that was arid, something you acquired. وبحسب هذا فطلب الكمال في الوجود على وجه الأصالة باطل. And because of this, to seek perfection in this world that we're in this lower world that we're in, this existence that we're in, as something that is foundational to it, is complete waste of time. It's just batil. It's an empty pursuit. ومن ثم قيل انظر للخلق بعين الكمال واعتبر في وجودهم النقص. And because of this, it's been said, look at creation with the eye of perfection, but consider its lacking, its want. So look at it with the eye of perfection because it's Allah's creation, but recognize that part of its perfection is its lacking. That this is the way Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has designed existence. فَإِنْ ظَهَرَ الْكَمَالُ يَوْمًا فَهُوَ فَضْلٌ. So if you see perfection any given day, it's from the bounty of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَإِلَّا فَالْأَصْلُ هُوَ الْأَوَّلُ. Otherwise, the foundation is as was stated earlier. In other words, that it's lacking. وَبِذَلِكَ يَقَعُ الْاحْتِرَازِ. And in that way you can guard yourself. This is the way you protect yourself. You won't have problems. Because disappointment is reality plus expectation. So if you're expecting, if you recognize that it's lacking by its very nature, then whenever anything befalls you that indicates that, it's like, I understand that. I know why that's happening. وَحُسْنَ الظَّنِّ. And it also enables you to have a good opinion of people because you know that they're lacking. That that's the way Allah made them. وَدَوَامَ الْعِشْرَةِ. And it enables you to maintain friendship. Because when people let you down, it's like, okay, I get that. That's the way they're made. وَعَدَمَ الْمُبَالَاةِ بِالْعَثْرَةِ. And that you really won't care when people slip or fall up. It won't bother you because you'll say, I get that. I understand that. This is very useful, trust me. I'm an old man, so I can really say this, like for the youngsters in here. You have enough life experience. This is very useful to know when you're 20. Don't wait until you're like in middle age or old age to learn this one. This is very useful or early on. But here's where it really becomes very useful. وَكَذَا مُعَامَلَةُ الدُّنْيَا. And also in your interactions with the dunya, with this world. كَمَا قَالَ الْجُنَيْد. Just as Imam al-Junayd has said, إِذْ قَالَ, when he said, أَصَلْتُ أَصْلًا لَا تَبَشَّعُ بَعْدُهُ مَا يَرِدُ عَلَيَّ مِنَ الْعَالَمِ. I have taken as a foundational principle something that I am never disturbed after it from what comes to me from this world. Nothing, in other words, he's saying, nothing bothers me. Because I have this axiom, this principle. وَهُوَ أَنَّ الدُّنْيَا دَارُ هَمٍّ وَغَمٍّ وَابْتِلَاءٍ وَفِتْنَةٍ. and it is this. This dunya is the abode of anxiety, of grief, of tribulation, and of fitna, strife. So when you see these things happening in the world, I understand this. This is the nature of this place. This is what happens here. What does the angel say? أَتَجَعْلُ فِيهَا مَنْ يُفْسِدُ فِيهَا وَيَسْفِكُ الدِّمَاءَ. Will you place in it those who sow corruption and shed blood? Allah says, I know something about this place that you don't know, that there will be people in it who are not doing these things. But there's going to be a lot of people that do those things. And then he says, وَأَنَّ الْعَالَمْ كُلُّهُ شَرٌ. Shar in Arabic, one of the meanings is evil, but it doesn't mean evil here. Shar in Arabic means lacking. It's deficient. So what it means here is that the nature of the world is that's why the Arabs call ghina is called khayr. Like wealth is called good in Arabic, and poverty is called shar. Even though it might be the opposite. It might be that the wealth is the real shar for you, and poverty is your good. But in Arabic, shar means lacking. And this is why evil is the lack of goodness. It's the want of goodness. Whenever there's evil, it's because there's an absence of good. Where there's darkness, it's an absence of light. These things don't have substance in and of themselves. They're absent. There's an absence there. And so shar, evil, is want. It's the want of good. That's when evil happens. When there wasn't good to fill that void, it becomes dark. And so he says, وَمِنْ حُكْمِهِ, and from the nature of this world, أَنَّهُ يَتَرَقَّانِ بِكُلِّ مَا أَكْرَهُ فَإِنْ تَرَقَّانِ بِكُلِّ مَا أُحِبُّ فَهُوَ فَضْلٌ. If this world will meet me with everything that I detest, right? But if you're a believer, it's good for you. عَسَى أَن تَكْرَهُ شَيْئًا وَهُوَ خَيْرٌ لَكُمْ وَعَسَى أَن تُحِبُّوا شَيْئًا وَهُوَ شَرٌّ لَكُمْ. Maybe you hate a thing and it is much good for you. Maybe you love a thing and it is much harm for you. Allah knows. Allah knows and you don't know. So you don't know what's good for you. Allah knows what's good for you. You don't know what's good for you. When you see what's happening in the Muslim world, it's terrible. But we actually believe that the punishment of our ummah is in this dunya. And our Prophet ﷺ said that. So what you're seeing, which is horrible, and there's a lot of innocent people, because the Quran says, beware of tribulations that don't just afflict the guilty. So there are innocent people. This dunya is not an abode of discrimination. It's not a discriminatory abode. When the tsunami comes, it takes everybody. It doesn't discriminate. Good people go. The angels, when they were commanded to destroy a city, they say to God, but there's some righteous people there. And he says, so, فَفِيهِمْ أَبْدَأ, begin with them. As a mercy, take them out. And that's why the Prophet ﷺ said, in every prayer, we know that after every prayer, every single day, he said, Allahumma inni as'aluka fi'la al-khayrat, wa tark al-munkarat, wa hubb al-masakin, wa in aradta bin-nasi aw bi'ibadika fitnatan, faqbidni ilayka ghayra maftun. Oh Allah, I ask you for the ability to do good, the ability to abandon munkarat, foul things, to love poor people. And if you want civil strife, if you want fitna, if you want tribulation for your servants, cause me to die before it comes. The only dua I found where he asked for death. Because death life is a great gift. You should never seek to leave this world until Allah takes you. Even though some of us, you get to the point where you feel ready to go. Like, I've seen enough. It's a great gift. Life, consciousness is a great gift. No matter how bad it gets, this is a great gift. And if you're a believer, it's all good. Really, it is all good. And so, but in this he asked, if you want a fitna, if there's a fitna coming down to get your people, then take me before it comes. So that's a great mercy that the angels begin with the righteous people. And this is why many people know this. In Syria, before all this, a lot of the most pious people in Syria died that year. Many Syrians know this. I mean, a lot of the most pious people died that year. Really amazing people. So that will often happen in places where big fitna is coming, that Allah seizes the best people before it happens. So he says, if this world greets you with what you love, وَإِذَا تَرَقَّانِي بِكُلِّ مَا أُحِبُّ فَهُوَ فَضْلٌ. It's from the bounty of Allah. وَإِلَّا فَالْأَصْلُ هُوَ الْأَوَّلُ. But the foundation is the first. And then he says, انتهى بمعناه وهو عجيب. He said, this is a wondrous meaning. So it's very useful. Now, Usul al-Fiqh, that book is on Usul al-Ihsan, Tazkiyah. Usul al-Fiqh is the science that looks at, in Western tradition, it's called, the word jurisprudence is used now just to mean law. But the proper use of it is the philosophy of the law. Jurisprudence, prudentia, is a Latin term which is related to wisdom. So it's knowing the reasons between for law. So and then how to derive laws. So usul in that way is really jurisprudence. It's the study of the foundations of the Sharia, where it comes from, what are its sources. And it's the two greatest sciences in our tradition are usul al-deen and usul al-fiqh, is theology and the philosophy of law. This is foundational. These are the two foundational sciences in our tradition. They're called al-aslan, usul al-deen and usul al-fiqh. Fiqh is very important, and our religion is a religion that places a great emphasis on understanding. اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق. The first thing that we were told to read. In order to read, you have to understand. I have a book that I've taught in my class. It's called How to Read a Book, and I was reading it one day. And my son, who was probably about 8, he said, "That is the dumbest title for a book I've ever seen." I said, "Why do you say that?" He said, "Because how could you read it if you didn't know how to read it?" So understanding is very important. But people read, they have minds, but they don't think with them. Right? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ. Don't you use your intellect? You have them, don't you use them? Right? People can see, they can look, but they don't see. Right? There's a poem. Poems are hard to read, pictures are hard to see, music is hard to hear, and people are hard to love. And then he says, but whether from divine grace, some activity, the great sloth heart will move. But it's hard to understand. It's hard to see things. It's hard to hear things, and people can be hard to love. But God can move the heart, and it's a great blessing to have a heart that comes alive. And so understanding is at the roots of our tradition. That's why مَنْ يُرِيدِ اللَّهُ بِهِ خَيْرًا فَقِهُ فِي الدِّينِ. Whoever Allah desires good for, He causes that person to understand religion. And that's not necessarily fiqh that we call today, like the faqih, because we've had people that are illiterate people that have had great fiqh in the religion. And Ahmed Zarruq, who was one of the great scholars of North Africa, Ahmed Zarruq said that his own teacher was illiterate. His greatest teacher was Abu al-Abbas al-Hadrami, was illiterate. And so we do have people that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala illuminated their hearts. But our religion is a religion that really emphasizes understanding. And so usul al-fiqh is a way of understanding what our Sharia is, like why was it revealed and what is it for? And this is why traditionally in the early period there were a lot of rules that came down, and then from that Sidi Ahmed Zarruq says there were three phases. The first phase was the phase of the people that heard the revelation. So these are the Sahaba. And then the next phase was the people that gathered and collected it all. So these are the tabi'een. But the third phase was the phase of the people of tafaqquh. They really tried to understand it in a way that the earlier peoples, they understood it, but they didn't unpack it for us. And so that third generation, which begins with people like Imam al-Zuhri and Malik and Abu Hanifa and Imam Shafi'i and Imam Ahmed, these are the people that really looked at what had been gathered from this tradition, and they began to discern certain patterns. And Imam Shafi'i is the first one who, he did what Aristotle did for thinking in his articulation of the rules of logic. All Aristotle did was he looked at what Socrates and Plato were doing. He looked at how they were thinking, and he analyzed their thought, and he determined, because they were such master thinkers, he determined that they were doing certain things and following certain patterns. And so he identified what they were doing. So if you read the Platonic dialogues, you will see Aristotle using syllogisms or enthymemes all the time. An enthymeme is what they call qiyas naqis in Arabic logic, for people who have studied that. So that what Imam Shafi'i did, he looked at what the fuqaha were doing, like Malik, who he had studied with, and Abu Hanifa's students, who he had studied with. He looked at what they were doing and what he himself was trained to do, and he began to identify certain things. And so he wrote a book called the Risala, which is the first book that we have in Usul al-Fiqh. And from that begins a great tradition of really going deeply into our sciences. And then in the early period, in the 4th century, you had some really extraordinary scholars, one of whom was al-Hakim al-Tirmidhi, who was more inclined to spiritual tradition, but he wrote a couple of books that were looking at the wisdoms, the ilm, the maqasid, the aims behind prayer, behind fasting. Like, why do we pray? إِنَّ الصَّلَاةَ تَنْهَى عَنِ الْفَحْشَاءِ وَالْمُنكَرِ. Allah indicates that prayer prevents you from doing foul things. So that's a maqsad of the prayer. That's a purpose of the prayer. And so they began to identify these. And there were a group of them. One of them, extraordinary, Abu Zayd al-Balkhi, was one of them also, who looked at the spiritual and physical benefits of prayer. He was a physician. He was also an extraordinary psychologist. Malik Bedri translated one of his books on cognitive psychology, arguing that he was the first cognitive psychologist. So that book actually exists in English. But he was one of them who also recognized that there were masalih. And so in the 4th century, you had these people that began to identify the benefits of the prayer. And then in the 5th and 6th century, this is where the Maqasidi school really begins to take off. So you get these extraordinary teachers. The first really great one was Imam al-Juwayni, Abu al-Ma'ali al-Juwayni, Abdul Malik Abu Ma'ali al-Juwayni, who he dies in 1078, So he was Imam al-Ghazali's teacher. And he wrote a famous book, Al-Burhan, and he identifies in his usul al-fiqh, he was also a Shafi'i scholar, he identifies certain, what he called foundations, or these masalih, he called them masalih al-amma, these benefits. For instance, life and faith and wealth and dignity, family. He identified these, and then Imam al-Ghazali, who was his greatest student, writes probably the single most important book in the usul tradition, which is called al-Mustasfa. And one of the tragedies of Imam al-Ghazali, I believe, is that he's completely been identified for his tasawwuf. And it's a real tragedy, because Abu Hamid he is so central to the Sharia. I mean, when you say he's Hujjat al-Islam, they're not talking about his tasawwuf. They're actually talking about his legal theories. He is the greatest Muslim legal mind that our ummah ever produced. And he's recognized. And the irony of the attacks on him, like the Hanbalis who attack him, the Hanbalis, I'm talking about the current ones, not all of them, obviously, but some of them, they don't like him, and they attack him, and he slander him. And then, or to say that he destroyed philosophy in Islam, even though he was a practicing philosopher, it's crazy. There's so many tropes against him. It's very tragic. But Imam al-Ghazali introduced into usul al-fiqh so many new concepts. It's amazing that one human being can do this. He also, one of his most important books deals with finding legal rationales. And the Hanbalis have the book that they use in usul al-fiqh is called Rawdat al-Nadir. This is studied like in Saudi Arabia, studied in Medina University. The book is basically Ibn Qudama's abridgment of Imam al-Ghazali's book. So the foundation now of Hanbali usul is derivative of Abu Hamid al-Ghazali. And there's great irony in that. But he is truly one of the greatest usuli scholars in our history. And it was one of the last books that he wrote. So he was concerned with it all his life. But his understanding of the Maqasid is very important. Even though he called them Maqasid Muhammad, he was very careful and it's partly because of his Shafi'i training. He was very careful in he had a great concern for not extending something beyond what was permitted, and that can happen. There was a great concern that the Maqasidi tradition would lead to a kind of erosion of the Sharia. And that's why the Maqasidi school was often attacked by others who were more liberalist in their approach. And then Fakhruddin al-Razi shows up, another great scholar, and then Al-Izz ibn Abdus Salam, another great scholar. And Imam al-Qarafi, these are all now, you're moving into the 6th, 7th, and 8th century. But then it culminates in an Andalusian scholar, Ibrahim al-Shatibi, who is an 8th century scholar that writes a book called al-Muwafaqat. And this is the single most important book as an elucidation of the Maqasidi school. In the late 19th century, early 20th century, you started getting people looking at this seriously again, because what happened in the Islamic Ummah is a type of ossification, which by that I mean the traditions became very stagnant, and scholars began to just do rote memorization of things. Sharia becomes like statute law. Usul al-fiqh is studied more for the mustalahat, just to understand books, but not actually as a practical tool to implement and use as a way of arriving at new rulings for difficult situations. one of the great Usuli scholars of the 20th century, who was really a polymath, and I think in some ways is one of the truly last great polymathic scholars of our tradition, is Tahir ibn Ashur, a Tunisian scholar, who wrote one of the, I think, most incredible tafsirs and mastered all the sciences. Unfortunately, the Maqasid school was adopted by certain people that had used it without the regulatory mechanism, what are called dawabit, that were placed on the school by the great masters of this school. And so it becomes very dangerous in those hands. And there have been books written that are not. But Tahir ibn Ashur, after him, arguably now the imam of this school is Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya, and he's recognized for that amongst the people of this school. Raisuni, who's a famous Maqasidi scholar from Morocco, he recognizes Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayya. Most of Shaykh Abdullah's books now are being taught at several universities now in Usul al-Fiqh. So he's recognized. So the book that we're going to look at, inshallah, I'm going to try to abridge this as best I can for you, because one of the benefits of understanding this is that you're able to understand two things. One, the extraordinary flexibility of the Sharia, especially in civil transactions, what are called mu'amalat. In the ibadat, the Sharia is very limited. There's not a lot that we can navigate there, because you can't change the Sharia. The ahkam al-ta'abudiyya la tu'allal. You can't do, unless the illah is clearly articulated, you cannot do qiyas with the devotional act. There are certain ones that you can, because like for instance, dhikr. There are certain types of dhikr that might not have existed. Like for instance, inshad, even though there is some inshad in the early period, but the types of inshad that people do today, the Sahaba did not do. But that doesn't mean that it's prohibited. And that's part of what he talks about in here, because there's something called tark in the tradition, which is where the Prophet did not do something, and therefore it doesn't mean that it's prohibited. So for instance, he didn't eat dog, he didn't eat lizard. Like one time they had lizard, and then he was about to eat it, and somebody said it was a lizard, and he pulled back. And one of the men eating with him said, "Is it haram?" He said, "No." He said, my people don't eat it." In other words, it wasn't something he was accustomed to. And so it's like if you go to France, you might not want to eat frog legs or snails or something like that. Right? I have no appetite for snails. But apparently people like them, as they'll go. So that is, this book is called Mashahid min al-Maqasid. The Mashahid is the place where something is seen. It's a type of, like an example. And the Maqasid are the aims. So Maqsad in Arabic is a masdar meaning. Maqsid with a kasra is the place you're going to. Maqsad is just a direction. It's like further and farther, right? You know that distinction, further and farther, right? Further away and farther away. So farther is literal, further is more figurative. So it's the same idea. Maqsad is more figurative. Maqsid is more literal in Arabic. These are, morphology sarf is probably the most difficult subject in Arabic. Grammar is relatively easy. There's slightly over 100 agents of change once you learn them. They're actually not that hard to learn. Grammar is relatively easy. Nahu, sarf, that's the bugbear of Arabic. Because you can study Arabic your whole life and you'll find things out about sarf you didn't know. And you'll find there's different ways of conjugating the verb, something that you thought when you were like, there's hazana yahzunu, hazina yahzanu, hazuna and they all mean different things. So it's the same three letters. And Arabic's filled with that. And those take a really long time to master. But they're nice poems that deal with that. So, I'll open up if there's any questions. Does anybody have any questions? Hold on. With your hand up. Yeah. Go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah, alaikum assalam.
Okay, I'll keep it short as I'm being instructed here. I feel this is one of the...
I really like Sayyid Hussein's, what's your question? I'm going to start using that one. Go ahead.
One of the biggest dilemmas I've had with this, surrounding a concept with this very topic, because it plagues our society. Ideas come from language, which are the very foundation of thought.
Right.
And ideas, in my opinion, can be one of the most powerful tools, if not the most powerful.
Yeah.
One dilemma I've had for a long time...
Actually, thought's the foundation of language, but that's another issue. There's actually a good article in this.
Right, thought, yes.
Yeah.
Anyways, one dilemma I've had for a long time now is when people tell me, that's your truth, or that's their truth.
Right.
And for me, it was always a contradiction to use the word truth in that sense, because truth is complete. Truth is one. Truth is eternal. So how can you use the word truth in a sense that contradicts the very nature of its own energy, of its own use? And so I still haven't given into that. Some people have made me feel crazy because I always say I still don't feel that what you're telling me is my truth or your truth. I'm not saying I have the truth.
Well,
I'm saying that there is one truth, and you may have a different reality, or you may see it in a different way, but the truth is beyond us.
What's your question?
My question is, what is your opinion on using truth in that way?
Yeah. Okay. Well,
thank you.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, that's your truth. There's truth, like capital T truth, that only Allah knows, and then there's small case truth. So when people say that, they can mean different things. So, for instance, one of the alleged facts, what did she say? Alternate facts. Yeah, alternate. I mean, technically, she was correct. They're all alternate facts because fact. The fourth meaning, if you look at good dictionary, the fourth meaning of fact is allegation. And that's why juries judge facts, because the two sides present different facts. There's a great Japanese filmmaker, Akira Kurosawa, who did a film called Rashomon back in the early 50s, I think. And the film is about a samurai with his wife, and then they end up a brigand gets them, and the wife gets raped, and the samurai, it's a horrible event that happened. But the story is a judge listening to all these witnesses tell different stories. And that's why in American law, they have what's called the Rashomon effect, where you get people that have different stories about the same version. So people can see different things for the same event. And in that way, truth is elusive. It's sometimes very difficult to get to what is actually capital T truth. But there is a truth. Now, one of the interesting things about our Sharia is we have what are two madhabs in usul al-fiqh. One madhab is the mukhati'ah and the other is the musawwibah. The mukhati'ah are people that say there's only one true opinion in fiqh. And they say, but everybody has their ijtihad. So Imam Shafi'i might say this is, like, I'll give you an example. This example I like to use because it's a really good one that the usuli books use very often. There's a hadith that Ibn Majah relates, and he said, Man sama Ramadan, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, the Prophet was reported to have said, Man sama Ramadan wa atba'uhu sittan min Shawwal. Right? whoever fasts Ramadan and then follows us up with 6 days of fasting from Shawwal. He said, min Shawwal, right? So, كَأَنَّمَا صَامَ الدَّهْرَ كُلُّهُ. It's as if he fasted all year long, right? Now, Imam Shafi'i said you could only do that in Shawwal, because the min there for him was tab'id. There's 12, in Arabic grammar, there's 12 meanings of min, right? Atat min li tabyin, wa ba'dan, wa ta'lilan, wa bad'an, wa intihai, wa ibdalan, wa za'idatin, wa faslan, wa ma'na'an, wa fi, wa ala, wa ba'i. Those are all different types of min. Those 12 different types of min. You got min for tabyin. نُنَزِّلُ مِنَ الْقُرْآنِ. We reveal from the Quran. Then you can have min of tab'id, partitive min, like أَكَلْتُ مِنَ الْخُبْزِ. I ate some of the bread. And then you can have the min of beginning. أَتَيْتُ مِن مَكَّةَ. I began from Mecca. I came from, beginning from Mecca. And on and on and on. So Imam Shafi'i said that min means only in Shawwal. That was his truth. Imam Malik said no, that min is min of ibtida, not min of tab'id. So beginning from Shawwal, you can fast any 6 days throughout the year. That's Malik's truth. Which one is the capital T truth? There's 2 opinions. One of them says, one of them is, but they're both valid ijtihad. The other says, no, Allah intended it to have multiple possibilities. So that's the nature. But relativism, to say that there's no truth, if I say there's no truth, any relativist asserts truth by contradicting truth. You cannot contradict truth without stating the truth. So if I say there is no truth, it's like the Cretan who said all Cretans are liars. If he's lying, then right? All Cretans are liars. If he's lying, he's telling the truth. So not all Cretans are liars, right? So these are paradoxes. Anyway, go ahead.
Assalamu
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
I was just wondering about the Arabic language and its nature as opposed to other languages. What do you think it makes it so unique in the sense of, you said if you study it for your entire life, you'll still find things that you won't know. Is that similar to other languages, or is it unique to this language?
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a section in his book, Amali al-Jamilat, arguing, talking about the debate whether Arabic it's agreed upon, in other words, it's a conventional language, or is it tawqifiyya? Was it revealed by God? And the best opinion is that at the foundation it's revealed by God, but it has conventional aspects to it. So Arabic is clearly a unique language. Like, I do not believe, I'll give you an example. The Arabic letter ghain, every word that begins with ghain that's originally Arabic has to do with either hiding, concealment, or something unseen. Every single one. Can't think of any letter, any word that starts with ghain that doesn't have one of those meanings. And all the Arabic letters have those. Now, the idea that the Arabs could have sat around and said, let's everything that's hidden or unseen or covered, let's start it with ghain. I mean, that's really hard to believe. So I really think Arabic, one of the beauties of Arabic is the metaphysics of reality are embedded in the language. And strange enough, this was Ibn Arabi's theory, and the fact that his name is Ibn Arabi is really interesting. But that was his theory, that everything it's all comes from the Arabic language. And it's Allah put it in Arabic, and Arabic is the vehicle. But the reality of it is the meaning, the ma'ani are beyond the actual taqalib. The qalb is, you have the qalb and the qalib. I mean, just look at that. You have the body and then you have the heart. So the qalib is what contains the qalb. And so the language is a shell. The meaning is the pulp. And But there's so many things about Arabic that are just extraordinary and hard to believe that and then all the meanings of sarf and the relationship between the ishtiqaqat, the derivative words, letters that share the same words that share the same letters have shared meanings, relationships to their meanings. I mean, it's amazing when you get into the secrets of Arabic. Asrar al-Arabiya, like ghariqa is a really nice word. Ghariqa, because like ghain is, so ghain is to be hidden or to be concealed or to be unseen. So when you drown, the ghain letter is like you go under the water, and then ra is a letter of all the words that have ra in it have to do with some kind of continuity, some kind of movement, like karra, farra, jarra, marra. They all have, so it's harfu takrir, because something goes on. So it's like ghar, like you're going down, sinking. And then qaf is, it's a glottal stop letter. So qaf, a lot of things.
الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين.
Also, what are known as the dawaqib, the regulatory mechanisms. So, usul, you have the usul of tawheed, you have the usul of fiqh, and then this is the usul of tasawwuf, which is very important because he establishes all the foundational principles. In this qaida, which is the 55th, he says, نظر الصوفي في المعاملات أخص من نظر الفقيه. That the perspective of the Sufi in transactions, in the mu'amalat, is more specific than the perspective of the faqih. إذا الفقيه يعتبر ما يسقط به الحرج. The faqih, his biggest concern is what removes difficulty. And this is why the famous statement of one of the great Salaf, Sufyan al-Thawri, said, الفقه رخصة عن ثقة وما التشديد في يحسنه كل أحد. That real understanding is taking licenses from trustworthy sources. And as for being hard and making things difficult, everybody's good at that. So the faqih is somebody who is really trying to make things easy, because one of the qawaid al-faqhiyya is that al-mashaqqatu tajib al-taysir. Whenever there's difficulty, it necessitates facilitating for people, making things easier. Because it's based on yurid Allah bikum al-yusr. Allah wants ease for you. We didn't put any difficulty in this religion for you. So the religion is not meant to be difficult. We didn't reveal this Quran for you to be miserable. Let them rejoice in this. It's supposed to make you happy. Religion is not supposed to make you miserable. But there's a lot of people, they say that a fundamentalist is somebody who's miserable, that somewhere somebody is having a good time. So there really are people that just don't like other people to be happy about religion. I mean, there's some people that just they really want to be miserable in their religion, then they want to make other people miserable as well. So what does the Sufi look at? ينظر فيما يحصل به الكمال. He's looking for what will make somebody more perfect. You can use that in order to a more perfect union is used in the preamble of the American Constitution. People object to more perfect. How can the union be more perfect? But you can work towards perfection. And so that's what he's saying, is that something that is more complete. وأخص أيضا من نظر الأصولي يعني الأصولي يعتبر ما يصح به المعتقد. He's also more specific than the perspective of the usuli, and here he means the usuli, the mutakallim, because there's two types of usuli. There's the usuli of fiqh and then there's the usuli of usul al-deen. So those are called the aslan in our tradition. The aslan are usul al-fiqh and usul al-deen. Usul al-deen is aqidah, usul al-fiqh is law, sacred law, which because it's quite different from Western law. وَالصُّوفِي يَنْظُرُ فِيمَا يَتَقَوَّى بِهِ الْيَقِينِ. So the theologian is looking at what makes your creed or your understanding more correct. Whereas the Sufi is looking at what gives you more certainty in your belief. How do you strengthen your belief? وأخص أيضا من نظر المفسر وصاحب فقه الحديث لأن كل منهما يعتبر الحكم والمعنى وليس إلا وهو يزيد بطلب الإشارة بعد إثبات ما أثبتاه وإلا فهو باطني خارج عن الشريعة فضلا عن التصوف والله أعلم. This is very interesting. So he's saying he's also more specific than the mufassir or the sharih al-hadith. So tafsir is generally referred to as tafsir al-Quran, even though tafsir just simply means explanation. The sharh refers to the hadith and then other traditions. Like you don't make a tafsir of this book. You would make a sharh or a ta'liqa or something, commentary on it, annotations, things like that. So he's saying that the mufassir and the one sahib fiqh al-hadith, the one who's trying to understand the hadith, the sharih al-hadith, the one who comments on the hadith, like Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani or Imam al-Aini or others, he said their concern is the hukum and the meaning, the ma'na. So their concern is, what is the hadith telling us? How does it relate to our behavior or our actions? And then what does it mean? Whereas the Sufi adds another dimension, and that is the ishara. So not just what it means, but also what are the connotations and meanings that can be derived from it that aren't embedded in its outward form, in the mantuq, in the usuli tradition, the mantuq or the mafhum. So you have mantuq, and there's three types of that in any verse or hadith, and then you have the mafhum. So what the mantuq is like the nas, what's understood clearly or what's embedded in what's the connotation of it. And then the understanding, the mafhum, is what is the a priori assumptions of the hadith or the ayah. So for instance, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, لَا تَقُولُ لَهُمَا أُفٍّ, don't say uff to your parents. Well, if you can't say uff, to hit them is mafhum al-awla, mafhum al-muwafaqa. Even more important is not to hit them. If you can't say uff, then certainly you can't. So Allah doesn't have to say, don't hit your parents, because He said, don't say uff to them. So that's something that the usuli scholar is deriving out of the meaning of the text. The Sufi, though, will look at something different. Like, for instance, in the hadith, sumu tasahhu, fast and become well. Right? So that outwardly, fasting is good for health. We know that now. Intermittent fasting, there's a lot of physicians that encourage fasting. But the Sufi would say, صوموا عن حب الدنيا تصحوا أرواحكم, right? Like fast from love of the world and your souls will become well. So that's an ishara. Now what he says here is the ishara بعد إثبات ما أثبتها. After they affirm what the two others, the mufassir and the sharh of the hadith, the commentary of the Quran and the commentary of the hadith, they affirm, the Sufi affirms the outward meaning, but then he also gets meanings derived from it. That these are called isharat, and we have a long tradition of this in our intellectual legacy. We have a long tradition of this. We have great scholars like Imam al-Qushayri, who was very well thought of in terms of his outward knowledge. He has a commentary of the Quran on which is an ishara commentary of the Quran. But they don't deny the outward meaning, because if you deny the outward meaning and assert an inward meaning, then you're what's known as a batini. You're an occultist. These are the people of the OCC, occult, right? Occultist from the Latin hidden, what's hidden. So the batini is an occultist. He's the one who asserts hidden meanings but doesn't
accept the outward meanings. And these are like in the Shia tradition, this is like the Ismailiyya tradition was very batini. So, for instance, they thought the outward of the Sharia was all not binding on them. That these are all, because they're all hidden inward meaning. And you have this batini tradition in Christianity, in the Gnostics, you have the batini tradition in Judaism. So this is an impulse. We go astray two ways. I mean, there are many ways to go astray, but two fundamental religious ways to go astray is one is literalism, and the other is figurativism. So the literalism is where everything is taken literally and there's no inward meaning. And then the figurativism is where everything is figurative and nothing's literal. So these are two ways. What he's saying is we have to do both. That there is a zahir and a batin. Huwa al-awwal wal-akhiru wal-zahiru wal-batin. Allah is outwardly manifest, inwardly hidden. So there's both are there. The zahir and the batin of speech is there. And so he says, and if they do that, if they become occultists, then they're kharijun an al-shari'ati, fadlan an al-tasawwuf. They've gone outside of the sharia, let alone tasawwuf, because tasawwuf has to be protected by the sharia. And there are antinomial Sufis. There are Sufis that abandon the sharia. Imam al-Junayd was asked about a man who says that he reached a level of certainty to the point where the sharia was no longer binding, that he'd arrived. You know, in Arabic he said, لَقَدْ وَصَلَ إِلَى مَقَامٍ تُرْفَعْ عَنْهُ الشَّرِيعَةِ. He arrived to a station that the sharia is no longer binding on. And Imam al-Junayd said, نَعَمْ قَدْ وَصَلَ إِلَى الْجَحِيمِ. Indeed, he arrived, but he arrived to hell. Because the sharia, as long as you're in the bodies, the sharia is binding on you. As long as we're in these bodies. The moment we're released from the bodies, sharia is no longer binding. But as long as we're in these bodies, as long as we're conscious, even if you're in your bed and your mind is there, you still have to pray. You can pray with your eyes. So that's very important. And this is one of the ways that, unfortunately, what's happened in our ummah is, because tasawwuf has fallen on such hard times, and there's so many charlatans in tasawwuf, that everybody started condemning tasawwuf, as opposed to condemning what are called the mutasawwifa. The mutasawwifa were distinguished from the Sufis in that they were the people who looked like Sufis, but they weren't Sufis. And Imam al-Ghazali, in his book, At-Tabyin, it's a very small booklet, really. It should be translated because it's a stunning little piece of work. But Imam al-Ghazali says in that book that it's basically about delusion, right? Delusion is a fixed idea that's not true in your mind. It's a fixed idea that you have in your mind about something that's not true. There's people that believe that they're sent. You know, they're people that walk around talking to themselves, believing that they're an avatar or some kind of incarnation or God. Or there's people all over that have these delusions. And then there's other types of delusions, self-importance. People that think they're so important. And many ways that people go into delusions. So Imam al-Ghazali wrote a book showing how every group of people is deluded. So he talks about the delusion of the scholars, the delusion of the merchants, the delusion of the common people. When he gets to the last section, he leaves it for the Sufis. And when he gets there, he says, and مَا أَعْظَمَ غُرُورُهُمْ, and how great is their delusion. He was a great critic of Sufis. In fact, the greatest Sufis traditionally were the greatest critics of Sufis. And this is something that I've made this complaint before. I think one of the problems with modern people that have some kinship with tasawwuf is that there's no introspection, there's no criticism of themselves, of the Sufis themselves. Because all of the sects that have broken out from Islam, especially the modern sects, are all from ossified tradition. They all are a reaction to tradition. And so this idea that the tradition's well is a very problematic idea. Tradition's not well. It's not well at all. If it was well, it would be serving its purpose. But we don't throw out tradition because it's not well. We have to first diagnose it and see what's wrong with it, and then work to heal it. Because the tradition is too important. If we abandon tradition, we lose everything. And this is one of the dangers of a lot of modern Muslims, is they don't recognize, first of all, you can't have the religion without scholars. This idea somehow that you can do away with scholars is an insane idea. That doesn't mean that the scholars don't have problems, and those problems have been identified for a long time. This is nothing new. We've had unscrupulous scholars, we've had scholars for dollars, we've had scholars, what they call ulama sultan, these people that just rubber stamp all the injustices and wrongs of people. And then we have people being accused of that it might be so, it might not be so, like myself. So the idea somehow that scholars should not critique themselves also is a very dangerous idea. Because my argument, if the traditional scholars were working, then why are so many people abandoning tradition? Why is that happening? And I'm not talking about the people that are in discotheques, if there are such things anymore. Whatever the latest thing is, I don't know. I'm dating myself. What do people do now? Nightclubs, they clubbing, they club their poor souls. So yeah, they go. I'm not talking about the people in clubs or pubs or wherever else they go to get away from being pious. But I'm talking about people that are devout Muslims that are looking for God, or at least to have some kind of relationship with God. Why are they abandoning tradition? That's the concern. And then also, why we have so many people that see Islam as the problem. Part of the reason for that is because the Muslims, the scholars amongst themselves are so vicious. Or students of knowledge, writing about this, that, or the other against other scholars and things like that. It's very vicious. And so when people see that, I saw two ulama, both of them from the same university with PhDs in Islamic law, and one of them called the other Sufi Bid'i, like an innovative Sufi, and the other one said he had Alzheimer's, like Alzheimer's. I guess the Arabic way of saying Alzheimer's. But now just think of the poor common person that's watching satellite TV and seeing both of them graduates from the same prestigious college of Sharia, and they're attacking each other on satellite television in front of possibly millions of people. That's a tragedy. If you can't see the tragic nature of that picture, it's a tragedy. And so the common people now get really confused. The other thing that happens, which is amazing, especially in the Arab world, because I've listened to different shuyukh just to see and you can literally have one sheikh saying the exact opposite of another sheikh on a different channel. Like exact opposite. That becomes confusing for common people. Now, there's always been differences, but the modern era, because of the nature of technology and the nature of all this media, it's created a real crisis in people and created a lot of confusion. Like just people trying to... And that's why one of the very useful things is to reassert husn al-dhan is a very important principle, just having a good opinion of people. It's foundational in our religion. Just a good opinion, to make excuses. The Prophet ﷺ said that a believer makes 70 excuses. You should at least be at around 68 before you start feeling uncomfortable about somebody. But people just don't even make one excuse, and they're already attacking. So, and then also, this is a very confusing time. The Prophet ﷺ said that towards the latter days, even scholars would become confused. So that's another thing to remind people that these are indeed latter days. I mean, we don't know how far away the hour is, but it's certainly 1400 years closer to it than when the Prophet said, I was sent in the last hour like these two. Right? So he was already indicating how close the hour was. I mean, obviously, if we've been, if existence has been here for 14 billion years, as our material scientists assert, and we've been around here for at least 250,000 years, then 1400 is not a lot of time. Very short. So then he says, تنوع الفرع بتنوع أصله. The divergent branch is based on the diversity of the root. وقد تقدم أن أصل التصوف مقام الإحسان وهو متنوع إلى نوعين. So he says that we have already said that the foundation of tasawwuf is the station of ihsan, the maqam of ihsan. وهو متنوع إلى نوعين. So it falls into two different kinds. أحدهما بدل من الآخر. One is in place of the other. وهما أن تعبد الله كأنك تراه. The first, this is the definition of ihsan that our Prophet gave us, is to worship God as if you see Him. فإن لم تكن تراه فإنه يراك. But if you don't see Him, at least you know that He sees you. فالأولى رتبة العارف والثانية رتبة من دونه. So the first is the rank of somebody who indeed knows Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to worship Him as if you see Him. That's the arif, somebody who's an arif billah. The second rank is those that are less than that. And he said, so Imam al-Ghazali was more concerned about the second one, right? Because he was writing for the general Muslims, and he knew that not everybody is going to get to that high exalted rank, and so he wanted to teach people how at least to establish themselves in that second rank. والأولى أقرب لأن غرس شجرتها ميسر لعضد ثمرتها وابناها على الأصول التي قد يحصلون. He goes on about that. And finally, this is the last one that I wanted to read because it's very interesting. He says, في اختلاف المسالك راحة للسالك. In the various divergent paths that you can travel on, this is a type of repose or comfort for the traveler. In other words, there are many different roads that you can take to Allah. And because there are many different types of people. And one of the hallmarks of a true religion is that everybody can find their place in it. So if you have a religion that no longer has a philosophy, a philosophical dimension, where do the people that have philosophical minds go? If you have a religion that doesn't have a serious devotional practice, where do those people go? If you have a religion that doesn't allow for a very simple baseline practice for people that just aren't that religious, then where do they go? Religion has to encompass everybody. What you represent, most of you in this room have a serious commitment to your faith. Hopefully all of you, but most of you at least. I mean, some people might just be coming for the first time. They might be rediscovering their religion, or somebody might have convinced them to come. I don't know. But most of you are seriously committed to your religion. But you differ. Some of you are very scholarly, you like to read. Others, less so. That's just human nature. In any society, you're going to have a small number of people that are deeply devotional. Just to throw a number out there, maybe it's 10%. What do you do with the other 90%? If you alienate them and make them feel that they're horrible and odious and despised by God, you have a very bad situation. And in a lot of ways, that's what's happened in our Muslim community. We've made it so hard for people to be mediocre Muslims, which is very dangerous. And that's why difference of opinion is so important, because it allows for a much more welcoming space for people. And that's why the religion and the Maqasid are so important for that reason. So what he says here is إِعَانَةٌ لَهُ عَلَى مَا أَرَادَ مِنْ بُلُوغَ الْعَرَبِ وَالتَّوَصُّلِ بِالْمُرَادِ. It also will help him to get to where he's going. to achieve his desire. وتوصل بالمراد فلذلك اختلفت طرق القوم ووجوه سلوكهم. And for that reason, the paths of these people of seriousness in the religion, their paths are divergent. They have different ways of coming to God. فَمِن نَاسِكٍ يُثَرَ الْفَضَائِلِ بِكُلِّ حَالٍ. So there's people that are the nasik, somebody who's really a ritualistic type person. He's got all of these fada'il that he can do. There's all these extra rituals that you can do. If that's your path, if you really like doing a lot of the rituals of Islam, there are many, many things that you can do throughout the day. Salat al-Tawwabin. Does everybody know that prayer, Salat al-Tawwabin? I mean, that's something, I know people that do that every single day. There's a long prayer. Duha. You know, all of the nafila. If you do all of the nafila, I mean, for those of you who've gone to Medina, you know that prayer can actually be a full-time job. Because when you're in Medina, it's pretty much the whole day is the 5 prayers in the masjid. It's amazing. And so that's the nasik. And then وَمِنْ عَابِدٍ يَتَمَسَّكُ بِصَحِيحِ الْأَعْمَالِ. And then there's the devotional person who is doing all of the correct actions that come down, all of these devotional actions. And then وَمِنْ زَاهِدٍ يَفِرُّ مِنَ الْخَلَائِقِ. And then you have the ascetic who wants to fast a lot, and he wants to avoid company and has a more solitary life. Did you see this, the nun? Do you know that nun? What was her name? Who recently she just died? Who did the art history? What's her name? Nobody knows her? She's a Catholic nun. She wore a habit. And she had a British program explaining art to people. She's very famous, like 20 years ago, I think. You're all too young. What do you think? Huh? Yeah, thank you. Sister Wendy. So Sister Wendy, she was a very solitary person, and somebody heard her at a museum. She had a PhD in art history, and she'd studied with Tolkien, and she had a Cambridge degree. She was a brilliant woman. She was a completely solitary being her whole life. And somebody heard her giving commentary on some paintings at a museum, and they were a film producer, and they were so struck by it, so they convinced her to do this program. She became very famous. She hated it because she just wanted to be left alone. But even she wouldn't pray in the church. She always was in the belfry, like when they did the practice in the church. So you have these people they're solitary beings. They just want to be alone with God. And they're very happy to be that. Uwais al-Qarni is like that. For people that know Uwais al-Qarni, he was like that. He lived in a cave. He didn't want to have anything to do with anybody. Omar met him on Hajj because he's a tabi'i, even though he was alive when the Prophet was alive and he believed in the Prophet's life, but because he had so much birr for his mother, he didn't leave her to go see the Prophet. So he's considered a tabi'i. But he was like that. This is the melancholic nature. It's the nature of certain peoples that just really, they just want to be with God. And then you have the arif, يتعرف بالحقائق. So then you have these people that they're really interested in realities. ومن ورع أن يحقق المقام بالاحتياط. And then there's the people of wara', the scrupulousness, and they're very careful about everything they do. They're very careful about the food they eat. They're very careful about where their income comes from. They have this extra caution about everything. ومن متمسك يتعلق بالقوم في كل مناط. And then there's the people that cling to the people of Allah in everything that they do. ومن مريد يقوم بمعاملة البساط. And then there's the murid, the one who's in a state of service. So he says, وَالْكُلُّ فِي دَائِرَةِ الْحَقِّ بِإِقَامَةِ حَقِّ الشَّرِيعَةِ. All of them are in the circle of truth by establishing the reality of the sharia and fleeing from what's negative or vicious, vice. So that's a very nice look at. So now, this book. This is a very difficult book, and the Shaykh wrote it because he was very troubled by a lot of the attacks on many of the things that people practice, extra things that people do, the attacks on, for instance, activities like the Mawlid. And the Mawlid tradition was celebrated during the month of Rabi al-Awwal. There are certain cultures, like the Yemeni culture, where they do it a lot. That's in Morocco, they don't do that. The Islam that I was accustomed to did not do that. Ibn al-Hajj, which is a very strict type of tasawwuf that's very rooted in nas and dalil and things like that. He was very wary of anything that was done consistently as a practice that was not clearly identified in the Sunnah, because he was worried that it would fall into the category of bid'ah. And so bid'ah is real, and people should not just think because something's been practiced or because people do it or because of its culture that it's not necessarily a bid'ah. There are different types of bid'ah, but it's very important to recognize that when things are valid differences of opinions, or you have the majority tradition, that you look at it with just, it might not be your cup of tea, it might not be something that you want to do, but condemning something that's not, it's not against the Sharia explicitly or implicitly, then it's very dangerous because it splits the community. And there's a really interesting qaida that if you just learn this from this talk, you've learned enough. And that is, there's a axiom in fiqh from the qawaid al-fiqhiyya: ما كان سببا للفتنة فلا يجوز. Ibn Taymiyyah uses this, many of the scholars mention this qaida. Whatever causes a fitna, whatever causes dissension amongst Muslims is not permitted. That's a qaida. Because one of the maqsad, one of the aims of Sharia is ulfa, to unite people. So if you're doing something that ends up splitting and creating dissension in a community, then you're doing something that's prohibited. And that's why you should always ask yourself, especially for those people that are writing articles and things like that, what is this doing? What's the purpose of what I'm doing? Is this going to move us forward? Is this going to benefit us? Is this going to benefit our community? Or is this going to cause fitna? Is this going to create more dissension? Because it's a big problem now, the dissension in our community, especially in issues of ijtihad. And especially when you get into politics and people differing about approaches to the world. This is where you get a lot of real difficulty. And so he wrote this book because he was really concerned about a loss of these maqasid. And so the first half of the book is basically explaining what the maqasid are. He begins with a ta'rif of the maqasid. Maqasid is a plural of maqsad. And the maqsad is what your end or your aim or your goal of something is. Qasada, right? Yaqsidu, to move towards something is your qasd. So the maqsad is a masdar mimi. It's the place where your goal is. That's your maqsad. So what are the maqasid of the Sharia? Like I said yesterday, this school is identified with certain scholars. The greatest of these scholars was Imam al-Ghazali. But the one who expanded the school the most is Imam Abu Ishaq al-Shatibi, the great Andalusian scholar from the 8th century. So Imam Shatibi wrote a book called the Muwafaqat. They identified, Imam al-Ghazali identified 5 maqasid, 5 main goals of the Sharia. And he's the first person to use this terminology. The first one he said was hifdul deen. This is the term that he used. Preservation of the religion. He said this is the overarching maqsad. Because why? مَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. I've only created human beings to worship. And so our deen, our relationship with our Creator, is the fundamental purpose of our existence. And if that is lost, there's no real purpose to our existence. Now that doesn't mean other people don't, if they're not worshiping Allah, they don't have a reason to be here. Because there are other maqasid. But that is the fundamental maqsad. One of the maqasid is isti'mar al-ard. So there are people that are cultivating the earth, like farmers that might be atheists, but they're still doing something that's beneficial to people. So, and even the people that are here harming people, they have a maqsad because, like the poet said, that the human being was created either to benefit or harm. There's one or the other. Shaykh al-Qadi always tells a story about going to the graveyard, and the man asked about a man. He said, oh, he was a great man, he was always benefiting people, and he put 2 flowers on his grave. And he went to the next man, he said, how was he? He said, oh, he was a horrible man, always harming people. He put 1 flower on his grave. Then he went to the third one, he said, what about him? He said, he didn't really do anything. He didn't harm or benefit. So he spat on his grave. The Shaykh al-Qadi story. But the point of that is that if somebody's harming, that their actually benefit is derived from that, because there's people that remove the harm. There's people that do good actions because of that person. So you have some, one of these horrible, like a thief, and then you have these people that stop it and redress the wrongs and the qadi and all these things. So the world goes on like that. So that's what the maqasid are. They are the aims, and they were identified in these 5 things of Imam al-Ghazali. The second was hifdul nafs, to preserve the soul, the life itself. So preservation of life would include, there's some modern maqasidi scholars that wanted to add things like hifdul bi'ah, like preservation of the environment. But that's included in preservation of life, because if you harm your environment, you're harming your life. So these things really do exhaust possibility. And that's why it's very difficult when you have a great mind that works something out. It's very often hard to improve upon that. So our ulama have consistently seen these. They added a 6th one, which I'll get to, but preservation of life in all its forms. And then hifd al-aql, the preservation of your reason. So the Sharia came to preserve human reason. أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ, to teach us how to think. لِتَعْلَمُ الْعَدْلِ السِّنِينَ وَالْحِسَابِ. One of the reasons why Allah put the cosmos in the order that He did is so that we would use our intellects to work out calendrical sciences, which are very important in human history, working out how to make calendars. And then also arithmetic and mathematics. That all comes from watching the stars. So these are all maqasid that Allah indicates of why He created the earth going around the sun, or the sun going around the earth, however you want to look at it. 365 days out of the year. And then the lunar calendar of 29 or 30 days. These things have forced human beings to work out mathematics. And that's why we have astronomical sites all over the world. And the Kaaba is astronomically aligned. The Kaaba is aligned to Canopus in the south, which is it's amazing because Canopus, there's a whole section on NASA's website about Canopus, because Canopus, which in Arabic is called Suhail, is the North Star of the heavens. So it's what they use for putting satellites in position. They don't use the North Star, they use Canopus. And that happens to be what the Kaaba is aligned to. So that's, and then you have the hifd al-mal, preservation of property. This is one of the maqasid of Sharia. And then you have hifd al-nasab, which technically means lineage, but it's really preservation of family. And then the sixth one that was added by some scholars, which I actually prefer, even though most of the usulis tend to keep it up. These are called the kulliyat al-khams, the 5 universals. The sixth one is ird, which is your honor, your good name. Your ird is your honor. And so the Sharia preserved that. So if you look at any legal ruling in Islam, you will find that it's there to preserve one of these 6 things. So any law that you can think of in Sharia is to preserve one of these 6 things. And in that way, the Sharia is rational. It really is rooted in reason, especially the mu'amalat. And the ibadat, there are certain things that we call ta'abbudi. They're simply done devotionally, that we really can't work them out. They're done devotionally. But most of the things in Sharia, we can work out wisdoms in it. Now, does the wisdom, can you do qiyas from that wisdom? If you know the illah, the hikmah, the wasf, the munasabah, all these terms that usulis use for identifying what in the West is called the ratio legis, right? What's the illah? What's the real reason for this ruling? The difference in Western law is that it's pure reason. It's only reason that determines this. In Sharia, we have reason and revelation. They work hand in hand. So you have aql and naql. You have to have both. You can't have one without the other. So it's very important to do that. And so the prohibition of alcohol is to preserve your intellect. Prohibition of all those drugs. Kullu muskirin haram. Everything that intoxicates is prohibited. And then the prohibition of fornication is to preserve nasab, your family. The prohibition of slander is to preserve honor, dignity. Qadf is haram. It's muharram. It's one of the few things. I mean, there's only 4 things that have clear hudud in the Quran, and qadf is one of them. And it's very interesting that the hudud are basically in the Quran. You find them in Surah al-Ma'idah and in Surah al-Nur. And so the prohibition of qadf goes with the prohibition of zina, right? So both of them have, it's prohibited to fornicate, la taqrabu zina, no kana fahisha. Don't go near it because it's a foul thing, and it'll destroy family and destroy honor and lots of other things. So the Quran clearly prohibits that, but then it also prohibits accusing people of that. And in the Quran, you have Maryam, who is accused, right? مَا كَانَتْ أُمِّكِ بَغِيًّا, right? Because some of Bani Israel accused her of being a prostitute. And in the Talmud, it claims that a Roman centurion impregnated her, Panthera. They even give his name. So that was a slander. If you're interested, there's a book that was printed by Princeton University called Jesus in the Talmud, which is very interesting because it confirms a lot of the Qur'anic narrative about what some of the Jews thought. Because the Jews did not accept Christ. They considered him, according to the Talmudic tradition, he was considered to be a magician who learned magic in Egypt. That's how he could do things like raise the dead and things. So that qadf is prohibited, which is to accuse an innocent person. And then Yusuf is the other one. So you have the male and the female, and then obviously our mother Aisha radiallahu anha, who was also accused of indiscretion. And Allah reminded her, not to see it as something bad, but because these things, again, the harm, good comes out of the harm. So a lot of rulings came out of that event. So Allah brings good out of evil, right? So, but it's very dangerous, these loose accusations. So qadf is very serious in the Sharia, and then zina is prohibited, and then Hiraba is also prohibited. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives the had punishment for what we would call brigandry now. So there are very few. I mean, there's only about 7 really agreed upon hudud in the Sharia, and all of those, one of the qawa'id of our usul is that iqamat al-hudud wa izalat al-tanazu' تختص بالحكام. This is a qaida fiqhiyya, that to establish the hudud punishments, meaning penal codes, and also the resolution of civil conflict amongst people, fil huquq, is the sole prerogative of state authority. Now, obviously, you can do that. You can have civil courts and people doing these things, but to do this where it's binding by law, only the sultan or the legitimate state authority can do that. So for Muslims here in this country, we should try to avoid going to civil court as much as possible and having arbitration amongst Muslims. وَالصُّلْحُ خَيْرٌ, Quran says. To reconcile is better. But when, for instance, women are being abused in a relationship and the husband won't give them divorce, then they have to sometimes have recourse to civil authority. And the Malikis are the ones that are the most supportive of that. Because in Maliki fiqh, a woman has a right to get out of an abusive relationship. It's a haqq, and the man is forced. So originally, what's called a judicial divorce was instituted by the Maliki school. And then the other schools adopted it, but they adopted it with the permission of the husband. Whereas in the Maliki, if the husband is seen as abusive, then the qadi divorces her. And in situations here, sometimes the imams have to do that if they're trained. I mean, you should have a faqih. Not all the imams. Some of the imams are better trained than others. But if you have religious authorities in the community, this is a very important role that they have to play, because some of these women are in very abusive relationships. It doesn't mean there aren't abusive men. I mean, abusive women as well. So there are men in abusive relationships. About 30% of all domestic violence is women against men. We forget that, and that's not a joke. It's very real, and people who work in ER rooms know about this. Some guy will come in with a scalding burn because the wife or girlfriend boiled water and poured it on him when he was asleep. So these things do happen, right? But generally, there are more abusive men than there are abusive women. So those are very important things for our community to consider. So in our religion distinguishes between the ibadat and the mu'amalat. So in the ibadat generally are tawqifiyya. In other words, the ibadat are purely from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we cannot innovate in them. Now that doesn't mean that there can't be, for instance, inshad is jaiz, like to do inshad. And there's a basis for it in the sunnah, as long as what they're singing is correct. Group dhikr, there's a khilaf about group dhikr. The vast majority of scholars permitted it. The early indications for it are not that strong. There are some indications, but they're not that strong other than doing the 5 prayers in the masjid and maybe somebody doing dua. But there are hadiths of hilaq al-dhikr and things like that that were done. So that's another area where people shouldn't condemn people that do those things, but the people that do those things should also recognize that there are differences of opinions about these things. And this is where the ummah can actually live together if we have a better understanding of these things. So that's extremely important to acknowledge these khilafat. Now, in the mu'amalat, there is a lot more room for ijtihad. And this is Imam al-Qarafi's great qaida, that in the ibadat, there's very little room for analogical reasoning, qiyas. But in the mu'amalat, there's a lot. It's much more flexible. And the madhab of Abu Hanifa and Imam Malik, both madhabs have a great deal of room in the mu'amalat. And also, I mean, obviously the Shafi'i school and the Hanbali school incorporated these things later, but in the early period, they were much more rigid. I mean, Imam Shafi'i was called Nasir al-Sunnah, the champion of the Sunnah, because he was very strict about what's called right or opinion. Whereas Imam Abu Hanifa and Imam Malik's school, there was much more room for personal opinion in terms, especially in maslahah. Imam Malik is the only of the four imams, he's the one that institutes maslahah or istislah as a foundational principle. In the Hanafi school, it's mu'tabara, but in Malik, it's one of his 16 principles. So, common weal, the benefit, social benefit, this is a very important principle and gets to the root of the Maqasid. And so, Imam al-Ghazali defines the maslahah as al-muhafidha ala maqsood al-shari', what preserves the original intent of the Sharia. And what's interesting is in Western law, you have these debates about, like in the Canadian law is different, obviously, but I'm much more familiar with American law. But in American law, you have debates about the Constitution. Do we have a living Constitution? Do we follow the Constitution original intent? These are different schools in constitutional theory. The Muslims, we have very similar debates in the Sharia. So that's something that increasingly is becoming more important to understand today, because in the modern world, there are so many difficulties that we're having in navigating the modern world. And so we have to open up, there has to be flexibility, because that the qaida says that when it never gets constricted, except you have to give opening. You have to, when people become very constricted in their transactions and in their abilities to act, the Sharia has to give some breathing space. Removal of haraj. This is the foundation of fiqh. And so he goes into the different types of maqasid. So at foundation, there are three. The darurat, which are those 5 or 6 things that I mentioned. And then you have what are called the hajiyat or the hajat, which are needs. And then you have tahsiniyat, which are embellishments or adornments. So in the maqasid, you will always triage. So just to give you an example of how this works. Aura for a man, and I'm going to give you the Maliki, there are different opinions about this, but for the man, it's from the surah to just above the rukbah. In the other madhabs, they include the rukbah, the knee in the aura. So that's the male aura. That's the mukhaffafa. The aura mughallaba is what are called the sawatan. So it's basically the front and then the rectum. Those are the two in the mughallaba, in heavy aura. But so, you know, in Syria, they make a joke about doing swimming according to the Maliki madhab. They wear shorts that are a little higher above the knees than others. So that's the male. Now the urf dictates this also. So even though that's technically the aura, the adab is to cover the body, and that's why Muslims always have modest clothes. The aura of a woman, the aura mukhaffafa, right, is everything but the hands and the feet and the face, according to most of the ulama. The Hanafis allow for the feet, exposure of the feet. So that traditionally was understood. The mughalladha then is from just below the breast to the knee. And so a woman can breastfeed, right, with other women presence, things like this. So understanding that, then you understand that darurat is to cover the mughallada, right? That's what's necessary. And then the haja is to cover the mukhaffafa, the tahsiniyat. So the hijab, covering the head itself, is a tahsina. It's not considered a need or a darura. It's a tahsina, even though it's wajib. So understand this. I'm not saying it's not wajib. Don't get this wrong. Now, if you go to a physician and you have like eczema on your head, it's very uncomfortable for you. So you can uncover your aura because of that need to remove the harm, right? Ad-darar yuzal. But, and this is, this might be a little problematic for some people, but if on the other hand, you're not getting pregnant, pregnancy, children are considered a tahsina. They're not a need and they're not a necessity. So you can't expose your aura in order to have an artificial insemination or something like that. I'm just telling you, this is the usuli. This is the way the usulis do. I know a lot of people break these things, just like the Catholics don't really pay any attention to the prohibition on birth control. But this is how an usuli scholar would look in terms of the maqasid, right? And so you have to triage. A tahsina does not override a haja. An adornment does not override a need. A need does not override a necessity, unless it becomes what's called a haja amma, where you have a necessity which is, it becomes so widespread that it becomes difficult for everybody. And there are conditions for that. There are very strict dawabit on this. So this is something that if you understand these things, it becomes much easier to navigate and to know when. The example that some of the usuli scholars is that the need is the need is the house. The necessity is to have shelter. The haja is that the shelter has windows, and you could just do with a door, right? But if you don't have windows, it's very uncomfortable. But the embellishments are the curtains and the furniture and these things. And so this is the triaging. So everything in the Sharia can be reduced to one of those three things. It's either a tahsina, a haja, or a darura. The darura are any that affect those 5 or those 6 that I mentioned. Those are the darurat. And that's when you do a darurat tabih al-mahdurat. So necessities permit the impermissible. So if your life is, if you're going to die of starvation and you come across carrion, then you can eat the carrion, right? So, and then you eat dead meat before you eat a live pig. And that's in the fiqh. So they work these things out. قُدِّمَ الْمَيْتَ عَلَى خِنْزِيرٍ. In Mukhtasar Khalil and Malik Madhab. So anyway, that's how the maqasid work, by understanding the triaging of the maqasid and then which one right. So for instance, there's a qaida that إِذَا اجْتَمَعَ الْحَلَالُ وَالْحَرَامُ غَلَبَ الْحَرَامُ. When you have the halal and haram in any contradiction, there's a conflict between the two, the consideration is the haram before the halal. So you avoid the haram before you would do the halal if they come into some kind of conflict. Another example of that would be that dar al-mafsada yuqaddam ala jalb al-maslaha. That to avoid harm is always put before accruing benefit. That's another qaida. And these things, if you understand these things, a lot of these things you can work out from your own common sense. This is one of the benefits of knowing a lot of these principles, because the Sharia is reasonable. In fact, there's a qaida that says that the Sharia, the maqasid of the Sharia are in accordance with fitrah. So these are very rational things. So I'll just stop there. And do we have any Anybody have any clarifications? Or? There's khilafat in the madhabs too about aura, so be careful, because I'm talking from Maliki.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Shaykh Hamza. So I wanted to know, is there a particular order for the Maqasid? Because you mentioned deen. So does one come before the other?
The deen, yeah, deen comes before life.
So how am I going to preserve deen if nobody's alive?
Well, it means that you have to be willing to sacrifice your life in order to protect the religion. So, for instance, if the Darul Islam is being attacked, then people have to go out and defend it. So they would put the defense of their faith and their homeland over. You don't throw your life away, but you would risk your life to preserve the religion in that way. But to give you an example, and it's a good question, these aren't cut and dry, so you have to be very careful. I'll give you one example. Does anybody know what smudging is? What's smudging? I've never heard that, but that might be another kind of smudging. No. It must be a Canadian tradition. Yeah. Is it with smoke? Yeah. Okay, so smudging is, that's the point. Smudging is smoke. But what you do, if you live in areas like California where we grow a lot of citrus, if you get a really cold morning, you can lose the whole crop because the oranges will freeze and it ruins the fruit. So they have these smudge pots next to all the orange trees. And so if they know that it's going to be cold, they go out and they smudge. In fiqh, you can actually delay your prayer even to the loss of the prayer to save property. So there's a case where the religion, property is put over religion. If you see somebody stealing your shoes in the mosque and you're praying, you can leave the prayer to get your shoes. So that's a situation where preservation of wealth over, because your deen's not threatened. It's just a temporary thing. And then also, if you see, trust me, if somebody's stealing your shoes, you're not going to be able to concentrate on your prayer. So God's, doesn't need us to be thinking about the thief stealing our shoe while we're praying. So go get your shoes and then come back and pray. Mm-hmm.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm going to ask a question that's kind of a little bit of left field, but Surah An-Nisa, verse 34, we talked about it 2 days ago. It's been on my mind. I've had many conversations with people.
Like the bottle?
Yes, that's the one. Now, when I look at Google, the first search I have is Qur'an.com, and there's different translations on that. But 9 out of 10 of them are very problematic.
I didn't say beat.
Exactly. Beat, strike.
Which is not correct.
Or beat lightly.
Yeah,
okay.
That's terrible.
So,
unfortunately, go ahead.
Yeah, yes, sorry to interrupt.
I'm interrupting you, I apologize.
No, good, this is great, I love it.
What's your question?
I knew you were. Okay, my question is, how do we navigate this? How do we explain this to non-Muslims? How do we explain it to Muslims? Because why do we have these translations?
Yeah.
If my mom's right here, if my mom wasn't an Arabic speaker, and I asked her this yesterday, I was saying, why is this here? She said that, set an example. Okay, so if I didn't have her, I only have Google. What do I do? And you know how in some Muslim, it's not a Muslim issue, it's a human issue, but under the guise of religion, then yes, there's that domestic abuse and it's tolerated in Muslim community.
So here's the first of all, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. The first thing that I would say is that it is categorically agreed upon, and I know of no khilaf on this issue. Domestic violence is haram. To harm a woman in her home where she should feel safer than any other place is absolutely prohibited. In terms of the verse, you have to understand the asbab al-nuzul of the verse when it came down. But before I get into that, I want to say one thing. The Quran was never, ever permitted for common Muslims to take their rulings from it. Even Sahaba didn't do that. They always went to the Prophet ﷺ to ask him what things meant. And so one of the problems of our age is that we have a lot of people that just think they can go directly to the Quran and they can, oh, well, the Quran clearly states there. I'll just give you one example about that verse. That verse in there begins by, if you fear nushuz. First of all, nushuz is recalcitrance. It's where some neshaza means to elevate oneself. So it's a type of puffed up arrogance of one of the spouse. And a male can do nushuz on a female, and a female can do nushuz on a male. So it goes both ways. But that verse was revealed. There was a woman who was being abused by the Prophet, by one of the Ansar. And so she went to the Prophet and complained. And he went, or one of the Sahaba, I'm not sure if it was an Ansar, but one of the Sahaba. And so the Prophet wanted to give her qisas, which is, he asked her, do you want to hit him back? And she said yes. So he was literally on his way to give her qisas. So this is like the lex talionis, right? That al-ayn bil-ayn, wal-anfu bil-anfu, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. But on the way, that revelation was revealed. Now, Tahir ibn Ashur says, and the Prophet said, I wanted something and God wanted something else. Tahir ibn Ashur says that the verse was revealed to eliminate domestic violence while maintaining the dignity of the Arab man at that time. Because you remember, this is 7th century Arabia, the Prophet ﷺ was radically altering social norms about men and women. And so the idea that a woman could go hit the man, it was too much for them. And so that was stopped. The Prophet was stopped at that point. When the verse was revealed, it was revealed in a tartib. And generally, wow, for people that know some Arabic, wow, لا يفيد الترتيب عادة. يعني الفاء يفيد الترتيب. So in Arabic, the Arabs use fa for sequential. So you say like جاء عمر, جاء عمرو, فعمر, فزينب, Amr came, and then fa, and then Omar, and then Zainab. When you have a wow, generally it doesn't let you feed the tartib. In other words, it doesn't let you know what sequence it came in. Interesting enough, even though the Malikis do not, Shafi'is accept the tartib, the sequential order of wow, the Malikis don't, except in that verse. So they say that you have to follow the order. So it says, Ayruhunna, right? I mean, that's the first commandment. Like, do a wow, exhort the person. And then it says, Wahjuruhunna fil madaji', and then abandon the bed. And then the last one, Wadribuhunna. Now, darb in Arabic can mean different things. And Arabic's a polysemic language like all languages. Words have multiple possibilities. Why that word was chosen, that's God's decision on that. It's not mine. We believe that it's from God. But darb in Arabic does not mean beat. Darraba with a shadda would mean to beat. Darb in Arabic can mean a tap, and I'll give you an example. For people that have studied the ahkam of fiqh, when you do tayammum, this is called darba, right? Just going like that, tapping the floor like that. That's called darba. So darb can be the tap. Thomas Cleary translated it as spank, which might be a little weird, So the ayah is clearly not permitting to hit a woman. And that's very clear in the commentaries. But unfortunately, we have domestic abuse, and then people will use that as a permissibility. Ahar ibn Ashur said that the state has the right, and this is in his tafsir, which is really, I don't think anybody dealt with this ayah better than he did. But he said the state has a right to outlaw any physical discipline of a woman if there's domestic violence. And I think it's clear men have shown their inability to regulate themselves. But if you do the tartib, if you do wa'al, and then you do hijran and multida, you'll never get to the third one, because I guarantee you there's no situation of domestic violence that happens, I think I'll go in and hit her. This is not the way domestic violence happens. It happens when people get angry and somebody punches the other. If you're forced to actually think about, okay, I have to do wow, and according to the commentaries, they say a month of wow, and then a month of hijran, you'll never get to that. So that was Qa'id ibn Ashur's understanding. It was actually to eliminate domestic violence without stinting the kind of dignity of the Arab male in the 7th century. So, but it's very clear the Prophet ﷺ, he never hit a woman. His sunnah is not to hit. He never he never hit a woman, a child, or a servant. And وَلَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ أُسْوَةٌ حَسَنَةٌ. You have in the Messenger of Allah the best example. So I'm it's unfortunate. People should not translate the Quran if they don't know English, but that clearly does not say beat them. It's prohibited to beat a woman. And domestic violence, and I'm not saying this is not California Islam. This is the Sharia. You cannot physically abuse a child or a spouse. You can't. Totally prohibited. Alaikum assalam.
The tongue is the interpreter of the heart. Yeah. And so if the heart is sound, then the condition of the tongue follows suit. Where does hypocrisy come into play? I feel like I could talk a really big game, but if my heart is affected, what's the point? But how would I be able to, if everything that I'm saying is good, but maybe my thoughts aren't, how would my tongue be able to tell me that?
Maybe make it a little clearer for me.
I guess my question is, I'm afraid of being a hypocrite. What if I'm just really, really good at just saying the right thing all the time? So if my tongue is supposed to tell me the condition of my heart, if I'm really good at just saying good things, how do I know?
That's, if you're only saying good things, I think your heart's probably in a good state. Because the thing about hypocrites, they say good things when it's advantageous to them. And then when it's not, the Quran says, you'll know them by the subtext of what they're saying. So it's very hard for people that have impure hearts. It'll manifest on their tongues. This is the nature of it. So I think it's a good indication. It's good that you should be troubled about, we should all have, Hassan al-Basri said the only people that feel safe from nifaq are munafiqun. So the fact that you're worried about, maybe I've got some nifaq, is actually a good sign. Because the munafiqun, they don't have any problem with that. So,
I want to go back to a point you made about the hallmark of religion being that everyone has a place in it, and that we've made it really hard for people to be mediocre Muslims. So Sayyidi Usama Khan, we had a discussion in Chicago about what he calls like the private maximum versus the public minimum. Privately you may have a maximum standard for yourself for how you worship, but publicly we can't impose that upon people.
Sure.
But I think we have a huge problem with this in our Mashahid, in our spaces. Like, what do you have to do to get in the door, if you will, the metaphorical door? So my question to you is, like, what is that public minimum, right? What should it be? And how do we enforce that?
Bismillah. First of all, it's an important point that we tend to demand too much of people. I've seen some du'at that are giving public lectures where what they're telling people they should be doing is what the elite of the religion do, which is not fair. And I'll give you an example. Shaykh Hamza, who does more ibadah than anybody that I know. I mean, I've spent a lot of time with him. He's always doing dhikr. He does khatam constantly. He's just Quran all the time. His consistency of ibadah, especially from Asr until Isha, and then before Fajr until Shuruq, every day. Doesn't matter where he is. He's the only person I know that plans his airplane journeys around prayer times. Like, he literally. When people ask him for things, I remember once we were he'd just seen a physician. The physician asked him for some dhikr, and he told him to say 10 La ilaha illallahs after every prayer. So when we left, I said, I think he probably wanted more than that. He said, he said, he said, he's a doctor, he's busy. Just give him a little bit. And he said, if he practices it, he'll benefit from it. And so that's something. I was with him once in Kuwait, and this soccer player, he was on one of these professional soccer teams. He's like, Rocky. Da-da-da. So this soccer player came up to him, and he just saw him sitting, and you could tell he was a pious man. So he walked up and he sat down, and he was from one of the Arab countries. And he said, Shaykh, wallahi, ana uhawil astaqim, lakin da'ima asqat. He said, like, I'm trying to be upright, but I'm always falling. And he said, I make tawbah, and then I go back to doing things that I know I shouldn't be doing. And the Shaykh Abdullah just said to him, MashaAllah, BarakAllahu feekum, istamir ala hada. Just keep doing that. As long as he's making tawbah, just like, I'll give you another example. And this is the time that I realized what a faqih was. I brought a Mauritanian scholar to California, Shaykh Abdullah Ahmed. And this is he's an angel walking on earth. He's just an amazing, beautiful man. But he grew up in Mauritania, in the middle of the desert, with Marab Tarhat. That was his grandfather. Studied all his life. In Mauritania, in the desert, they don't know anything about homosexuality. Now maybe they've heard of it, but they just don't. It's just, they don't have it there. They don't know about it. And so this convert came up to us, and I was there. We'd done a class, and she said, I have a brother who's a homosexual, and I've got all these Muslims telling me that I have to sever ties with him because it's haram. But he's my brother, and I want to know, is that the right thing? Is that what I have to do? I didn't want to translate it to him because I was a little worried about what he was going to say. When I translated, he didn't even, his face didn't change. Like he didn't like do any, nothing. And all he said was, Astaghfirullah. He said, what the people who advise you that are wrong. He said, first of all, that's not kufr, it's a kabira, and in Islam. And so, if Allah tells you to maintain kinship bonds with your disbelieving relative, how could you sever it for somebody who's doing something that's sinful in our religion and yet not an act of disbelief? This is triage. You see, that's the faqih. He's taken the maqsad al-ala and it overrides any other consideration. That's fiqh. You would have a lot of Muslims that would say the opposite. I'll give you another example. Shaykh Abdullah bin Maya was asked, and this happened, a woman from France called, and she had her husband who used to get drunk. He'd come home and he'd curse her, he'd curse the religion. He was drunk. And then then he'd come out of it, and then he'd feel bad. This is what people do when they're drunk. There's, Rumi has a wonderful statement in the Masnawi that the reason Allah prohibited wine is because it reveals the true nature of the self. And so, you have nice drunks, and then you have belligerent drunks. So some people, when they get drunk, they're all like, "I love you, man." They just start hugging everybody, and then other ones they start fighting. So Rumi just said it's just to veil people because they expose themselves. But he talks about the woman just said that the husband, he said, "Do you have children with him?" She said she had 5 kids or something. And then he said, does he provide for you? And she said, yeah. He said, he doesn't beat you. He said, no. And he said, be patient, make prayer, get up at night and just pray for him, inshallah. And then a lot of people would have just said, A'udhu billah, leave him, go over there. Shaykh always is concerned about preserving family. And this is why, in the 4 madhabs are in agreement that if you say anti taliq 3 times intentionally, that each one is a separate divorce, that divorce is binding. There's a weak opinion of Ibn Taymiyyah that goes against what's called the Jamhur, where he actually said it should be considered 1. Shaykh Abdullah always asks, are there children? If there's children, he leaves it as 1. If there's no children, he considers it binding to preserve the family. So a year later, I think it was a year and a half later, she called up. This is on satellite television, so it was when he was giving fatwas on TV in French. She called up and she said, Shaykh, do you remember me? And he didn't. And then he told her what happened. Her husband had made tawbah, and she said that they were really happy and everything was working out. And she just thanked him, for his fatwa. Again, it might not have worked out. That one had happened to work out, but that's fiqh. Another example is we had a woman who became Muslim, and this woman was actually a DA. She was a district attorney. So she was highly educated. Her husband was highly educated. He didn't become Muslim. She became Muslim. And the people there told her, you have to divorce your husband because he's not a Muslim. And a Muslim woman can't be under a non-Muslim husband. There was a lady there who said, you should call me. She called me. And I said, and I'm basing this on a fatwa that Shaykh gave in Sinat al-Fatwa, which is one of his books, that a woman in a non-Muslim land who becomes Muslim, if her husband does not oppose her Islam, she can stay with him. And that's Ali ibn Abi Talib who said that. So I told her, no, as long as he's not opposing you, you should stay with him if you're happy with him, this and that. He became Muslim 6 months later. So there's an example where you could have lost 2, right? Because she might have just said, you know what, I don't want to give up my husband and leave the religion. I had another woman who she became Muslim with me, and the first question she asked was about makeup. And that was because she'd been told by these, there's a very strict masjid that I used to be at, and the women have told you can't use any makeup. I said to her, don't worry about makeup. Makeup's fine, don't worry about it. This is Mu'alafat Qulub, it's a new Muslim. And then, like a month later, I asked where she was, and they said she left Islam. I said, why? And she said that all the women told her she had to divorce her husband. This is the type of problem we have in our community of just, first of all, people should just shut up. If you're not trained, Islam this is a vast religion. It can be understood at a very simple level, really, it can. And all of you understand your religion, I'm sure, at a reasonably good level, and you're practicing Muslim religion. But when you get into fiqh and fatwas and sharia, you have to be very careful. Because this religion is a vast religion. There's a lot of room in this religion. There are many, many opinions. There are many things that can be taken into consideration. And this is a real problem that we have. If everybody's become a faqih, Sheikh, Google, people go online and just Google for an opinion. Also, muftis are not allowed to give fatwa from another place for a place they don't live in. You have people calling up people in Egypt for fatwas in Toronto. You can't do that. And we'll get into that tomorrow. I'm going to talk about tahqiq al-manat and the importance of understanding context and text and the relationship between them. Last question, is there any? Go ahead. Yeah, I'll take you too. Go ahead. Alaikum salam.
So, my name is Sahib. I grew up in a Muslim community in Chicago. I was born Muslim. And I never really associated myself with a school of thought. And my parents are from Algeria, which I know is Maliki, and the Imam at my masjid is Shafi'i. And at this point, I just feel like a random mix of all the schools of thought that I was taught. So my question is it absolutely necessary to be associated with the school of thought? And if it is, how do you go about deciding which of the four schools of thought are right for you? And also, since I know Algeria is mostly Maliki, do you feel like the West, maybe Canada and America specifically, would be best fit for a school of thought?
Okay, all good questions. The first question is your state, just the state that you described, is very common. There are a lot of Muslims like that. The authority of the schools has diminished greatly in our time, because a lot of people don't understand the importance of schools. The first thing to be taken into consideration, and a lot of that is what this is about, is that there are many ways to interpret words, and the imams all of their differences are based on the different interpretations and possibilities of the words, what are called dilalat al-alfaz, the connotations of words. So the idea that you shouldn't follow school, you should just follow the book and the sunnah, which is a kind of modernist view, and some of the schools are identified with that view, like a quote-unquote Salafi school. I don't really like to use these terms because I think they're not that useful, in that there's a lot of ways to be quote-unquote Salafi. But traditionally, the Hanbalis, the Saudis, who've promoted Salafism quite a bit, were Hanbalis and very committed to the Hanbali madhab. In the 1940s, some of their teachers went to India and studied with a school called the al-Hadith. Al-Hadith are a school in India that really abandoned madhab and started arguing for hadith. Some of the modernists made that view. In terms of ibadat, I personally believe it's absolutely necessary to follow a school. I think it's way too difficult to try to work out. If you take a book like Sayyid Sabiq, who wrote a book called Fiqh Sunnah, that book is very problematic. because his what are called tarjihats, his preferences are not based on usul. They're based on, he'll say, oh, well, here's a hadith that's a stronger hadith than this, so we should follow this. That's the methodology of Imam Shafi'i. That's not the methodology of Malik or Abu Hanifa. Malik abandons many hadiths that are absolutely sound because he doesn't consider them to be hadiths that were ever practiced, or if they were for a specific time or for a specific person. I'll give you one example. In Sahih Muslim, the Prophet ﷺ prohibited fasting on Fridays. Imam Malik said, he knew the hadith. He said, everybody in this city fasted on Fridays. And had that been a prohibition, surely the tabi'in would have heard from the Sahaba, you can't fast on Friday. But they found the Sahaba fasting on Friday in Medina, and 10,000 Sahabi are buried in Baqiyah. So Malik just said, I'm not going to take a solitary hadith and abandon a practice that has been going on in the city since the time of the Prophet ﷺ. So that's an example where the usul have a very significant impact on what you end up practicing. So in terms of ibadat, I would definitely follow a madhab. In terms of the mu'amalat, it's very difficult to adhere to any one madhab today in mu'amalat, because the mu'amalat, first of all, there's a lot of areas that are very problematic in the mu'amalat. And I'm talking about ibadat are your devotional practices, like the 5 pillars. The mu'amalat are your civil transactional practice, like buying and selling, marriage and divorce, all those things. Those are mu'amalat. That becomes more difficult to do. If you go on Hajj, you can't really follow one madhab. It becomes very difficult to follow one madhab. That's why many modern scholars have written. Shaykh Hamza Yusuf wrote a foreword to a book called If'al Wala Haraj, arguing that in Hajj you have to join the madhabs because it becomes very difficult. Normally joining for rukhsa is frowned upon by scholars. I would say I would learn from a book of basic, like if you're Maliki, study like Ibn Ashir in the 5 pillars, or in the Shafi'i madhab, they have Mutun. Imam Nawawi's book is a very good book. In the Hanafi madhab, Nur al-Idah, things like that. You should study with a teacher, at least one, to get your ibadat right, so that you have solid ibadat. That's what I would recommend. In terms of mu'amalat, we need more fuqaha in our communities that can answer questions, because people have questions and their questions are valid. And you're supposed to have fuqaha that are able to answer those questions. Hopefully we'll have enlightened ones that give good answers. So that's what I would say. Is there any other, did I miss anything? In terms of choosing, I would read Jibril Haddad's excellent book on the 4 madhabs, the 4 imams. He wrote a book on the 4 imams. It's a hefty book. But that's a good one. I was exposed to Maliki by the people I became Muslim with. I'm very happy with the Maliki madhab. I actually prefer it over the other madhabs. If I did take a second madhab, it would be the Hanafi madhab. The Shafi'i madhab is the easiest to learn because there's very little difference of opinion. And then the Hanbali madhab is a less developed madhab just because it hasn't, historically, it's been a madhab of ulama. So it never had a large population until Arabia took it in recent history. But it never had a ruling. There are no Hanbali states in Islamic history. There have been Hanafi, most of the empires were Hanafi and Maliki. And then the Shafi'is were more primitive places that didn't have a sophisticated, by primitive I just mean more village type environments. They didn't have empire like Indonesia and southern India and East Africa. These are the Shafi'i areas where you have large numbers of Shafi'i scholars. So they're all valid. In the Aqidah of Imam al-Laqani, he says, وَمَالِكٌ, he was Maliki, so he uses Malik as the example, but he says, وَمَالِكٌ وَسَائِرُ الْأَئِمَّةِ كَذَا أَبُو الْقَاسِمُ هُدَاةَ الْأُمَّةِ وَوَاجِبُ تَقْلِيدِ حِبْرٍ مِنْهُمْ وَكَذَا حَكَتْ قَوْمِ جَزْمِيكُمْ. So that was 400 years that was taught in Al-Azhar. He said that Malik and the other Imams and Abu al-Qasim, meaning Imam al-Junayd for Tasawwuf, it's obligatory to follow one of them. And this is what has been transmitted in our tradition. So historically, Muslims saw it as an obligation that you should follow a school. Unless you were a mujtahid, then you don't have to follow a school. But that's a very high level of knowledge. So what I was taught is that you should take a school. In terms of choosing, I would suggest that you read Jabril Haddad's book and see which one resonates the most with you. Each one of them has a different methodology. But like I said, the two that are most appropriate for advanced civilizations with a lot of complexity are the Hanafi and the Maliki. And then there's certain things like, I would argue that, for instance, the Hanafi position on women and marriage, I think we have to adopt that in the West. Even though I'm a Maliki and it's not the position of my school, I would argue that a woman, if she's an adult and if she's rational and that she has the right to marry whom she pleases, and her parents should acknowledge that as a right. That's the Hanafi position. Is the one that I think is the most compatible with our culture, the orf of our culture and our society, and I think it's the one that educated women probably feel most comfortable with. I don't like to see families get broken up because of marriages, and I've seen this happen because the parents won't accept the husband she's chosen. That's a problem. We have a lot of obstinacy in our community about these things. But that seems most appropriate. The Hanafis also have the concept of the barza, which is very important. The idea that there are certain types of women that are in society and they have different set of rules than the traditional women that are more cloistered. So the barza, a lot of women today are barza women. They're just out there and they have different set of, what's appropriate for them as opposed to more traditional roles that have been played by women. I mean, all these things are breaking down. And the nice thing about our Sharia is it's very vast and there are a lot of different opinions about all these things. But the idea somehow that, the type of patriarchal approach that we've had historically, that has been very beneficial to humanity. There's reasons for these hierarchical structures that emerged. A lot of it's breaking down, and we have to recognize that we need to retain what's best and not throw everything out because it's very dangerous. And I think if you remove chivalry from the male and create this kind of false scenario that people want of that there aren't different roles that men and women play in a society, you're setting yourself up for some real serious problems in a culture. And men have to their masculinity has to be recognized, and it has to be channeled in very healthy and positive ways. But if you try to demasculate men, it's very, very dangerous in a culture to do that. And most cultures where you have a type of effeminization of men is a very bad sign historically. When you start getting, the Romans went through that phase. It's a very late phase in their culture. The Greeks went through that phase, very late phase in their culture. The Roman men all started wearing makeup. You see this in the French, very late phase. All the French dandies started wearing makeup and becoming metrosexuals and things like that. It's not a good sign. Okay. Oh, last one, sorry. I'll get you tomorrow. So go ahead. Earlier you mentioned that religion needs to be inwardly and outwardly. What would be 3 to 5 points you would say to align oneself both inwardly and outwardly? I mean, outwardly, the Sharia is, a lot of the rituals of Sharia are exoteric, they're outward. But inwardly, you have to have, those rituals are for inward cultivation. So if you lose sight of that you need to have inward cultivation, then the religion becomes purely ritualistic, purely exoteric, and there's no transformative aspect to the religion. It's not having an effect on your heart. So it's very important to do certain practices that are consistent, where you take some time. Recitation of Quran is very important. The Quran bit-tadabbur, reflection, to set aside some time if you're in a scholastic tradition, scholarship tends to be for people that are scholars, reading is a devotional act, especially if it's literally devotional reading. So study is the dhikr of the scholars. It doesn't mean that they don't do dhikr, but it's not their primary practice. For people that are not scholars, the primary practices tend to be devotional. Things like prayer on the Prophet ﷺ, tilawat al-Quran, night prayers, those type of things. So if you're not doing those things, and also cultivating good character was very important. I mean, traditionally the Sufis had a triad which they called takhliya, tahliya, and tajliya. So the Christians have a very similar, and I don't know if one borrowed from the other, but again, what's that? What is that? That's not a tattoo. So they had the takhliya was emptying out, kenosis they call it in the Greek tradition, the emptying out of bad character. And then tahliya, yatahalla, is to take on good character. And then tajliya is where you begin to have inward experiences from that. So it's all on the dot. So the dot is over when the character is bad, so it's arrogance. And then you get rid of that, right? With the tahliya, and then the tajliya is the humility that allows for what's called the fail. The Turks call it phase, where you actually have inward experiences that strengthen your faith.
الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين.
الحمد لله، نحمد الله سبحانه وتعالى ونستغفره ونستعينه ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا وسيئات أعمالنا، من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له. اللهم صل وسلم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى اله وصحبه وسلم، وافتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والاكرام. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. صلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى اله وصحبه وسلم كثيرا. الحمد لله. In the 89th qaida, which is an extremely important one for our time, and just to emphasize who he was, he has a very interesting maqam in our tradition. Different ulama have different alqab, different epithets. And his was muhtasib al-ulama wal-awliya, or awliya wal-ulama. The muhtasib is the one who has the hisbah. The hisbah is somebody who's like an ombudsman or somebody who interfaces between the marketplace and between the government to ensure that the marketplace is adhering to the rules of the market. There are also the people that are appointed by the government to do amr bil ma'ruf and nahy anil munkar. So the Maqasid is the one who ensures that people are abiding or adhering to the decorum that the civil society, the civil Muslim society demands. So his epithet was al-Maqasid, the one who is in essence in charge of quality assurance of the scholars and of the saints, so of the Sufis and of the ulama. And originally, in the early period, Tasawwuf was, in fact, Imam Shafi'i mentions that the first generation, they called the righteous people the Sahaba, and then they called them the Tabi'een, and then they called them the Tabi'een, and then at that point you can't say Tabi'een, and then Tabi'een. And so he said after that they just called those people that followed that original pattern the Sufiya. So it was a very high maqam in the early. Now, as time passes, it becomes very corrupt. The Sufis become some of the most corrupt people in the Ummah, and there are many, many stories about them. Talmisul Iblis is a good example. Ibn al-Jawzi, who writes about all of the anti-nomalist Sufis that existed. So you have many different types of people that make this claim. Dr. Zarruq actually deals with that, the problem of making the claim. But traditionally, the Sufiya were generally scholars who actually practiced what they knew, and that's how they got that. And then you get into the different types of tasawwuf that I talked about last night. So the tasawwuf of the faqih, you find in books like Ibn al-Hajj, very strict, rigorous tasawwuf. The tasawwuf of the muhaddithin, which you find in the books probably of Ibn al-Arabi, and then the tasawwuf of the Ubad, which you find in the books of Raqa'iq and Zuhud. The tasawwuf of the philosophers. So there's a whole tasawwuf related to the philosophers. You find that in the books of people like al-Hazmi and Ibn Sifin and these others. So there's a lot of different ways, but tasawwuf as a branch of the ulum al-shar'iyya is confirmed by all the scholars. Nobody denies that. Ibn Taymiyyah has a fatwa, a section of his fatawa on tasawwuf, just on tasawwuf, fatawa concerning tasawwuf. The idea somehow that tasawwuf is alien to Islam is a false notion, but then we have to define what it is. This is where the problem arises. Who defines it? Who sets its limits? Who determines what it is? Ibn Abdul Wahhab was not opposed to tasawwuf per se. So even the people that go into the category of Salafi, or some people call them Wahhabis, they were not opposed to tasawwuf. They have a very different understanding of tasawwuf than maybe some of the other groups. But as a science, and the proof of that is Abdurrahman al-Akhdari, one of the great scholars of North Africa from Algeria, has a very famous poem on tasawwuf, which was printed in Riyadh by the Hayat al-Amr bin al-Awwal. I have a copy of it. And the whole text is about tasawwuf. So, unfortunately, common followers amongst these people, because there's so much attacks on Sufis, like the idea that these quburis, people that worship graves and things like that. I mean, I haven't met any Muslims that worship graves. I've seen bid'ah at grave sites, undeniably. But the idea somehow that people are worshiping graves, I haven't met Muslims. I've never met any Muslim that would say that some saint in his tomb can harm or benefit him. I don't know. Maybe you have, but I haven't. But there's definitely bid'ah. And this one, when I went, I was with Shaykh Hamza in Marrakesh, and there's 7 famous scholars that people visit when they go to Marrakesh. We were there for another reason, but we went to visit these sites. Just to say salam, and make dua, and there's a blessing the Prophet said, I used to tell you not to visit graves because it reminds you of the akhira. And then there's a hadith من زار أخا في الله لا يزوره إلا لله. Whoever visits a brother for the sake of Allah, he only visits him for the sake of Allah. غفر له. That his sins are forgiven for that visit. There's another one, the angels say, لَقَدْ تَوَّقَاهُ الْمُنْشَاكِ, for people that go visit somebody for the sake of Allah. Abdul Hayr Amarawi said there's nothing in the hadith that indicates that it's alive or dead. Because it says, مَنْ زَارَ أَخًا لِلَّهِ, you visit a brother for Allah. So if you go to a place and there's like Qadi Abu Bakr ibn al-Arabi, I benefited greatly from his tafsir. So he's at the Bab of Fez when you go into Fez to visit. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah, assalamu alaikum ya dar qawm al-mu'mineen. The Prophet said it directly to them. Assalamu alaikum ya dar qawm al-mu'mineen. Khatabuhum. It's in the hadith. He spoke to them. That would have no meaning if this idea somehow that they didn't have some cognizance of the visit. So anyway, these are khilaf issues, but the khilaf in these things is so minute. Like the vast majority of scholars have permitted this, but that doesn't mean that there aren't innovations that happen. And that's why a lot of people attack the quote-unquote Sufis and these other things, because what they see at the tombs. If you go to Sayyidina Hussein in Egypt or something, you'll see munkarat. It's all munkarat. It's bid'ah. You go to many of the places and that's what you see. But I remember Shaykh Abdullah, we got to the second one and he just stopped. He said, let's go back. And he told the minister, there's too many bid'ah at these places. You need to close them. That's what he said. Either stop the people from doing what they're doing or close them. And this is part of what's happened in the Muslim Ummah, is that the ulama were so silent about all of these things that were happening in amongst the common people. Instead of elevating them and educating them, I was at this was when I was very young. I wouldn't do this now because the conditions are fundamentally better. But I was studying fiqh and I was in Mecca. If you touch the Shakarwan, if you go inside the Shakarwan, you're inside the Kaaba. So if you're touching the Kaaba while you're making tawaf, your tawaf's invalid. So I saw somebody make a tawaf. He was in ihram and everything, and his hand is just moving along the Kaaba. And I said, actually, your tawaf's invalid if you do that. He looked at it and said, it's a Wahhabi. I was like, I'm not a Wahhabi. Just tell me you're a filth. And this is part of the problem, is that if you make any, like, Amr bin Ma'ruf or Nahi al-Munkar, you're a Wahhabi. I mean, this is like an attack on people. This happens now all over the community, unfortunately. So, these are big problems in our community. But a restoration of tasawwuf as a science, amongst the sciences of Islam, as the psychology of Islam, because it is the psychology of Islam, understanding the self, the nature of the self, understanding what the vices are, what the virtues are. Akhlaq is largely in the books of tasawwuf, in the history of Islam. There's a philosophical akhlaq that exists, like Ibn Skalay and Nasiruddin al-Tusi, Akhlaq al-Tusi, or Akhlaq al-Nasiri. Very good translation, by the way, of that into English. Fakhruddin al-Razi has a philosophical book on akhlaq. Imam al-Ghazali's Mizan al-Amal is an excellent book. These are all amazing books on philosophical ethics. But the traditional ethics of the Islamic tradition is directly derived from the Kitab and the Sunnah. It's all in the books of Tasawwuf. So it's a great unfortunate circumstance we find ourselves in when, as a science, because of the actions of ignorant people and people claiming to be Sufis, that the science gets attacked. And this is what the English call throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Big problem. So he says in this 69th Qaida, Hifdul Ni'am wajibun. To preserve order, and it means here public order, is an obligation. It's a wajib. This is agreed upon by our tradition. وَمُرَاعَةَ الْمَصْلَحَةِ الْعَامَّةِ وَاجِبٌ لَازِمٌ. And to guard the general well-being of a society is a binding obligation. on every member of the society. فَلِذَا أَجْمَعُوا عَلَى تَحْرِيمِ الْخُرُوجِ عَلى الْإِمَامِ بِقَوْلٍ أَوْ فِعْلٍ. And for this reason, the Ummah is in agreement. He means that the ulama have agreed that to rebel against a ruler, either in words or in deeds, is prohibited. حتى أن جرى في إجماعهم الصلاة خلف كل بر وفاجر. To the point where they actually made the argument that we pray behind every righteous ruler and bad ruler, because they're not أقام فيكم الصلاة. ألا ننادلهم يا رسول الله. In the hadith they say, when he talks about the terrible rulers towards the latter days, they say, shouldn't we rebel against them? He said, no, as long as they establish the prayer. And then he says, وَغَيْرُ مَا لَمْ يَكُنْ فِسْقُهُ فِي عَيْنِ الصَّلَاةِ. As long as he's not a fasiq in his prayer, so as long as he's not doing something wrong in the prayer. وَكَذَا يَرَوْنَ الْجِهَادَ مَعَ كُلِّ أَمِيرًا لِلْمُسْلِمِينَ. And also to fight, to defend the land of Islam with every Muslim ruler that is defending the land of Islam. وَإِنْ كَانَ فَاجِرًا وَلَا غَيْرُهُ. لَا غَيْرُهُ. So that's traditional Islam. There are a lot of people today that are opposed to that view, but in all the books that I studied, this is what the ulama said. When we look at what rebellion does to a community, I think the wisdom behind this seems very obvious. And there are antidotes in our tradition to these attitudes of, and this is not in any way to support oppression. This distinction has to be made. This doesn't mean that we support the oppression of these rulers. The oppression is wrong, but it's called irtikab akhaf ad-dararain, taking the lesser of the two evils. Is it better to have order or chaos and anarchy? Because if you ask the people right now in Syria or Iraq or Libya or Yemen or any places where things break down, would you prefer to go back to the way it was before all this started? I guarantee you that unless they're mad, without an exception, they would say yes. Because once everything breaks down, all these things that the Sharia these 6 universals that the Sharia came to preserve, they go out the window. They just simply go out the window. And it's a horrific thing. So this is what وزعم ابن مجاهد إجماع المسلمين على ذلك. Ibn Mujahid claimed that he was one of the great early scholars. He was a student of Abu Hasan al-Ash'ari. But he claimed that this was an Ijma' al-Muslimin at that time. وأنكره ابن حزم وفيه كلام لهما. And one can elaborate on both those positions. وَالْمُعَوَّلْ عَلَيْهِ الْمَنْعُ بِكُلِّ حَالٍ. But what the ulama have depended on, whether it's ijma' or not is another matter, but what he's saying is what has been relied upon, the most reliable position is the prohibition of that. فَقَدْ قَالَ عَلَيْهِ الصَّلَاةُ وَالسَّلَامُ مَا سَبَّ قَوْمٌ أَمِيرُهُمْ إِلَّا عُلِمُوا خَيْرًا. The Prophet ﷺ said in a hadith, and this is in the Tamheed, it's a good hadith, that Ibn Abdul Bar relates, that no people will curse their ruler except they will be deprived of any good from them. And this is why in the Aqidah al-Tahawi he says, وَلَا نَدْعُوا عَلَى الْوَلَاةُ أُمُرِنَا أَوْ أَئِمَّتِنَا. We do not imprecate against our rulers. We don't imprecate against them. We don't call the curses of Allah on them. We pray for them, for their guidance, for their rectification. This is what the tradition says. And that's in the Aqidah of Ibn al-Tahawi. And he says, وَإِنْ جَارُوا عَلَيْنَا, even if they're oppressive against us. So there's a lot of people that seem the modern people. This is partly because we have the Jacobite spirit. We're children of the French Revolution. We're children of the American Revolution. The American Revolution was relatively successful for a number of reasons. The French Revolution was terrible for a number of other reasons. If you look at the difference between the French Revolution and the American Revolution, at essence, the difference was America had a fully intact government. So it wasn't a bunch of people rebelling against the government, creating a vacuum.
and then trying to restore that vacuum with new governments. What happened in the American Revolution is that a government disbanded its ties from another government. There was already a functioning government in the United States. Their capital was in Philadelphia. They had representatives from every state. They had state governments, and then they had their what would become the federal government. So when they signed the Declaration of Independence, right, when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to disband the political connection they have with another people. That's what they were saying. So that worked. That didn't mean that one people didn't disagree. Many of them fled to Canada. So you have Canadian people that are originally from America that did not support the rebellion against the crown, and they came here. So the Americans were Khawarij. And the Canadians are like more like Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah, traditional. They stayed in the Commonwealth. And maybe that's why they're nicer and more polite and everything, and have less violence and treated their native people better than we did. But the French Revolution was the rabble rising up and overthrowing a government, which created the reign of terror, Robespierre, all these people killed. They killed many innocent people died. These aristocrats were all, even some of the aristocrats that supported the revolution and supported reforms. So this is essentially what he's saying. Now, he also mentions that the Prophet ﷺ, in a hadith that Imam al-Tirmidhi relates, and imagine others from Khalifa, that the Prophet said, "Al-mu'minu la yudhillu nafsah." This is a very interesting hadith. A believer does not humiliate himself. Ibn Abbas, and who is Ibn Abbas? Who's Ibn Abbas? Who's Ibn Abbas? He's Sahabi, but who is he in relation to the Prophet? Yeah, his uncle is Al-Abbas. This is the son of his paternal uncle. So this is the first cousin. He's one of the closest students to the Prophet ﷺ. He also is the one that the Prophet ﷺ said, Allahumma faqihhu fi deen wa 'allimhu ta'wil. Oh Allah, give him understanding in this religion and give him the ability to interpret. So he is the great interpreter of Quran and Hadith. So if you see Ibn Abbas say what a Hadith or what a verse means, you should listen attentively. So Ibn Abbas said, يَتَعَرُّضُ لِلسُّلْطَانِ وَلَيْسَ لَهُ مِنْهُ نَصْرٌ, or nasr. That he exposes himself to governmental power, and he has no power or authority to do that, and so the government turns on him, humiliates him. So this is a situation where you put yourself in a situation where you're going to get beaten down by governmental power. That's what Ibn Abbas said that meant. Don't put yourself in a situation where you will be humiliated. Ask Allah for well-being. And then in Tirmidhi, the Prophet ﷺ said, مَا مَشَى قَوْمٌ إِلَى سُلْطَانِ شِبْرًا لِيُذِلُّوهُ إِلَّا أَذَلَّهُمْ اللَّهُ تَعَالَى. No people will move towards governmental authority. Sultan means authority. Shibran, one hand span, just a shibr, in order to humiliate them, except Allah will abase them. Now, if you look at Khuruj al-Hukam, look what happens to people when they do that. Now, there are people that say, oh, these hadiths were made up by the rulers. There are many hadiths made up about rulers that were judged to be completely fabricated. These hadiths have the authenticity of our muhaddithun, but people don't like them. But if you look at the results of these things, because social order is a great gift from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and people get the rulers that they deserve. As you are told that people, this is a hadith. And Abu Bakr al-Qartushi said that the hadith has weakness in it. But he said, but then I found the meaning in the Quran,
like that we put some oppressors over other oppressors. So if you want to understand oppression, you have to first look at yourself. You have to look at the community that you're in. When people are oppressed, it's very often because they themselves are oppressors. And I'll tell you something about the Quran, and you can read the Quran and see this very clearly. A lot of oppressed people are in hell. This idea that oppressed people are just, there's no moral agency, and that they just don't have any responsibility because they're oppressed. Where is that in the Quran? Show me where that is, because I'd really like to see it. Because the Quran has the mustada'afeen saying to the people that oppress them, the oppressed, say to the people oppressed, if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here. You know what they say to them? What, we made you criminals? You know, we made you wrongdoers? Like, we had that power to do that? They actually ask the oppressed in hell, ask Allah to give the oppressors twice the punishment. You know what Allah's response to them is? Anybody? Everybody gets double. Like, you haven't learned your lesson yet? You're still playing the blame game? Huh? You're still playing the blame game? I mean, look what Shaitan says. Shaitan gets up, he gives a khutbah in hell. For all the minions in hell, he has a khutbah. Gets up, he has a minbar of fire. And he gets up and he says to them, Inna Allah ma'akum wa'adal haq. Right? Allah promised, He promised you the truth, He gave you truth. Right? I promised you, and I lied. وَمَا كَانَ عَلَيْكُمْ مِنْ سُلْطَانٍ. I didn't have any authority over you. I just invited you and you responded. فَلَا تَلُومُونِي وَلُومُوا أَنفُسَكُمْ. Don't blame me, blame yourselves. That's what Iblis says. When Bani Israel gets out of Egypt, they ask for gods. Does God say, oh, you poor people, you were oppressed, and your mentality is like that, and so you poor people? No. They have to wander for 40 years after those blessings. So I think we have to be very careful of just anybody who's oppressed is good. Because in the Quran, the people that are oppressed that Allah says He'll give victory are the people that believe in Allah and are acting righteously, and they're oppressed because of their righteousness. Not because of they're just oppressed. And that's not to say that oppression is wrong in any situation. But if you want a Quranic metaphysical perspective, read the Quran. It's all there. It's just nobody wants to really take a hard look at the book. But it's all there. There's no victims in the Quran. Really. The Quran is either elevating you, removing your sins, or punishing you. It's one of the three. And from a Muslim perspective, if you're a mu'min, he's either elevating you through oppression. The Prophet ﷺ was elevated. Nobody was more oppressed. The Prophet lived on leaves. Who's gone through that? The Prophet had his uncle massacred and knew it. The Prophet ﷺ but nowhere does he blame. Show me where he's blaming anybody in his seerah or in his hadith. I want to see the verses. I want to see them, because I've never seen it. I don't see anywhere where the Prophet ﷺ is blaming anybody. And this is what makes the difference between the people that get khilafah in the earth and the people that don't. They're the people that accept their conditions. And they work with the conditions that Allah has given them. And they see God in those conditions. I mean, I mentioned the other day, about those verses in the Quran where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling Bani Israel, when Moses says to them, remember the blessing of Allah when He saved you from Fir'aun. Don't remember being in captivity. Remember the blessing of getting out of captivity. Right? They were giving you a terrible punishment. They were killing your men. And they were taking your women captive. And in that is a great tribulation from your Lord. It doesn't say from Fir'aun. It doesn't say from Fir'aun. It says that is a grave tribulation from your Lord. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala جعله في قدره خيره وشره حلوه ومره. And this is why what did Allah reveal to Moses in the tafsir? They mentioned this. Ya Musa ibn Imran. Ridaya fi ridakum bi qadaya. My contentment is in your contentment with my decree. My contentment is in your contentment with my decree. The world is what it is. This is one of the better times for human beings in human history. And we are so ungrateful. I mean, it's beyond belief how ungrateful human beings are. All they do is complain. We have more food than we've ever had. And everybody complains about the food. A lot of us in a previous generation would have been dead from childhood illnesses. So I lived in a place where 1 out of 4 children died. And I saw it with my own eyes. Where's the gratitude in our species? Because at the end of those verses about being under the horrible conditions of Pharaoh, what does Allah say? If you thank me. He's talking to Bani Israel, but he's also talking to us. If you thank me for getting you out of that horrible situation, I will increase you in blessing. But if you're going to whine and complain about what happened to you and forget the blessings you're in now, what have you learned? What have you learned? So the whole Muslim world has gone up in flames, and it's just amazing. And as far as I can tell, it's from ignoring all of these injunctions that our ulama gave, because they went through these things and they saw, and this was in pre-modern times when you didn't have aerial bombardment, when you didn't have all of these horrific diseases inflicted on people that you have now. So, and then he says, I could go on and on, but in the end, all of it is maintained in the Prophet's words, in Husni Islam al-Mar'u tarkuhu ma la ya'nihi wal-qawmu ahrabu nas mimma la ya'ni Wallahu a'lam. The people of this science are the people that flee from what this is another problem in our community. One of the signs of the end time, the Prophet ﷺ said in a hadith, he said that there will come a time, he said, يَأْتِي عَلَيْنَا الزَّمَانِ بين يدي الساعة سنون خداعة. Before the last hour, you will see years of deception. سنون خداعة, years of deception. يصدق فيه الكاذب ويكذب الصادق. The liar will become truthful, and the truthful will be the liar. يخون الأمين ويؤتمن الخائن. The treacherous one who will be considered trustworthy, and the trustworthy one will be considered treacherous. And then he said, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, وَيَتَكَلَّمُ الرُّوَيْبِضَةُ. And you will hear the Ruwaybidah. They said, who are the Ruwaybidah, Ya Rasulullah? And he said, الرَّجُلُ التَّافِهُ يَتَكَلَّمْ فِي أُمُورِ الْعَامَّةِ. It's insignificant people talking about the affairs of the general public. In other words, it's people that have no influence, no power to change anything, and they just write op-eds about the Ruwaybidah. What are you doing? And this is the question that everybody who's involved in this stuff has to ask themselves. How are you moving our ummah forward? How are you moving the ummah forward? It's very important, and this is at the essence of what the Maqasid are. So in terms of, just to give you a summation, خلاصة تعريف مقاصد الشريعة. This is the summation of what the Maqasid of the Sharia are. مقاصد الشريعة هي المعاني الجزئية أو الكلية المتضمنة لحكم أو حكمة المفهومة من خطاب الشارع، ابتداء منها مقاصد أصلية وأخرى تابعة، وكذلك المرامي والمرامز والحكم والغايات المستنبطة من الخطاب وما في معناه من سكوت بمختلف دلالاته، مدركة للعقول البشرية متضمنة لمصالح العباد معلومة بالتفصيل وفي الجملة. So that is a khulasa of, and in translation it would be something like the maqasid, the aims of the Sharia, are the meanings, whether particular or universal, that are contained in the hikam, the wisdoms, or the wisdom that's understood from the khitab, from the discourse, the divine discourse, from either the Prophet ﷺ or directly from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through the Quran or the Hadith. Ibtida'an minha, emanating from them. And then ibtida'. And then minha, so from the book and the sunnah, maqasidu asliyatun ukhra tabi'atun. You get the foundational maqasid and then you get the derivative maqasid. So just to give you an example, in nikah, when you marry, what would be the foundational maqsad of marriage? Nasab, right? Hifdul nasab. Because Allah created us, and one of the reasons the Prophet said tazawwaju, get married, and then takathur, have lots of children, because I want to be proud of the multitudes of the people who worship Allah from my community on the Day of Judgment. So the maqsad al-asli from marriage is children, because Allah created us as binary species. We have a male and a female, and from that comes the child, and this is how He put you as replacements in the earth. So your children, our children will replace us. And then their children will replace them, and this is the continuity. But there are other maqasid from marriage, not just nasab, but that is the primary maqsad. The other maqasid are things like ulfa, companionship. Not every marriage will end in children, and also people that are beyond the age of having childbearing will get married, not for the maqsad al-asli, but for the maqasid al-tabi'ah. Those aims that are secondary. They're not the primary, but they're the secondary aims. Ulfa, tamattu, also just pleasure. So this is part of the maqasid. So many things in the Sharia, we differentiate between maqasid al-asliya and maqasid al-far'iyya or al-tabi'ah. And also those indications from these wisdoms and the ghayat and mustanbata min al-khitab. So what we can derive from the maramis, from the aims, the goals. The marma is the target. What are the targets that can be derived from the discourse? So we can look at why pig is prohibited, and there's lots of different reasons. In the end, pig is prohibited because Allah prohibited it. But there are wisdoms that can be derived. So if a doctor comes along and says, well, one of the reasons why the pig is haram is because it's an unhealthy meat or this or that possibility, that's something that can be looked at. Or alcohol. We know now many studies have come out of late indicating how bad alcohol is for people. Many studies. So that's part of the wisdom of the prohibition, but those are derived through reason. So that's at the essence. Now, the other thing I quickly want to look at, one of the most important things in our tradition, which is the intellect, because a lot of people do not understand. The Ahl-Sunnah it came out of a dialectic with the Mu'tazilites, right? And the Mu'tazilites were rationalists. The Ahl-Sunnah split into different groups. To the Hanbalis, the Shafi'is, the Malikis, the Hanafis. You had other people at the time. There were around 30 Sunni madhabs at the time. But the Ummah congealed into these four great schools. Two of the schools have more reliance on right or opinion, analogical reasoning in these things than the other two. But all of them have a recognition of the importance of intellect. So the Maliki and the Hanafi have incorporated into their usul aspects that have a very strong rational component. So he says here, يجب أن ننتبه أو ننبه على أن العقل الذي يشير إليه الأستاذ أبو إسحاق الشرازي وأبو الفرج بن الجوزي على أساس أنه يحكم برد النصوص عند قيام التعارض ووجود الاستحالة هو العقل الخالص القائم على المسلمات. So when our scholars talk about our intellect determining that certain things are invalid in the nusus, what he says is it's important to clarify that this is the intellect that is based on musallamat, axiomatic principles. So if we find something in the Sharia that clearly goes against something that is axiomatically known, then it's rejected. And that, even if the Senate is sound, or it's interpreted, I mean, obviously the first thing they always attempt to interpret it. So for instance, if you have verses in the Quran, like the sun sets in Ayn Hamida, this Ayn Hamida. I mean, there's different interpretations of that, but it's certainly not a spring. It doesn't set in a spring. Some of them said it's actually the eye that sees it setting, so it's an appearance of the eye. And that was an early commentary. So, and there are many examples of that in the Quran. You can't take that literally because the intellect rejects it. You can't take it literally that the Hajar al-Aswad is Yamin Allah fil ard. It's the right hand of God in the earth. You can't take those literally because it's impossible. Yastahilu, aqlan. The intellect would never accept that. So the intellect has a role, but one has to recognize what the parameters of the role of the intellect is. Now, the other thing here, so here's an example. If a questioner says to a judge, "Lima la tahkumu bayna an-nas wa anta ghadban?" Why don't you judge when you're angry? فأجاب بأني نهيت عن ذلك كان مصيبا كما أنه إذا قال لي أن الغضب يشوش عقلي وهو مظنة عدم التثبت في الحكم كان مصيبا أيضا. والأول جواب التعبد المحض والثاني جواب الالتفات إلى المعنى. So if a judge is asked, why can't you judge when you're angry? Because the Prophet ﷺ prohibited a qadi from judging when he's angry. So if the qadi says, because I was prohibited from doing that, he is correct. But if he also says, because anger clouds the ability to reason, he's also correct. And so he says the first answer is a devotional answer. The second answer is a maqasidi answer. It's looking at the maqsad. What is the purpose? What is the wisdom behind it? And this can be done with the vast majority of the Sharia. Now, in terms of al-Maqasid al-Kubra, the great maqasid. المقاصد الكبرى التي سماها بعض العالية لا يمكن ادعاء حصرا فيها. So some of the scholars claim that you could not really enumerate the مقاصد الكبرى. فكل عالم يقترح مقصدا بناء على ما فهمه. Each scholar will suggest these مقاصد الكبرى, the great aims and imports, intents of the Sharia. كقول ابن رشد, for instance, like Ibn Rushd, who's called Averroes in the West. مقصود الشرع تعليم الحق وعمل الحق. So he summed up the Sharia the Sharia, the intention of the Sharia is ta'lim al-haqqi wa amal al-haqq. It is to teach the truth and then act truthfully, act in accordance with the truth. Fakhruddin al-Razi said, all of the Sharia can be summed up in two things. Ibadat al-Khaliq wa rahmatu lil-khalq. To worship Allah and have mercy on Allah's creation. Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah said, الشريعة كلها حكمة وعدل ورحمة ومصلحة. So those are the four Maqasid al-Kubra that he identified. He said all of the Sharia is wisdom, all of the Sharia is just, all of the Sharia is merciful, and all of the Sharia is beneficial. So he said, إذا انتقلت من الحكمة إلى العبث. If it goes from wisdom to folly, it's not from the Sharia. إذا انتقلت من الرحمة إلى ضدها. If it goes from mercy to cruelty, it's not from the Sharia. If it goes from justice to jawr, from adalah to dhulm or jawr, it's not from the Sharia. And if it goes from maslaha to mafsada, it's not from the Sharia. If it goes from what is beneficial to what is harmful, it's not from the Sharia. That's a very excellent perspective to have if you understand those four things. It's very useful to have. So he says then, ينبغي أن تعلم أن المقصود الشرعي إنما هو تعليم العلم الحق والعمل الحق والعمل الحق هو معرفة الله تعالى وسائر الموجودات على ما هي عليه بخاصة الشريف منها ومعرفة السعادة الأخروية والشقاء الأخروي. So to know the intent of the shar, that it is to teach knowledge of the truth and then act according to the truth. Knowledge of the truth is knowledge of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and then of the creation in accordance with what it's on. So to know reality as reality. Also, especially the noble aspects of it. And then to know what sa'adat ukhrawiyya, what the afterlife and the joy of the afterlife is, and also to know what the shaqa al-ukhrawi, what wretchedness in the afterlife is. والعمل الحق وامتثال الأفعال التي تفيد السعادة. Acting according to the truth is to act following those injunctions that Allah has given us that will benefit us in the afterlife. وتجنب الأفعال التي تفيد الشقاء, and to avoid those actions that will harm us in the afterlife. والمعرفة بهذه الأفعال هي التي تسمى العلم العملي. And knowing these actions, what they are, this is what we call practical knowledge. وهذه الأفعال تنقسم إلى قسمين. And these actions are divided into two aspects. أحدهما أفعال ظاهرة بدنية والعلم بهذه هو الذي يسمى الفقه. One of them is outward actions of the body, and the knowledge of this is called fiqh. So knowing how to pray, knowing how to fast, knowing how to make the pilgrimage, knowing how to pay your zakat. These are all actions that we do that actually are physical actions that involve movement. والقسم الثاني أفعال نفسانية. The second are psychological actions or actions of the soul. مثل الشكر, grateful, patience, and those things, ethical aspects that the Sharia tells us to follow or tells us to avoid. And this is called zuhd or ulum al-akhira. Tasawwuf, there are many names for it. وهذا ما نحى أبو حامد في كتابه. And this is what Imam al-Ghazali was concerned about in his book, the Ihya. فالمقصود هو تحصيل صفة الإحسان على وجه لا يفضي إلى إهمال الارتباطات اللازمة ولا إلى غمط حق من الحقوق. And so the intent of this is to acquire the characteristic of ihsan in a way that doesn't make us neglectful of what's necessary or to hold any rights, diminish any right from amongst the rights of others. And then another maqsad is al-istikhlaf fil ard. So this is very important that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us to replace the peoples that went before us. Some of us, our parents are dead. They raised us, they nurtured us, they educated us. And then now they're gone and we're here in their place. And then we have our children and we raise them and educate them and prepare them to take over from where we are. Hopefully in a better state than the previous people. And there's many verses about this in the Quran. آمنوا بالله ورسوله وأنفقوا مما جعلكم مستخلفين فيه بلغ الله and in His Messenger, and spend out from what we gave you as mustakhlafin fi, that you inherited this money. The money existed, wealth exists, and then you inherit it. You inherit the jobs the previous people had. So many, many verses about that in the Quran. And then another maqsad is al-adl, right? To have justice. إقامة العدل بين الناس إذا حكمتم بين الناس, right? وإذا حكمتم بين الناس أن تعدلوا. If you judge amongst people, to judge أن تحكموا بالعدل, right? That you judge with justice. إذا حكمتم بين الناس أن تحكموا بالعدل. إن الله يأمركم أن تؤدوا الأمانات إلى أهلها. That you fulfill the sacred trust, and when you judge between people, you judge with justice. إن الله يأمر بالعدل والإحسان. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala commands you to justice and goodness, virtue. And then ولا يجرمنكم شنآن قوم على ألا تعدلوا. اعدلوا هو أقرب للتقوى. That do not allow the hatred of a people to prevent you from being just. This is a very high maqam in our religion. Allah is challenging us not to allow either our hatred for another people to prevent us from being just with them, or their hatred for us to cause that within us to hate them so much that we lose sight. And according to Abu Hilal, the word shana'an is the inability to see the goodness of another person. In the shani'aka huwa al-abtar. Surely the one that hates you with shana'an is the one who's cut off. So you could be an enemy of a people but still see what's good in those people. But when you lose that, you completely capitulate into the lower self. It's a very dangerous human condition to be in. So there's a few other things that I wanted to cover, and then I'll just open up questions. But tomorrow I'm going to give you the examples of that he gives in many examples of showing how these maqasid determine things, particularly in our time. So the 5 aspects of fiqh, and this is in the Marabi Saud, but it's in Jam' al-Juwam, it's in all the books of fiqh. قد أسس الفقه على رفع الضرر. The fiqh, there's 5 things that our fiqh is based upon. And these are, again, major maqasid. The first one is raf' darar. There's a qa'ida, ad-darar yuzal. So harm is removed. So anytime you have harm, it becomes a major maqsad to remove that harm. And this is why the Prophet ﷺ said, La darara wa la dirar. There is neither harm nor reciprocating harm. You can't harm people, and if you're harmed, you can't reciprocate harm. You have to go through, in civil society, you have to go through, you redress your wrongs. I mean, obviously you could defend yourself in a situation where somebody's trying to kill you, and you defend yourself, you end up killing them. That's self-defense, that's different. But if somebody, for instance, comes and robs your house, you can't go rob their house. Okay? You can't reciprocate harm that's done to you. If somebody spits on you, you're not supposed to spit back on them. Right? Doesn't mean that what they did was not wrong, it was wrong. But we have ways of redressing wrongs that prevent fitna. And I mentioned that yesterday, that ما كان سببا للفتنة فلا يجوز. Anything that will cause fitna is not permissible. وما يشق وأن ما يشق يجلب الوطر. And whatever المشقة تجلب التيسير. Harm, anything that's difficult, means that we have to facilitate it. Now, difficulty, there's two types of difficulty. There's the mashaqqa that is fil ibadah. And this mashaqqa is like cold water. If you have to do wudu and it's cold and it's winter and your heater broke down, that's not a permission not to do. But the mashaqqa that is necessitates ease is any mashaqqa that falls under the 6 categories, that threatens any of those 6 categories. So if it threatens one of those 6 categories, then the mashaqqa is, whatever is difficult is removed. So if you're going to harm yourself, like for instance, the Sahabi he was wounded in battle, and then he slept and had a wet dream, and they were traveling, and they demanded that he do ghusl. And he said he didn't think he could do it, that it would harm. They said, no, you have to do ghusl. He did the ghusl, it opened up his wound again, and he bled to death. When they got back, they told the Prophet ﷺ, and he said, قَتَلَ صَاحِبُهُمْ قَتَلَ اللَّهِ. They killed their companion, they should have asked. Right? So that's an example where the mashaqqa it's called fatiha in fiqh for the Arab-speaking people. If the difficulty is very serious and it's going to threaten one of those 6 things, then you remove it. If it's in the tatimmat, or what are called the tahsiniyat, in the decorum, then by ijma' you have to do like cold water. You have to use cold water for wudu. If it's in the hajiyat, that middle section, there's a khilaf. Some of them say that you can take the rukhsa, and others say you can't. So for instance, if the water's really cold and it's really cold outside, and you think you might get a cold, can you do tayammum as opposed to wudu? There's a khilaf about it. So you decide. And then, so that's al-mashaqatu taysir. And then nafi raf' al-qat'i bi-shakki. Right? So this is where al-yaqeen la yuzalu bi-shakk. Certainty is not removed by doubt. Now, the fuqaha define doubt as being between one and wahm. So shak is where it's 50-50. Okay, so if one is where you think, like for instance, you're pretty sure you're in wudu. You don't doubt it. There might be some hesitation, but there's no doubt. Doubt is where you really don't know. The Malikis differ from the Hanafis and the Shafi'is and the Hanbali's in that. But they apply that. So they say that if you doubt your wudu, then you should do it. The Shafi'is and the Hanafis say no. If you doubt it, but you were certain that you did it, you just doubt whether you lost or not, then they say, they use this qa'idah for wudu. Malik is the only one that exempts the wudu from it, but other than that, he uses it. So for instance, if you're praying, and did I do 3 or 4 rakats? What do? What's that? Right, you base it on 3. So you go to the what you're certain about. Because you're certain you did 3, but you don't know if you're in the 4th. Yeah, so you have to do 1 more. So you're doing 1 and you think, is this the 4th or the 3rd rakat? You're certain you've done 3. What you're doubting about is the 4th one. So you assume it's the 3rd, and then you make it up, and then you do your sujood as-sahw. So that's because certainty is not removed by doubt. That's this qa'idah. So it's a very important qa'idah in fiqh. And then, وَأَنْ يُحَكَّمَ الْعُرْفُ, the urf. And we say al-'ada muhakkama, that The Prophet ﷺ was commanded in the Quran, in Surah Al-A'raf. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, خُذْ الْعَفْوَ. Like, take their extra. It can also mean, to forgive, but take the extra. Don't take what people need. Take what they have that's extra. خُذْ الْعَفْوَ. وَأْمِرْ بِالْعُرْفِ. And enjoin to the urf. Command what is known amongst people. So it could mean ma'ruf here, like to virtue and things like that, but it's also, the fuqaha take it to mean what's customary practice. So I'll give you an example. Aisha's age is a debatable issue, and I don't really want to go into it. But Aisha was certainly young, maybe 12, maybe 16. She was young. But again, this was not an issue even in the 19th century. If you look at Washington Irving's biography of the Prophet, he mentions Aisha was 9 when she married the Prophet. All he says is, but it was well known that women of that time matured early. He doesn't say, look how horrible this is. And because in the 19th century in America, in the 1830s and 40s, girls got married at 10, 11, 12. There's still states in the United States where the law is 12 with parental permission. So it was much more common in pre-modern times. The urf today is a 12-year-old, although it's probably changed because there's so many 12-year-olds getting pregnant now. But a 12-year-old in the urf of Western culture is considered a child, right? And therefore, it would be inappropriate for somebody to marry a 12-year-old. Because al-'ada muhakkama in the Sharia, this is one of the Maqasid of Sharia, is that it acknowledges the customs of people. And I use the example of Bani Arfida. These were Africans who came, they were from Ethiopia, they were Africans who came to they became Muslim, and they were dancing in the masjid, and the Prophet let them do it. Umar wanted to stop them, because for the Quraysh it wasn't appropriate. That's their urf. These people, that was their urf. And with urf, one is not better than the other. They're customs, they're practices of people. And that's why in our culture, what would be in other cultures, uquq al-walidain, is not necessarily uquq here. Right? So mistreating your parents, in certain Eastern cultures, the way a decent son or daughter treats their parents in the West would be considered utterly outrageous in, say, India or Pakistan or some of the Arab countries. They can't even get their head around that. They can talk to their parents like that. But in this culture, the parents aren't offended by that. I mean, they might be. I'm not talking about people that are offensive. You have to look at the urf of the culture. So the urf is very important in Sharia. Dress is part of urf. The Prophet ﷺ wore no specific dress. We know that he wore a Yemeni jubba. He had a shirt from Byzantine. He had a shirt from Habasha. He wore the izar of the Arabs. His clothes, and I believe that he dressed in many different clothes to really drive home the point that clothes are urf. But modesty is part of the religion. So you can't, if the urf of a culture is for a woman to walk around in shorts or a man to walk around in shorts, we don't say, oh, that's urf and I'm following the urf. No, you follow the modest urf of the culture. Okay? من مختصر خليل المالكي كره محدد. It's makruh to pray in something that defines the body. So tight pants, like tight jeans. For a man, let alone a woman, for a man it's makruh to pray in something but it's makruh. Makruh is not the same as haram. It's very important. I mean, it's obviously, the Hanafis have a nice distinction between what they call tanzih and tahrim. I actually like that distinction. The Malikis have, they say khilaf al-awla. So the makruh tahrimi is very near to haram. But it's not haram. Whereas the makruh tanzihi is closer to mubah. But it's still discouraged. So these are distinctions in the Sharia. And then finally, كون الأمور تبع المقاصد. So al-umur bi-maqasidiha. Matters are based upon the goals of those things. This is a fundamental. In fact, Imam Shafi'i said, this is based on the hadith, إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ. Actions are by intentions. Imam Shafi'i said that was a third of fiqh, to know that hadith. إِنَّمَا الْأَعْمَالُ بِالنِّيَّاتِ. It's a third of fiqh. Some say it's a fourth. So, alhamdulillah, I hope that's... Yeah? Last question. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. Like why sort of ask for a dominion that no one had before him? Hmm? Well, he was a just ruler, Suleiman. Yes. I mean, people are going to curse rulers. The point is, what's the benefit of it? It's better if they get tawbah and become good. You know, I mean, there's some pretty evil rulers out there. It goes back to just benefit. Like, what's the benefit of cursing? One of the signs of the latter days is that people would curse inanimate things. You like your cell phone when it dies. It's just stupid if you think about it. You know, people have you ever seen anybody get out of a car when it breaks down and they kick it? They're just hurting their foot. But this is the human condition. So there's no real point in cursing a rule. It's better to ask that Allah either you can Allahumma khalisni minhu. It's dangerous. They came to Hasan al-Basri and they said, you know, make a dua against the ruler. And he said, I'm afraid if Allah gets rid of him, you'll get monkeys and pigs over you. You know, it's like we don't know if he's actually better than what would come after him. So you never know. And you think one's bad and the next one makes the other one look like a saint. You know, ask older Libyans, they're almost gone, this generation of Libyans, but they used to say, Iblis wala Iblis. That was a Libyan chant when they got rid of King Idris. Iblis wala Iblis. I mean, they were very clever with like slogans. But Allah gave him Iblis. They got Gaddafi. So it's beware of what you ask for. You just don't know. And Allah knows what's good for us. We don't know. So it's not that we support tyrants. I don't support any tyrants. I don't like tyrants. I don't like oppression. I would like to see more freedom in the Muslim world. But I think freedom comes with great responsibility. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I think, tu'ti al-mulka man tasha. That's in the Quran. Allahumma malik al-mulk. Allah, possessor of all dominions. Tu'ti al-mulka man tasha, wa tanzi' al-mulka mimman tasha. That you give dominion to whom you please, and you take it away from whom you please. Tu'izzu man tasha. You exalt whom you please. You abase whom you please. And Allah is the one that puts people in power. Power is not from humans, it's from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He gives dominion to whom He pleases, and He takes away from whom He pleases. And so we ask for our rulers to be rectified, all of them. I'd rather have these rulers, even here, like we should pray for their guidance. You know, Allah ahdihim wa saddid khutana. If they make the wrong mistakes, we're in trouble. And the world is a fragile place. Things fall apart very easily. Things fall apart. And honestly, I mean, I had two parents that my father, you know, was a World War II veteran. My mother told me a lot of stories about the Depression, what happened in the Depression. Things can get really bad on this planet. And if you don't believe me, you can ask anybody from Syria. We have Syrian refugees. ask them about what it's like to live when everything breaks down. It's a horrible condition to be in, and that's why we have to be grateful. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't, work for a more just society. I'm not saying that in any way, shape, or form. I'm not in any way condoning any of the injustices. But I tend, alhamdulillah, I read the Quran a lot, and I think about the verses in the Quran a lot, and I read tafsir, and my perspective is what I've derived from the metaphysics that I've seen embedded in the Quran. And I just don't see, I see a lot of Muslims adopting worldviews that are alien to our tradition. And our tradition is very committed to justice, but it's also committed to mercy. And I think if we focus solely on justice without إِنَّ اللَّهَ يَأْمُرُ بِالْعَدْلِ وَالْإِحْسَانِ. And the Prophet ﷺ, Allah did not say, وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا عَدْلًا لِلْعَالَمِينَ. He didn't say, I only sent you as a justice for all the world. He said, I sent you as a mercy to all the world. And one of the strange things about humans, nobody wants justice on the Day of Judgment. Nobody. Nobody at Arafat is saying, oh, Allah, be just with me. Ya Allah, Ya Adam. Nobody is asking for justice. They're all saying, oh, forgive me for my transgressions. So you want for your brother what you want for yourself. That's why one of the great sages of the ancients said that when there's love, there's no need for justice. People forgive other people. I mean, part of the whole message of Surah, the 12th chapter in the Quran, which is the chapter of family. If you want to understand family from a Quranic perspective, read Surah Yusuf. That's the chapter of family. In Surah Yusuf, did you have any brothers that threw you down a well? Or tried to kill you? They actually were talking about let's kill him. No, we'll just throw him down the well. My sibling. But in the end, he forgives them. And what I derive from that is that Allah gives you a family to learn how to forgive. And if you can't forgive your family, you're not going to be able to forgive your friends or your associates or your fellow man. Question. I'll look to the back one here.
Just building on that, I just wanted to know your perspective of what you think the biggest challenges for the Muslim community in North America, what the top ones are in your mind, and what we can do about them.
Well, I think the number one challenge is to maintain our Islam in the midst of an atheistic, materialistic, hedonistic culture and civilization. And a civilization that is very, in many ways, anti-fitra. So I think that is the biggest challenge, because I think our children and our children's children will have, a lot of you are children of direct immigrants. So you were raised in families that grew up in an Islamic milieu. So relatively, I mean, obviously, the Muslim world, to say it's Islamic is probably a misnomer, but nonetheless, they grew up in environments where Islam was still very much honored, and many of them, especially if you're from South Asia, your grandparents, your grandmother was probably very devout, very often did a lot of prayers, and then so the children see this. Well, now you're seeing the second and third generation. They're very different. They don't have the adab. I mean, I've seen it just in my own experience. You're all very well behaved, but I've really seen a change from people that are like 40 and above. Because when I first started teaching in the Muslim community, those people that I taught, they had a lot of adab, just basic adab towards teachers. And now I just see young people. I mean, I sound old now, but because that's one of the signs of getting old is you complain about young people. But I mean, it really is different. I'm sorry, and I think this generation that's on The internet generation is very different. And I'm very worried about the technology and the effects that it's having on young people. I see a lot of social autism. I see a lot of people that just don't seem to have an ability to connect. I mean, my son, none of my children grew up with the technology. They had very limited access to it. None of them had computers. They didn't have cell phones until they got older. I didn't let them play on games and things like that. I mean, their fun was going to a bookstore. So, and they actually did end up liking it after time in bookstores. So they still like to go to bookstores and hang out. But when my son went to a high school, he told me that the first day the teacher said, "Who has a personal computer in their room?" He said, "Everybody raised their hand except for him." He said, "Who has a cell phone?" Everybody raised their hand except for him. Like, he felt really alienated from just not having that. But he loves to read. He's a very serious student. He's in second year of university. He's very serious. And I think he's got such an advantage over these other kids that grew up with all these things. None of my kids have Facebook. Not interested in it. I don't understand how people go on Facebook. It's really do not understand. I know that it was designed to be addictive. I've read the books by the people that designed these things. They actually there's a very interesting book called Videography. It's about how things go viral. And in there, I think he spills a lot of beans. If you want to read a very interesting book by Ryan Halliday, it's called Trust Me, I'm Lying. It's really worth reading, just about how everything on the internet is phony. All those ads and all, half those 5-star things, they're all paid people and things like that. I mean, it's just the whole thing. So anyway, long-winded question, answer for a short question. Those are some of my major concerns. I'm very concerned about the division in our community, because I think the attacks on, especially amongst leadership, is a very, very demoralizing aspect. I've been speaking since 1993 publicly, and I challenge anybody to find. I've talked about ideas, I've attacked ideas, but I don't call out names, I don't talk about groups, I don't. And some people don't like that, they want you to. Imam al-Ghazali says that bad ulama, one of the hallmarks of bad ulama is that they attack other Muslims, scholars. And Ibn Uthaymeen has a very interesting article that he wrote on why Muslim scholars should not attack other scholars. And he gives 3 major reasons, but one of the reasons which intrigued me, he said, is that the benefit that you actually have as a scholar gets lost on the followers of that person you're attacking. Because people like people, so some people, they like this scholar and other people like that scholar. And so if they like them, one of the things about liking a person is you tend not to see their faults. That's what Imam Shafi'i said. Right? That the eye of contempt sees nothing but what it's pleased with, and the eye of contempt sees nothing but what's displeasing to it. So when you don't like somebody, you hear somebody talk, and you don't like them, everything they say is you're going to find fault in it. Because you're prejudiced. You already don't like them. So even if they say valid things or useful things, oh, he's just saying this. And this is an old story. One of the poets, he said, nobody's safe from the tongues of people, even that righteous prophet. People attack the Prophet. If he's brave in battle, they say what a reckless fool. If he's generous, they say what a spendthrift. وإن كان سكيتا قالوا أبكمون وإن كان منطقا قالوا مهدروا. If he's silent, they say what a dumb mute. And if he speaks, they say what a blabbermouth. And they say وإن كان صواما بالليل قائما يقولون زوار يرائي ويمكر.
And if he fasts a lot and gets up at night and prays, they say, what a phony, he's just showing off. Right? I mean, this is, that's just human condition. Don't be one of those people. You know, there's a lot of people that they just seem to have an incredible, inordinate amount of time to attack other people. There's a tree in paradise for the one whose own actions preoccupy him for the wrongs of others. And the Prophet ﷺ said, this is a beautiful hadith that Ahmed related. The Prophet ﷺ said, can I tell you who the worst human beings are? Al-Mashahid bin people that go around sowing dissension amongst people. And Mufsiduna bin al-Ahibba, people that create problems between people that love each other. And Mufsiduna bin al-Ahibba, al-Baghuna lil-Bara'a yaqam, those who love to find the faults of innocent people. Those are the worst human beings according to the Prophet. So it's very interesting, but there's always going to be these people. So he says, فَلَا تَكْتَرِبْ بِالنَّاسِ بِالْمَدْحِ وَالثَّنَى وَلَا تَخْشَى غَيْرَ اللَّهِ وَاللَّهُ أَكْبَرُ. That's how he ends it. He said, don't be concerned about what people say, whether praise or blame, and don't fear anyone other than Allah. And Allah is greater. Our scholars, as you affirm, favor the continuity of rulers rule for obvious reasons, order, even if corrupt. It was encouraged to pray for permanency. But most of our prior Muslim rulers were not voted in. They inherited their kingdoms and ruled so long as they lived, so Muslims were essentially at their mercy. Does this figure into our scholars' bias towards them? Would this position have been different if they were put in or out based on their merit? I mean, it's a good question. We obviously were in a period called subjects. You know, you were just a subject of a state. Now we have a type of representational government. A lot of it is phony, right? I mean, there's a veneer of republicanism, but in reality, it's the corporations that control a lot of these politicians. They put them in power, and then they do their bidding. But we're like farm animals. The thing about farm animals is that, you know, you don't want them to die. Like, you want the eggs, you want the milk. You take care of them, but you don't feed them the best food. You're always going to cut corners, right? So humans, this is the way governments and corporations look at us. They need us to buy their goods and make them rich, and so they treat us relatively well in Western societies. Right? We're the house slaves, to use Malcolm or Nations, and then you have the field slaves, you know. So in the rest of the world, a lot of people are living in horrible conditions. But one of the things about us in the West, and we have to be very careful, is that we're all in the 1% over here compared to the rest of the world. So be careful, because so I think, you know, it's a valid point. I'm not going to deny that, but I think nonetheless the argument that order is, and this doesn't mean in the Maliki madhab is the strictest on this issue. Maliki madhab does not permit protest historically. The Malikis they considered tajamma' was khuruj al-hakim, that if you actually protested or got into a march or something like that, and marched to the palace, it would be seen as khuruj, according to the Malikis. They're very strict about these things. Imam Malik did not join. There were revolutions during his time. He never joined them. So Muhammad Nafs al-Zakiyya ruled Mecca and Medina for about 18 months. Malik was in the city. He never took bay'ah with him. So that Malik tended to be pretty apolitical. He did not have political opinions, but he did not join the revolution. So the other madhabs actually do allow for peaceful protest. Historically, Ahmed Muhammad said about the highest jihad is kalimatul haqq and the sultan al-jahil. The highest jihad is to speak the truth in front of an unjust ruler. Ahmed Muhammad says privately, you don't do it publicly. You do it privately. So, and I'll tell you something about Shaykh Hamza. There is a video on YouTube of a Mauritanian ambassador who was the ambassador of Libya. And when Shaykh Abdullah was vice president of Mauritania, Muqtada sent him to Libya to meet with Gaddafi about a problem they were having because of Libyan interference in North. So he went, and this Mauritanian, I didn't know the story. We learned it from the Mauritanian ambassador. He was interviewed on the interview. He told the story. He said that Shaykh Abdullah, when he came in and met with Gaddafi, he gave him the letter from Muqtada, and Gaddafi read it. And then when he was done, he said, "This is from the president, but now I want to say something that's from me, and I'm not representing my country." And he said, "Ya Sayyid al-Rais Muhammad Gaddafi, ما لكم تنكروا حديث البخاري وتنكر الحديث وتحذف قل من القرآن? Why are you claiming that the hadith are not sound, and claiming that Abu Hurairah was not a sound source, and claiming that the Quran, there's things that need to be changed?" He said, "Make tawbah." And the Mauritanian ambassador said that Gaddafi made tawbah in front of him. Maybe just out of karam or fear, I don't know. But he could have got killed for that. That's kalimatu haqqin 'inda sultan al-jahil. And nobody would have ever heard about that because he doesn't go around telling what he does in private. Nobody would have ever heard about that had not the Mauritanian ambassador. So getting up on a minbar and shouting, there's a lot of people do that, and a lot of them do it in safe environments. What is it for individuals who suffer from a biological condition, hand-return insensitivity syndrome, congenital adrenal hyperplasia, that may impact one's identification of their sex or gender? I mean, first of all, there definitely is what's called a mushkil in the Muslim tradition. The mushkil, you have the mukhannath and you have the khuntha, you have the ma'gun. These are all terms that the fuqaha gave for different, and some of them come right from the hadith. There was a type of transgender character in Medina at the time of the Prophet ﷺ. They were the mukhannath, and it was somebody who they were very effeminate, and they sat with the women, they didn't sit with the men. In Sahih Bukhari, the Prophet ﷺ, there was one that used to come and sit with some of the ummahat. And one day the Prophet ﷺ heard him telling one of the relatives, who was a man, to marry so-and-so because she comes in with, I think he said 7 and about 10, which was about the folds of fat on it, because the Arabs like very hefty women. And so when the Prophet heard him say that, he prohibited him from sitting with the women after that, because he knew that he had an eye for attractive women. So, there's always been these people, but in Islam, a true mushkil has to choose. We're a religion that still asserts binary reality. So you have to choose to be a male or a female if you're a true mushkil. If you have gender, dysmorphia or some kind of that's a mental illness. There's people that have these illnesses where they think, like Munchausen's disease, and there's all types of delusions that people have. If you have the delusion that you're a woman and you're actually a man, that's a mental illness. What our culture's doing is it's turning mental illness, it's normalizing it. So, and we should have compassion for these people. Unfortunately, they don't want compassion. They want full recognition as for us to accept fully. But I'm talking about our religion. This is not what this society determines. This is a secular society, and they have their laws, and they can determine things. And in public spaces, they can make laws where you have to use pronouns and things, and people get fired from public jobs now for not adhering to these things. But I'm talking now just purely about our religion and the normative practice of our religion. This is the normative practice of our religion. So if you do have that type of, if it's a true mushkil, oddly enough, the Iranian ulama gave fatwa for sex change operation. if there really was that. So in Iran, actually, they have that for these people that have this mushkil. But if somebody is clearly a man and thinks they're a woman, and they want to have drugs to enhance their breasts and things, and those things are prohibited by Sharia to do that. And Johns Hopkins, I don't know if they're still doing this, but they did not practice at Johns Hopkins, which is one of the leading medical universities in the world. They would not do sex change operations because they considered the risks too high, and there was no empirical evidence that it helped the people. Like that they became better, that they felt more. The suicide attempts are still the same rates after as before in these studies. So it's definitely a very interesting issue, but like I said, these people have always existed. Muslims traditionally were actually quite compassionate with people that were like that. Effeminate people, there are always men that are effeminate. And there are also women that are masculine, more masculine than other women. Those are more temperament related, I think, or maybe the way they were raised. Also, we also don't know about estrogen mimickers and the plastics, what it's doing to us, because we know the endocrine systems are changing. There's so much effect from the unhealthy environment that we live in today. We're surrounded by plastics everywhere. We eat plastics, we're drinking, we're getting microparticles of plastics, and plastics mimic estrogen. You're seeing a lot of breast development in young boys now, things like that. You're seeing early onset of puberty for young girls. The menarche has gone down considerably in many places. So there's changes going on. We don't fully understand these things. We don't know what the technology is doing to us. But it's an interesting aspect of our time. This was another. Okay, in case I'm not mental. What is something in vitro fertilization? Male doctors performing gynecological. I mean, a male doctor is obviously preferential to have a female doctor doing these things. I would not advise Muslim men to go into gynecology. We have so many female doctors now that are quite capable of taking care. I mean, I did a rotation when I was doing maternity and pediatrics. I did a rotation for a couple of months, and it was very uncomfortable. I had to do double examinations and like that. I don't think it's a good thing for men to do. And most women do not feel comfortable with men doing those procedures. So, but obviously, if there was not a female gynecologist, there were only males, then you can do that. In terms of the in vitro fertilization, there's khilaf about these issues, and I would what's your opinion about the recent inheritance laws changing two? I mean, it's very dangerous to. Inheritance laws are one of the few things in Islam that there's very little difference of opinion about, and because inheritance laws come right out of the Quran. Undeniably, there's problems in the modern society because women very often get stinted because you don't have men that are taking care of the women like they did in the past, and so we do have issues that need to be addressed by the scholars, but I don't think you can change the inheritance laws because they're nas. La ijtihada fi mawrid al-nas. You can't make any ijtihad when you have a clear, textual, unambiguous text, and that's a qaida fiqhiyya. According to the elementary understanding, my elementary understanding of pragmatist philosophy, like doing actions and doing great pathways for learning. These in turn create a new knowledge. Does this relate in any way to how Islam engages all for the source of knowledge? I'm not a big fan of Dewey, but I think Dewey had a lot of he's responsible for a lot of problems in modern education, but people have always known that practicing is very important, doing is very important in terms of learning. That's why you have lab and then alongside the theory. In terms of the orf is simply an acknowledgement of custom and the role of custom. So every society has customs, and some of those customs are in accordance with Sharia, and then they're honored by Sharia. When you say al-'aada muhakkama, it has to do with things like, for instance, the Tuareg, people there's a group of nomadic people. They're not nomadic anymore by and large, but there's nomadic people that are in Mali, Niger, Algeria, called Tuareg. These are a Berber people. Some of the Berbers don't like that term, but they're related to the Amazigh people. The men veil their faces, the women don't. That's their ada. So the Maliki said, normally you have to expose your face for a man in prayer. The Maliki said the Tuareg don't have to do that. Their prayer is valid even if they cover their face, because that was their oath. When they eat with their face veil on. The women don't wear a veil. It's very unusual. It's the opposite. So that's a case where the Sharia acknowledges the oath of a people. And it's one of the beauties of Islam is that it doesn't demand conformity. It doesn't demand that everybody become Arabs. I mean, one of the things that really troubles me about modern Islam is this idea somehow you get these converts that convert to Islam and suddenly they're wearing a Saudi robe and one of those red checkered jackets. That has nothing to do with Islam, other than some Muslim people dress like that in one part of the world. That's not, the Prophet never wore a shawl like as a head covering. He wore a turban, he wore a hat. There's no evidence that he wore a shawl. In fact, Ibn Umar actually did not like men to wear shawls on their heads. But that red checkered one came from Iraq. It's not originally from the Arabian Peninsula. So there's an example of taking an urf of a people and turning it into a kind of Islamic thing. And it's not. The Prophet, as far as we know, did not wear a robe. There's no evidence that he wore a robe. He wore sirwal, like what the Pakistanis wear, baggy pants with a shirt, which is what the Libyans wear. The Libyan clothes are very close to Sunnah clothes, if you want to call it Sunnah clothes. He wore shirts. He wore izar, or lungi, what they call lungi in Persian and in Urdu, what they wear in Bangladesh and Yemen today. The Yemenis dress in traditional Arab dress. So those are traditional dresses, but again, all that is required of Muslims is to dress modestly. I personally have always worn Western clothes in the West. There's pictures of me in robes, because when I taught, I usually wore robes. And people who know me closely, I've never worn Arab clothes outside in public. Mainly because I just don't like drawing attention to myself. I don't want people staring at me. And I have a lot of compassion for the women who wear veils, but because in places where, fortunately, in places like Toronto, it's not so bad because people are very used to Muslim women here. Same in London. In most cosmopolitan places, New York, it's like that. But in some places, it's really hard to wear a woman to wear Muslim clothes. But there are like Turkish women in Istanbul dress really nicely. It's very modest, and yet it still looks like it's part of the modern world. So they've really been able to adapt, not traditional Turkish clothes, I'm talking about the new, quote-unquote, Islamic fashion clothes. I'm not a big fan for fashion, because I don't think it's really one of the horrible industries on the planet. What is your opinion on blasphemy laws in Pakistan? I think blasphemy needs to be seriously revisited. I mean, what happens in Pakistan is very unfortunate. We don't want people doing blasphemy, but the idea that we kill people, a lot of these people have mental illness. Really, they have mental illness. And then you also, I came across one case, and I heard this from a judge, a colleague in Pakistan, that it turned out that the family wanted, the in-laws wanted the inheritance of this guy. So they claimed, and he was mentally imbalanced, and they testified that he had blasphemed against the Prophet. I said it was all to get his money.
So there's a lot of problems right now in these things, but I think it's a very, very dangerous to try to implement these type of laws today in the environment we're in. This is about the ayah about the zania, that somebody who commits zina should only marry somebody who commits zina. I mean, that was obviously, it's just that fallen people for fallen people. That in a society where honor and ilm are very important, good families marry good families, and then lower families marry lower families. So there was more in lower families. There tended to be more promiscuity. In the West, it tends to be the opposite traditionally. Like you see a lot of promiscuity in the higher classes, and then in the lower classes, they tend to be more religious about those issues. And that's something that gets openly learned about during in America. He was surprised at how little he saw of indiscretions and things that he saw in the aristocracy and transparency was one of the aristocracy. So that has to. But if somebody obviously, if you have the tribulation of having premarital sex or something like that, you just keep that to yourself. They will make over ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for you. A woman doesn't have to divulge that. Keep that to herself. And our religion is based on sifat. We shouldn't expose people, random people. On the other hand, if somebody is clearly, through testimony or through admission of that, that's a grave moral breach in our tradition, and historically, it was something that we don't. That's not something that scholars were very protective of that, of their good honor, because the ethic is very important in Islam. You have to guard your own honor, and that's why it's so dangerous to slander people, because if it's a lie, it's up, and that's one of the few things in the Quran there's an actually clear punishment for it, of 80 lashes. So it's very dangerous to accuse somebody of that. Especially the innocent, Mashahid. Anything else? One more? There's still questions out there. Go ahead. You quite enthusiastically got my attention.
Last question. What would the Sharia say about organ donation?
The khilaf issue. So some people are opposed to it. If you want my personal view, I find it very interesting that the body rejects it so severely. I mean, you really have to immunosuppress somebody in order for an organ to be accepted by. It seems there's a real reaction of the body against donating an organ to somebody. On the other hand, kidneys, people live in for a long time with organs. I know this is anecdotal, but this is a true story. My brother, who's a professional musician, played with somebody, and they played a certain genre of music, and then he got a liver transplant. And he started wanting only to play Hawaiian music. My brother told me his true story. I know he didn't disbelieve my brother. And it turned out they found out that the liver belonged to a Hawaiian musician. So it's a true story. I'm not making that up. So who knows what you're getting with the organs? I don't know. Blood seems to be relatively, people, if you're compatible with the blood, the body doesn't reject unless it's obviously not compatible with it. But the organs really react against the body just attacks the organ. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Life is very precious, and the other troubling thing about organ donation is there's a huge black market for organ donation. Huge. When we're talking about billions of dollars. And I know this from an internal UN report that somebody who works in the UN on this issue, because I was part of an ethics committee at the Vatican, is where I heard about this, that Africans, they were actually, Sicilian mafia were going out on boats, taking some of these African migrants and taking their organs and selling them on the black market. So it's a real problem. I mean, that's obviously another issue, but it opens up a lot of, what are you going to harvest humans, keeping people alive for their organ donation. People that have worked in an ER room know that there's a very morbid humor that happens in hospitals amongst people who work in ER and things like that. But motorcycle riders are called organ donors. They're usually young and coming with massive head trauma, so all their organs are intact. They don't ride a motorcycle. Go ahead, you can pick the people, because I start feeling like people are going to say he's biased, he's picking all these people. You go ahead.
I'd just like for you to explain regarding how religious knowledge doesn't equate to emotional intelligence and social intelligence, and how we can develop that skill set to bring out the potential within society.
Right. Emotional intelligence is something the Prophet identified in a hadith. He said, "التودد إلى الناس نصف العقل," which is a good hadith. He said that to make yourself likable to other people is half of intelligence. So that's very similar to what EQ is. Developing, look, temperament plays a very important part in our lives. Our scholars follow the genetic model. They've seen it developed it quite considerably in terms of the psychological profiles. It's very similar to the Myers-Briggs taxonomy of personalities. 4 major personalities were identified: 2 introverted, 2 extroverted. The phlegmatic, choleric, melancholic, and sanguine personalities, and then you have compound aspects of that. So people have temperaments that you inherit, and those are going to determine a lot of how you respond to situations. So some people are very, if you have a phlegmatic spouse, it's very nice because they usually don't get upset very easily. If you have a choleric spouse, they get upset a lot easier. And so you have to learn how to deal with temperament. But you can also actually work on yourself to overcome temperament. So a lot of this is just mujahada and tarbiyah, right? So most of us know, I don't think anybody in here is so obtuse that they don't know whether or not they have a bad temper, right? I hope you do. And if you're not sure, just ask somebody close to you, because they'll usually give you sound advice. But if you have a bad temper, you have to work on it, because you can't control temper. It's not something that you have to be a victim to. Emotions can be regulated by reason, but it takes work, and it's a type of harpsijad. It's a war of attrition. You have to just work on yourself, and over time you can. So I think a lot of this is in tarbiyah, especially keeping company of people that have good character, because it has an effect on you. If you're in the company of people with bad character, it'll have a negative effect on you. So maybe just 2 more questions, and then we'll.
Assalamu alaikum. I had a question regarding the riba, the Islamic financing. I'm not sure if you're too familiar with that field.
La riba.
Right?
La riba.
No, mudaraba.
Mudaraba. Yeah, of course. And then mudaraba is a type of, yeah, the Malikis.
My question is kind of scenario based. So if you were company A and I was company B, and you were investing.
You put the money in, and the other person does the work. And,
yeah. So if you were to give me $100,000, but you were getting that money from like a bank on an interest loan.
I'd rather you give me the $100,000. Go ahead.
But if you were receiving that money from a bank on an interest loan, would I still be able to accept that money from you?
Oh, I see what you mean. So if I take it as an interest-bearing loan, but I'm giving it to you as a non-interest loan?
Yes.
I mean, technically, you could, because what he does and how he gets his money is his own business. If he gives it to you as a non-interest loan, if you did that on purpose, though, then it's a hila. Like if you say, why don't you get the loan and you loan it to be a non-interest, and then whatever profit we make we'll share. That's a hila. Otherwise, if it's like there's a khilaf about, like, if you rent a place and they're going to use the place for haram things, there's a khilaf about that. So the ulama differed on it. Some said you couldn't, some said you could. So these are the ins and outs. Obviously, اتقوا الشبهات. من اتقى الشبهات فقد استبرأ لدينه وعرضه. The Prophet ﷺ said, إن الحلال بين وإن الحرام بين وبينهما أمور مشتبهات يعلمهن كثير من الناس. ومن اتقى الشبهات فقد استبرأ لدينه وعرضه. ومن وقع في الشبهات وقع في الحرام. So if you avoid doubtful things, you guard your religion and you guard your good name and your honor. So there's no doubt that would be a shubha, it would be a doubtful type situation. So it's just, to say it's haram would be very difficult because he's giving it to you as a non-interest loan, and where he got it from, that's his own business, and that's between him and God. Well, last one, and then because I guess it's late. Yeah.
Welcome, Shaykh. Just wanted to ask you, is there any example from the prophets to what he did with people who entered his religion and then left without any profit?
Yeah, the Prophet ﷺ did not apply ridda. There's no evidence that anyone was ever killed for leaving the religion. We know that people left the religion during his lifetime. Some of them came back into Islam during the time of the Khulafa and are considered tabi'een, even though they were Sahaba and then they lost their sahba by leaving Islam. So we know that people did come back to Islam, which to me is kind of a proof that you should leave people alone. Because you give them a chance to come back, you kill them and then that's it. You give them a chance to come back. Because people go through periods of evolution. There's a hadith from deen al-Maqsid, which it's in al-Bukhari. He was the mawla of Ibn Abbas. There's also indication that the Khulafa did implement ridda laws. So ridda tends to be, there are blasphemy laws. I mean, the Maliki text that I studied, ridda is there, and it's a capital offense. Whether those are applicable today, I think is a serious debate that needs to be had. My view in terms of Maqasid, what is the Maqsad, what is the intent of the ridda law? The intent of the ridda law is to preserve the religion. Today it has the opposite effect. It actually harms the religion. We're living in an age of individualism, we're living in an age of freedom of conscience, we're living in an age where people feel they have the right to choose to believe or disbelieve. The Quran says, whoever wants to believe, let him believe, whoever wants to disbelieve, let him disbelieve. There's no force in me. Do you think you can compel people to be believers? Right? One of the prophets says,
But you think we could tell you and you don't want to accept it? So I think we have to be very careful about. And look, these are called ahkam sultaniyah. All the laws that have penal code, criminal law, those are all the prerogative of a polity. They have nothing to do with common people. No Muslim has a right to take the life of another in his own hand. You cannot kill somebody. You can't, if somebody hears somebody, like curse a prophet, and then they kill them, and then they go to Allah and say, well, he cursed the prophet. I mean, first of all, no system of law would ever accept that. That's vigilante justice. And then I could just want to bump somebody off and then claim that he cursed a prophet. So there's a trial traditionally that was supposed to take place. There's istitaba. There's a khilaf about istitaba, and the shifa. So these are all pre-modern fiqh that needs to be revisited because of the time we're living in. I think it's very dangerous to try to apply these things. The Christians haven't applied blasphemy laws since the 17th century. In Europe, the Jews stopped applying them. People would say, well, Quran says don't follow the Christians. But there's a reason why these laws ended in these societies, because people were getting turned off by religion and by coercion and compelling people. And historically, the Muslims did not compel people to faith. So I think we need to really seriously think about things at the theoretical level, but at the practical level, they're no concern of ours whatsoever. And a government can suspend laws based on maslahah, and that's part of the. We're going to look at that tomorrow, inshallah. So, BarakAllahu, subhanahu wa bihamdihi, ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk.
الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين.
اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما. الحمد لله. أعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا وسيئات أعمالنا. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له. صلواته وسلامه على رسول الله على أفضل خلق الله وعلى آله ومن والاه. الحمد لله. اللهم إني أسألك فعل الخيرات وترك المنكرات وحب المساكين. إن أردت منك فتنة فاقتلني ذيك غير المنسوم. اللهم افتح علينا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك يا ذا الجلال والإكرام. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله الكرام. Alhamdulillah, in the 145th qa'idah, Sidi Ahmed Zarruq says, في كل بلاد ما يغلب عليها من الحق والباطل، فإذا أردت أن تعرف صالح بلد فانظر بباطل أهلها هل هو بريء منه أم لا. فإن كان بريئا فهو ذاك، وإلا فلا عبرة به. وبحسب هذا فاعتبر في أهل المغرب رقصاء السخاء وحسن الخلق إن وجدت، وإلا فدع. وفي أهل الأندلس كذلك، وفي أهل المشرق الغيرة لله والسلامة الصدر إلى غير ذلك. وقد أشار رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم لهذا الأصل فذكر أوصاف البلاد وعوارضها، كقوله في المشرق الفتنة ها هنا، وكذا لنجد وفي الفرس. ولو كان الإيمان بالثريا لأدركوا رجالا منهم. وفي أهل اليمن إنهم أرق أفئدة، وفي أهل المدينة إنهم خير الناس، ومع وصفهم الله فيه من قوله يحبون من هاجر إليهم، وما وصف به أهل مصر من الأوصاف المذمومة وغيرها التي يبلغ عددها 17 موضعا في كتاب الله. وقال عليه الصلاة والسلام السكينة والوقار في أهل الغنم، والفخر والخيرات في أهل الخير، والغلظة والجفاء في الفدادين تباع أثناب الإبل والبقر في ربيعة ومطر. وقال عمر في إفريقيا بلاد مكر وخديعة حسب ما ذكره صاحب فتوح الشق عنه. وقال مولانا جلت قدرته لذي القرنين في أهل المغرب أقصى إما أن تعذب وإما أن تتخذ فيهم حسنا فدل على استحقاقهم بكل ما يعاملون به من خير وشر منهم فكذلك والله سبحانه وتعالى. So this is a very interesting qaida about what today we would refer to as stereotypes. So stereotypes emerge out of certain behavioral patterns that people notice in groups of people, other people. And so what happens with a stereotype is because certain qualities manifest in certain peoples, generally people tend to lump all of that group into that category. So stereotypes sometimes can be just false. For instance, like Sa'id Masr, is a good example of just a false stereotype. In Egypt, for the Egyptians, there's some Egyptians in here. In Egypt, they make fun of Sa'idi people because they come from the south, and they're seen as simpletons and country bumpkins. But some of the greatest scholars in the history of Egypt came from Sa'id, and I have several books from the great Sa'idi scholars of Fakihani and Al-Adwi and others. So that's an unfair stereotype. But sometimes stereotypes do have a foundation in behavior, and that's literally what he's alluding to. So he's saying every country has certain qualities of both haqq and batil. So every country has qualities of haqq and batil. So for instance, in America we have a stereotype of Canadians that they're polite. And in Canada you have a stereotype of Americans that they're rude. So sometimes you'll meet Canadians that are rude, and sometimes you'll meet Americans that are polite. So you have to be careful with stereotypes, because if you just assume they're accurate, you can actually just wrongfully, like the inscrutable Asian. This was a stereotype because Asiatic people are very often less prone to, you can be on an airplane with a European or an American. By the end of the flight, you know how many divorces they've been through, you know how many STDs they've had, and it can be very embarrassing sometimes. This happened to me on more than one occasion where I'm like, I really don't want to know these things about you. So that's a stereotype, though, to say that. But there certainly is a more openness about things that other cultures are very loath to speak about, especially to people they don't know very well. So this is what he's talking about. So he said, and this is a really beautiful point, if you want to know the righteous people of a place, look at the negative qualities of those people in that place and see if that person's free of them. Because that means he's amongst their salihin. So, in certain cultures, I mean, I'll give you one, I won't mention the country, but there's a country where people are really known for tama', like just always wanting to get something from other people, especially monetary. And I was once in Medina, and I saw a very pious-looking man. And he was a sheikh, and he had some students with him. We started talking, and then I had some money for charity. So I said, I have some money, I want to give you this money, and you can distribute it how you want or use it how you want. Just leave it to your discretion. And he said, BarakAllahu, feekum, excuse me, please, but I'd rather not. And then he said, but I would like to give you some money. And then he gave me some money, and he said, you can do what you want with it. And I don't know, it was an interesting lesson for me, and I don't know what exactly he was saying. He might have been saying that I was being rude or something, I don't know. But the point being that I realized he really was a pious man. Because they say if you want to know somebody, just throw a dirham in front of them.
That's an old saying in the Arab tradition. If you want to know somebody, you see how they behave with money. And one of the things that our tradition is very strong about is this idea of iffa. Somebody was once begging, and ilhah is where you keep asking, you don't stop. And so the beggar said to the man, أين ذهب الذين يؤثرون على أنفسهم ولو كان بهم خصاصة? Where are those who used to prefer themselves to others even if they were poor themselves? And the man replied to this beggar that wouldn't let up, ذهب مع الذين لا يسألون الناس إلحافا. They're gone with the people that don't keep asking for because the Quran has those people as well. So, begging is something that traditionally there was a group called the Malamatiya, these people that would beg to break their nafs. And I'll give you, in the Mauritanian tradition, and I have a friend who's from a very wealthy family by Mauritanian standards. When he finished his Quran, the Shaykh made him go beg with a bowl to a neighboring village. It was very humiliating for him, but he didn't want the pride of memorizing the Quran to enter into his heart, so he wanted to break his nafs. Whether that, some people you'll differ at that, the ulama differed on things like that, but that does exist, breaking the ego. So that's what he's saying. And he said, so if you see that person free of those negative qualities of whatever people they're from, then he's a righteous person. And if he has those negative qualities, he says, don't even waste your time. Because the people that you really want to engage are righteous people, not just average people that don't rise above the negativity of their environments. And that's why when you see people that are known for dishonesty or lying and things like that, and there are people like that. I'm not whole groups, but there are tribes that are known for these type things. In West Africa, there's some tribes that are known for not being truthful or being treacherous. So if you find somebody from a group that doesn't have those qualities, there's somebody that you want to ask for dua or get to know. And he said, so consider the people of Maghrib, when you find them generous with good character, then you found some. I have to say, Sidi Ahmed Zarruq was really mistreated by the Moroccans. He was a Moroccan himself, so I would take that. The Moroccans I have found are very generous, and generally Moroccans do have good character. But I think that might have been an ouch from him because he really was mistreated by the Moroccans. They kicked him out of Fez for defending the Jews, which people that came after him recognized that he was the right one, and then the other scholars were wrong in that issue. If you see that in the people of Mashahid, al-ghayra lillah wa salamat al-sadr. Now this is a very interesting thing, because he's saying if you see that they have, he's talking now about Eastern Arabs. First one he's talking about Western Arabs, he's talking about Eastern Arabs. If you see they have khayr for Allah, and they have, good hearts, there's not envy, there's not su'aban. He's saying that those are the righteous among them, because there's a lot of su'aban. And he lived with Eastern Arabs. So whether that's true today, I'll leave that up to people to decide for themselves about that. I don't want to stereotype people. My experience generally with the Gulf Arabs in particular has been very positive. A lot of people just trash on them constantly. My own personal experience, some of the best people that I've met come from the Hijaz. I have over almost 40 years of going to the Hijaz, and I've had several really incredible families that I became friends with, and just had very good experience. The same with my experience in the UAE when I was a student there. They gave me a scholarship and allowed me to live there and study, and I was an imam for 2 years.
So that's been my experience. Other people have different experiences. Rumi tells the story about people that come from China, and they ask them, how was China? And the first one says, it's the land of thieves. I went to the mosque and my shoes got stolen. I went to the hammam, they stole my clothes, and it's the worst place I've ever been. The next one he asked how. He said, oh, they have the most beautiful women in the world. I've never seen women like that. And then the other one, he asked him, he said, oh, best cuisine anywhere. Food was incredible. Every town has a different cuisine. And then he gets to one, he says, what about you? He says, a land of saints. Everywhere I went, I found righteous people. And Rumi says the point of that is that people will tend to go to find what's in their own hearts very often, that it will mirror their own experience. And then he says, the Prophet ﷺ indicated this when he pointed to the east and he said, al-fitna ha-huna. The fitna is from the east. So this is an indication. There's a hadith which is in Daylami. It's not strong, but it was Iyakum al-Ashqar al-Azraq. And this is where the nation got this idea. Beware of the blonde-haired, blue-eyed one. So I think for most of the southern hemisphere, that's probably reasonably good advice historically. But you can't say that people with blonde hair, blue eyes are devils, because that's not the point. But Imam Shafi'i did mention that also, that he always kind of looked askance. So that's it's dangerous to stereotype, like I said. And Imam Warsh was blonde hair and blue eyes. He's one of the great transmitters of the Quran. So that should not be taken as a general rule. And then he says about the people of Yemen, the Prophet ﷺ said that they have brittle hearts, al-Iman Yamani. And then also he said about the Persians, that if knowledge was in Pleiades, Persians would acquire it. And in the history of Islam, nobody served the religion like the Persians in terms of knowledge. Nobody. I mean, you see Dr. Nasr, he likes to remind us he's a Persian, but he's not making it up. They were Ahl Sunnah until the 17th century, 16th and 17th century, when they were converted by the Safawiya. But originally, the majority of them were actually Sunni Muslims, and there still are Sunnis in the Western province. But the Persians were just incredible in our history. The mathematics, the Arabic language, the science, the astronomy, just stunning contribution. Most of our muhaddithun were Persians. Many of our great fuqaha, Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, it's enough just to have Abu Hamid. So that hadith is an amazing hadith. And then about Medina, innahum khayrun nas, these are the best people. As-sakinatu wal-waqar fi ahl al-ghanam. Sheep people tend to be humble and are more dignified than cow people. Again, these are hadiths, but the point is, if you study the sheep-cow wars in the United States, it's very interesting that America eats beef, but it could have eaten sheep, because there was huge wars against the sheep farmers and the cattle farmers. And the cattle farmers were so vicious that the sheep farmers lost. So there's, I think, some real truth to this. It's interesting, and no offense to any Anglo-Saxon people, it's interesting they're called beef eaters. Beef, the Prophet never ate beef. Beef is in the Quran because Ibrahim ﷺ ate beef, but the Prophet ﷺ said that the meat of beef is a disease. لحوم البقر داء وألبانها شفاء. But the milk is healthful. So the Prophet ﷺ did not eat beef. Beef hardens the heart physically. So what is it doing to the heart? It's very interesting that beef is eaten so widely in places that you have a lot of belligerence. For sheep people that eat sheep tend to be a little more tranquil. Nice. Thank you. So again, don't get this wrong, because we don't want to fall into stereotypes. These are. It's very dangerous to do that. All right. So, but the point is, it's a very interesting qaida in that he's pointing out that there definitely qualities go with people. And then also the Prophet ﷺ said, وَالْغِلْطَةُ وَالْجَفَاءُ فِي الْفَدَّادِينَ تُبَّعْ أَذْنَابِ الْإِبْرِ وَالْبَقَرِ فِي رَبِيعَةِ وَالْمَطَرِ. The faddad is kind of a brag, somebody who's very loud, and so he's saying that harshness and jafa is like a kind of the word for jafa. Somebody who's jafa. I mean, it's literally this kind of dryness. They're just not. They're not really nice people. They're harsh. So the Prophet said it's in the followers of the camels and cows in Rabi' and Mudar. These are the two great branches of the Arab al-Musta'riba. And then Umar radiallahu anhu said about a certain region in North Africa that it was a place where there was a lot of makr and khadi'a, trickery and treachery. And then Dhul Qarnayn said about the people of al-Maghrib al-Aqsa, if you punish them or if you do well. In other words, he's saying they deserve both. So he said, this is something, the affair is like that. Anyway, that's a very interesting for me, qaida. That one of the things in logic that you have is what's called comprehension and extension. It's very useful to know. When you read a hadith about where the Prophet talks about women, it doesn't mean all women. It means some women. It's like a comprehension about certain nature. But there are many women that are far superior intellectually than many men. Historically, women did not study as much as men. Now it's the opposite. In these latter days, women are studying a lot harder than men. They're doing better at the universities all over. This is a global phenomenon. It's not just in the West. It's happening in the Muslim world. And many, many teachers have noticed this. So, but historically, women were more concerned about just having children and being in a family. Now, people today will say, "Oh, well, that was because it was cultural, and this is basically a kind of it's something that's an artificial construct that these people are socialized into this behavior." But it's a fitrah, so it's a fitrah behavior, and there's still a lot of women that would prefer to do that than to get out and be in the world and things like that. But the barza is somebody who amongst the women, they don't really like being at home domestically, and historically, if they could afford it, they had people to take care of their children. They had wet nurses, and this is all in the books of fiqh. So this is well known in society. So these things shouldn't, you shouldn't. If you read a hadith about something that troubles you or something like that, if it's a sahih hadith, just be careful, because it's not always. It might not mean you. It's just talking about a general, like these are not meant to be taken, like not all people that raise beef are faddad, but it's saying that you see this in those people very often. So that's important to note. Just in conclusion, is it set up? I just want to do, the last thing that I wanted to do for you to understand something about the nature of the Sharia is very important, is what's known as khitab al-wada' and khitab al-taklif. So khitab al-wada' is the it's those things that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala places down on the individual. So for instance, if you have prayer, if you ask an usuli scholar, is prayer wajib? Is prayer wajib? Is prayer, the 5 prayers a day, is that an obligation? A usuli scholar might reply, upon whom? Like, who are you asking about? A child? No. A woman when she's menstruating? No. A woman when she's in nifas? No. Somebody who's being crucified? No. There's a khilaf about that, by the way. But if you can't do wudu or anything, even nakedness, the ulama differed on it. So if brigands, they used to steal clothes, so you could be out in the middle of the desert and the brigands stole all your clothes. So the ulama, some of them said, if you can find mud and cover yourself in mud and pray. Some of them said you should pray like sitting down. They talked about these things because they were real situations. Some said if it was nighttime, you could pray. If it was really dark and the moon wasn't out, you could pray standing up because of the system of the night. But the point is that there is a difference depending on what's known as khitab al-wada'. And this is very important to understand because it relates to the Maqasid in a very deep way. And one of the things that Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayyah argues is that there has been a separation from this discourse of the stipulatory discourse from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the discourse of responsibility. So the khitab is from Allah. He's the one that yukhatibuna. He's speaking to us. So his khitab is either a khitab of wada', he posits certain things, or it's a khitab of responsibility. He's making us responsible for certain things. If it's khitab al-wada', there are 3 aspects to it. The first is called a sabab, which is the reason or the causative factor in a legal ruling. So for instance, reaching puberty is the sabab for the obligation of prayer on a Muslim. Before puberty, it's not an obligation. For dhuhr, and this was something, we have a really wonderful sister who became Muslim. She's a brilliant lady from England. She wrote a book on Jesus. She was actually, I think she was a nun, and she became Muslim. Waris, I think was her name. Huh? Yeah, Roqaya Waris. I met her a few times. She's a truly brilliant lady. And she actually wrote a really excellent book on Jesus in Islam. But she said she married a Pakistani, and she got into this big debate with him about, because he was arguing that if you prayed dhuhr 1 minute before it came in, your prayer was invalid. And being the good Christian convert that she was, she just could not accept that. She said, that's crazy. Like God is gonna, 1 minute you're praying, so this is something about our religion, that we have these conditions that have to be fulfilled. So there's 360 degrees in a circle. And we're just talking about from Sharia perspective. The sun moves in that circle in a day. The point when it reaches 90 degrees, all right, so you have the plane, right, and then there's the horizon, and then you have that point, it's called kabad as-sama. It hits the middle of the sky. That point, right, when it reaches 90 degrees, that is called the istiwa, istawa shams. It will sit for about 4 minutes in kabad as-sama. The moment that it moves 1 degree, so now it's at 91 degrees moving towards 180 when it sets. It's at 91 degrees. That moment is a sabab for the wujub of dhuhr. It's a condition. Before that, you can't pray dhuhr. There's a mani'.
So the first is called the sabab, which is the causative factor of the ruling. The second is called a preventative, a mani'. It's what prevents the ruling. So before that point, there is a mani' for dhuhr. There is a preventative for dhuhr. You cannot pray dhuhr. It will not be sound. And then you have a shart. All three of these are related. You have a shart, which is a condition. So when people say jihad is obligatory in Islam, that's true. It's a fault to do jihad. But when is the sabab? What are the mawani'? And what are the conditions? What are those that prevent it? What are those conditions that fulfill it? And what are those conditions that make it an obligation? That has to be understood. And that has to be understood in any legal ruling. And this is the job, first of all, of usuli scholars, but it becomes your job in situations. So I'll give you an example. If you have diabetes, and if any of you have diabetes, and there are probably a few people in here, just statistically, that do. If you have diabetes, it can be very dangerous to fast, especially on very long days. Now, you might have light diabetes that's controlled, and so your doctor says you can fast. But you might have diabetes that's not, especially if it's like a type 1. And so the doctor says you can't fast. Your diabetes, normally, for you, as a Muslim, 5 pillars, and one of them is fasting. But here, you, as an individual, there is a mani' preventing you from fasting. So if you fast, you're actually in disobedience, if it's going to harm you. Because ad-darar yuzal, harm is removed. And fasting is harmful for a person. The same is true for children. And I know there's a khilaf about this, but I really prefer the Maliki school on this one. There are other things. I'm not a muta'assib Maliki. I'm not a fanatic Maliki. There are certain things in other schools that I prefer the other opinions about it. There are certain things in Abu Hanifa school that I definitely prefer over the Maliki school. So I'm saying this not simply because, thanks, that helps. I'm saying this not because I'm Maliki and it's my school. No. Imam Malik considered children fasting to be ta'deeb. It was like torture. Because he did not consider it to be, there's something, and this is another aspect of our religion, which is called the furuq. And Imam al-Qarafi, the great Egyptian scholar from the 8th century, he was the one that really established this science to a very high degree. And he has an important book. He was Maliki, but the book is read by all the madhabs because of its significance. He showed that there are differences that have to be always taken into consideration, the furuq. So with prayer, you're supposed to discipline a child at the sin tamyiz, right? They should start praying. When they get to 10, you're supposed to discipline them. So before 10, you just tell them if they come, they come. If they don't, they don't. But at 10, you have to start disciplining them to make sure they pray. Malik said you cannot analogically apply fasting to this because all of us have to get used to fasting every year. Whereas the prayer is something you will do every single day for the rest of your life. So it's very important to habituate a child into that. Whereas fasting is not. You'll fast maybe a few days out of the year, but Ramadan comes, all of us, for those first 3 days, especially for coffee and tea drinkers, you just have to suffer the consequences and get used to it. So Malik did not believe that you should fast. Now there are hadith in al-Bukhari that they used to get the children to fast. And the Shafi'i madhab took that. So the Shafi'is encourage prepubescent children to fast to get them used to it. Malik differed on that. And I think we know enough, especially for long days, we know enough. If it's a short day and they're older, like 9 or 10, I think it would be okay if they wanted to. But for long days, their brains are developing and they need glucose. So it can actually be quite harmful. And I think a lot of neuroscientists
would agree on that one. So there's a case where you really have to. What's that? Oh, and okay, and so this will work. So what I wanted to do here, So these are flaws. This is a different topic, and I don't want to do this, but I want to explain these flaws that relate to modern Islam that are profoundly impacting us. These were identified by Shaykh Hamza. One is what he calls the manhaj al-ijtiza. So ijtiza is where you take parts and not the whole. You don't have a comprehensive view on the Sharia, which is very dangerous because losing a comprehensive view, you begin to think that particulars are universals and they're applied in every situation. If you look at 9:5, which is telling us to fight the mushrikeen wherever they are, that was a very specific reason. They were at war with the pagans, so some of the ulama took from that and they universalized a particular, and then they abrogated other verses. This was a big debate in early Islam. Shaykh Abdullah argues now that debate's over, that the idea that we can go around conquering other countries or something like that was the period of empire for Muslims. But it certainly was not. And Ibn Taymiyyah makes a very, very cogent argument that the Prophet ﷺ had no offensive. In fact, when he went to Tabuk and found out the Romans weren't amassing an army to oppose him, he just went back. He went back home. He could have invaded Syria. He didn't. So that's one thing, is decontextualizing. But the other is this disconnect between prescriptive law and stipulative law. So the prescriptive law is what we are told to do. So, for instance, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, establish prayer. That's a hukam of taklif. So you're called a mukallaf. You have the responsibility of praying. But the stipulative law tells you when it's obligatory, on whom it's obligatory, and what are the conditions that fulfill its obligation, and what are the preventatives that will prevent it from being fulfilled. So this is really important to understand because it really helps. So for instance, historically, like the Malikis say, if you reach 12,000 in numbers, you can't retreat from a battlefield. 12,000. Because there's a hadith, Imam Malik relates and others, that whoever reaches the number of 12,000, they will not be defeated for lack of numbers. It's a very interesting hadith because the cohort of the Romans was 12,000. And the Romans were the most effective military force on the planet at the time. So I don't know if the Prophet ﷺ was using that from, but it's very interesting that they share that number, the hadith in that. You cannot ignore the military logistics with the number of soldiers. So if you have swords, like the Mamluks when they went up against Napoleon, and Napoleon had rifles, it's a very different situation. And Muslims don't commit suicide. Suicide's prohibited. Don't throw yourselves to destruction. Don't kill yourselves. Allah is merciful with you. It's prohibited to kill yourself. I've always been against suicide bombing. Now they call it Amali Istishhadiyya, martyrdom operations. But originally it was called suicide bombing. Originally, all the ulama, when it first showed up, the ulama were all against it. Over time, you start seeing capitulation to it. But suicide bombing is one of the worst things that's happened to our religion. It's a totally nihilistic approach. Now, the idea that you can do a mission where it's very, very likely and probably almost certain that you're going to die, that is permitted. And most of the people that have gotten Congressional Medals of Honor
were on missions like that. So the American military recognizes, somebody who jumps on a grenade to save the people around him, right? He's not the agent of his death, right? He's sacrificing his life for others, right? That's not the agent of his death. But this idea that you can actually shoot yourself or pull something that blows you up, Muslims would have never in the history of Islam permitted that. It's a very modern fatwa. And I actually read a book that was published by the Kuwaitis on all the fatwas permitting suicide bombing, and I just found them so flawed logically. And there was a lot of emotion in them, and a lot of it had to do with that this is the only resistance that was not. Well, first of all, the goal of Islam is to actually win. Like in a war, like you get one or the other, victory or martyrdom. But when it's just martyrdom, that's called nihilism. That's a meaningless death. It's as simple as that. So anyway, that's my view. People can agree or disagree. It's up to them. But I'll go to my grave believing that. I've never accepted that. And nobody can find anywhere where I've ever said anything otherwise. In fact, in 1993, I gave a talk, Jihad is the Only Way Out, that was published in 93. And I condemned suicide bombing then. So I've been consistent on that for over 20 years. And then the next is the disconnect between fulfilling commands and prohibitions and consideration of social benefits and harm. So here's the Maqasid, looking at the manzuma of masalih and mafasid. So looking at the consideration of social benefits and harm. And this is extremely important. So, this is a famous image of, people looking from different perspectives and not seeing the whole picture. So that's actually from a famous Rumi story, but it's also in the Indian tradition. So Rumi got a lot of stories from the Buddhists. So if you look at dealing with sacred texts in the isolation of other related texts, so in Surah Al-Hijr, it says that the Prophet ﷺ was accused of being Majnoon. Well, the answer doesn't come until Surah Al-Qalam. So from the 6th surah, it comes much later in the Quran. مَا أَنْتَ بِنِعْمَةِ رَبِّكَ بِمَجْنُونَ. And so some of our ulama said, you have to see the entire Quran as one surah. You can't decontextualize it. You have to see it as like one chapter. So answers will come later. Here's another example of isolation from other related texts. This hadith is in the Arba'in of Nawawiyah. Now, Imam Nawawi was a Shafi'i scholar. This hadith says, أُمِرْتُ أَنْ أُقَاتِلَ النَّاسَ حَتَّى يَشْهَدُوا أَنْ لَا إِلَهَ إِلَّا اللَّهُ وَأَنَّ مُحَمَّدًا رَسُولُ اللَّهِ وَيُقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَيُؤْتُوا الزَّكَاةَ فإذا فعلوا ذلك عصموا مني دماءهم وأموالهم إلا بحق الإسلام وحسابهم على الله تعالى. So I've been ordered to fight against the people. So there's a nas. Until they testify that there is none worthy of worship except Allah and that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the messenger of Allah, and they establish the prayer and pay the zakat. And if they do, they gain protection from me for their lives and their property, unless they commit acts that are punishable in accordance to Islam, and they're accounting for the law. Now, the first problem with this hadith is umirtu. He did not say umirtum. Right? So, Ibn Abi Jamrah and others said this is from the khasa'is of the Prophet. It does not apply to the rest of the ummah. He did not say umirtum. He said umirtu. I was commanded. The second problem is a nas. Well, actually, the second problem is uqatil, because according to Ibn Abi Jamrah, uqatil is udafi'.
to defend Islam, but that's a weak ta'wil. For instance, in the prayer, when somebody comes to your prayer, it says that you're supposed to push them, let them know. And if they keep going, فَلْيُقَاتِلُوا, let him yuqatilu, which means defend, to ward them off. It doesn't mean to kill them or to fight them. You don't want to do that while you're praying, right? But the word used is فَلْيُقَاتِل. It means فَلْيُدَافِعْ. And that's what qital is in Islam. It's difa'. It's to defend. لولا دفاع الله الناس بعضهم ببعض لفسدت الأرض. And then in another ayah, لهدمت صوامع وبيع وصلوات ومساجد. So that's and then the third problem is الناس. Alif Lam is called a definite article, added to ta'rif. In English we call it a definite article. Like you have apple, like an apple, and you have the apple, right? That's a definite article. Indefinite is in Arabic is dropping the alif lam. And there's different reasons for doing that, right? For ta'meen, for ta'zim, for tahqir. There's different, Arabs do that for different reasons. So in this hadith, what type of article of definition is that? The Arabs use different articles. So for instance, they can use an article for ahad that goes back to you're talking about somebody and then you use that. It can be also for istighraq, to mean all of the people. It can also just mean a specific group of people. So which type of article of definition is it? That's a question. Ibn Abi Jamrah said it was specifically to the Arabs on the Arabian Peninsula only, after the Hujjah had been established on them. And then there's a khilaf about what the Arabian Peninsula was. Some said it was the Hijaz only, Tihama, Mecca, and Medina. And then the rest of the Arabian Peninsula, you could leave them. There were Jews on the Arabian Peninsula well into the 9th century. It's a historical fact. Ibn Ishaq says that in the Khalifa of Uthman ibn Affan, this is after Omar, who it's claimed that he dispelled all the Jews from the Hijaz. Ibn Ishaq says that in the Khilafah of Uthman, Safiya was visiting her Jewish relatives in Medina on the Sabt. Somebody accused her of being still hiding her Judaism. Astaghfirullah. It's just this is human reality. She's own from our Ummahat. And Uthman asked her about it. He just wanted to dispel the rumor. She said that they're my relatives and I visit them. Saturday's the best day to visit them. Like she wasn't observing Sabt in secret like the Sabbath. So that's a good example. And then in the Shafi'i madhab, and this is very important, the Shafi'i madhab was the only madhab that did not acknowledge the right of mushrikeen to worship. The other madhabs do. So the Hanafi and the Maliki madhab, and to be fair, the Shafi'is always used the Hanafi and Maliki rulings. They never applied that. But Imam Shafi'i saw that jihad was for izalat shirk, like to get rid of shirk. The Malikis and the Hanafis accept pagans as part of Ahlul Dhimma. So a Buddhist or a Hindu or an idol worshipper could actually pay the Dhimma and live under Muslims. And the Prophet did not destroy any house of worship. He purified the idols. But historically, the Muslims did not destroy Hindu temples. And there's periods where you had mobs and things like that, but it was never a policy. Again, al-iktifa bil-juz'i wal-i'rad 'an al-kulli. So here it says, الَّذِينَ قَالَ لَهُمُ النَّاسُ. That was one man who said that. So there's an example. This is in Arabic rhetoric. This is called, you have synecdoche in English rhetoric. In Arabic rhetoric, you have what's called إطلاق الكل على البعض. To use the whole to mean the part. This is a rhetorical device in the Quran. And we know that was only one person, but the Quran uses nas. And it's rhetorically, الَّذِينَ قَالَ لَهُمَ النَّاسُ إِنَّ النَّاسَ. There's a rhetorical embellishment there for doing that. So Imam al-Juwayni, Imam al-Haramain said, jihad is only for the imam or his the representative, right? So this is what we were just talking about. So if you look at this diagram here, this will explain to you. So you have the asbab, which are the legal causes. You have the impediments, the mawani', and then you have the conditions. And so the khitab al-takdeef, what are called prescriptive injunctions, are either obligations, prohibitions, or permissibilities, things that are permitted. Those are the three. They go into 5 categories, and we talked about this. So every ruling goes under one of 5 categories. And then you have what are called the rukhas and the azaim. Those are part of khitab al-wada', because you yourself have to determine that, whether it's permissible to use the rukhsa. So for instance, if you really fear getting sick, you can go from water to tayammum. But when there's water, the wujud al-ma mani'un li-istikhdam tayammum. So when water is present, like that's enough water to do wudu easily. I could probably do 2 or 3 wudus with that. And I learned to do that in the desert where they really value water. But you don't need a lot of water to do wudu. As long as that's there, I cannot do tayammum. But, this is very interesting. If the nearest place for water is 3 or 4 minutes away from here, and I've got 2 minutes to pray Asr before Maghrib comes in, I do tayammum. Because the obligation of prayer overrides going and finding water when I'm going to miss the prayer. So there's an example where you have to determine that. And this is what's called tahqiq al-manat in usul. Tahqiq al-manat. You are the one that will realize whether you can fast if you're too sick to fast. I mean, sometimes you can use a doctor, but sometimes you can't. You're the one that will realize whether or not you've traveled far enough to do traveling prayers. Taqsir. These are all things that we have to do. So, and then you have what's called al-waqi' outside of you. And so the text and the context have to harmonize. You cannot divorce the text from the context. And I'll give you some examples before we end, just to because they're very important for you to understand this. What I'm hoping out of this, and this is something I'm still working on. This book is a very complex book. I really ulama have a hard time with this book. It's written at a very, very sophisticated level in usul. And had I not been able to read it with Shaykh Abdullah bin Day, I probably would have missed a good deal of it. But understanding this is extremely important for modern Muslims. We have to understand the level of sophistication of our Sharia. We have to understand the needs of our time, and we have to understand the importance of developing a fiqh al-waqi', a jurisprudence of reality. We've got insane youngsters out there that are declaring jihad on the West, right? And potentially setting our community up for nuclear annihilation. And if you think I'm joking, there's a book called The End of Faith, which was a #1 New York Times bestseller by Sam Harris. One of the chapters in there was arguing that we may have to have a preemptive nuclear strike against Muslims that will kill tens of millions of people. And he said in that book, but unfortunately, if it comes down to us or them, it's us. Now, that is profoundly shocking, but I'm just giving you a scenario. If some Russians, and trust me, there are many disgruntled Russian generals about the Cold War and what happened and what America did to bring down the Soviet Union and things like this. If somebody smuggled a nuclear weapon and gave it to a Muslim group, we have a fatwa from an insane quote-unquote scholar from Saudi Arabia
who's in jail now in Saudi Arabia, on the permissibility of using nuclear weapons against the kuffar. Right? This is how crazy it is. La qadar Allah, we should pray, may Allah protect us from any of these things. But this is the situation we're in. We have insane Muslims out there that have no understanding of the world that they're living in. War today, I am absolutely convinced that if our Prophet ﷺ was here today, he would be the biggest anti-war advocate, because he constantly was trying to avoid conflict. And this was at a time when you could do very little harm to large numbers of people simply because of the lack of technology. Now you can annihilate. And people saw this who came to the RAS a few years ago, where I showed just the numbers. Since Napoleon's invasion of the Muslim world, the numbers of Muslims that have been killed and the numbers of people that have been fighting Muslims. And it's about 99-1. For every one person, now it's even higher, it's more like 10,000-1. We had in Afghanistan over 1 million people die. The Russians lost about 30,000. In Iraq, we had over 1 million people die. The Americans lost about 5,000. And on and on and on. Napoleon lost a few hundred soldiers at the Battle of the Pyramids. The Mamluks lost 20,000 that day. In the Battle of Omdurman, the English lost a handful of soldiers. They had Gatling guns. And the Mahdi's troops, tens of thousands died. This is the reality. And so, but if we don't understand the reality that we're in, I mean, one of my favorite quotes from Dr. King was, even if I wasn't against violence on moral principle, because he was committed to nonviolence, he said, I'd still be against it pragmatically, given our circumstances. In other words, the man knows how to deal with violence. If you want to be violent with this civilization, you're giving them a great excuse to annihilate you. Because this civilization, Bernard Lewis said that Europeans and Western peoples in general forget that the reason that they have had so much control over this planet is because they have mastered the art of killing large numbers of people. It's as simple as that. And at a time when major changes have happened in the West, intellectually, the fact that you have such a profound attempt to overcome their racism, these are very advantageous to other peoples, that we have to encourage this evolution and not create a kind of race war scenario. We have to be very careful. We have to understand the mentality of the people that we're up against as a community. There are many, many changes, and all of you in this room, the vast majority of you represent those changes of allowing large numbers of immigrants to come into these countries that were settled by white people. Things are changing, and we have to be very, very strategic in terms of where we want to go. We have to be very strategic and understand that these are immense opportunities for creating a much more harmonious planet, as opposed to a planet with more belligerence. Because wars are untenable in the modern era. 90% of the victims of war are women, children, and non-combatant men. That's the reality. Civilians. Those are the victims of war. It's not the old days where you went out on Uhud or Badr, right, with nobility and a handful of people were killed. Or even the great Persian armies going against the Byzantine armies. No, it's aerial bombardment. That's the reality. So the disconnect between fulfilling commands and prohibitions and the consideration of harm and benefit. Now here, these are the 4 values that our scholars have identified. That you have hikmah, wisdom, justice, mercy. And justice and mercy have to You can't simply focus on justice. This whole idea that Muslims is all about justice. We have to remember that our religion it doesn't begin Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim al-Adal al-Muntaqim. Bismillah al-Adal al-Muntaqim. Right? That's not how the Quran begins. It doesn't begin in the name of God, the just, the avenger of wrongs. That's not how the Quran begins. It begins Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. If we forget, it didn't say Ma arsalnaka illa adlan or adalatan lil alameen. We only sent you as a justice for all the world. That's not what it says. And I challenge any Muslim to tell me that they're going to ask God for justice for themselves. And that's the problem with our species. We want justice for everybody but ourselves. We want mercy for ourselves, but everybody else, give him what he deserves, Ya Allah. But we don't want what we deserve. Right? Nobody on the Arafah is saying, oh Allah, give me what I deserve. Take into account for my sins. Be just with me. No Muslim in his right mind. If he is, he's insane. And hopefully Allah won't do the answer his prayers because but no Muslim in his right mind would ask for that. So we have to have more mercy. I want to see social mercy movements. Muslims should be spreading mercy and helping people and being benevolent and building hospitals and serving the poor and going into the inner cities and helping elevate people that have been degraded because of social circumstances that are very often grossly unjust. And then benefit, maslahah. So, now, just to give you some examples. Umar accepted charity from Arabian Christians and the Himirite Jews and the Magians of Tamim. He called it sadaqah as opposed to jizya because they were like, we're Arab, we're not Byzantines. We don't want to pay jizya. So Umar said, just give sadaqah. He said, we'll call it sadaqah. Shaykh Abdullah has proven in a work called America's Declaration, which is online, proven, and it was over 250 scholars signed on to this. It was looked at by many people. Nobody's written a refutation of it. He proved that jizya is one modality. There are other ways that we can interact with people, and he argues in that the most appropriate way is using the Sahifa of Medina, which was the original intent of the Prophet ﷺ. So the gift jizya was what the Muslims used for the Byzantines. But Abdul Malik ibn Marwan paid the Byzantines tribute money to guard the borders for him. So the Imam has a lot of flexibility in these things. But this is the mabda al-am, this is the qa'idah, which is oddly enough in Surah Al-Anfal, which is the chapter of war games. وَإِن جَنَحُوا لِلسَّلْمِ فَاجْنَحْ لَهَا وَتَوَكَّلْ عَلَى اللَّهِ إِنَّهُ هُوَ السَّمِيعُ الْعَلِيمُ. So if they incline towards peace, you should incline towards it. And what's interesting is immediately after it says, وَإِن يُرِيدُوا أَن يَخْدَعُوكَ فَإِنَّ حَسْبُكَ اللَّهِ. If they're only doing it out of trickery, Allah's enough for you. In other words, don't let that prevent you from inclining towards peace. Allah will deal with them if they're being treacherous or trickery. So this is about the Charter of Medina. And this is about understanding the context of the Sharia, the broad context related to the environment of revelation. This and the usulis take into consideration. There's a principle, that umum al-lafz or khusus al-sabab la yanfi that the al-ibratu fi umum al-lafz la fi khusus al-sabab. That you consider the general statement of the ayah and not the specific reasons for its revelation. That is true most of the time, not all of the time. There are times when the sabab is taken. I have a whole book only on that subject. on when the sabab is taken into consideration. And I'll give you an example. One of the things that Imam al-Qarafi says in al-Furuq is you have to, and this is something that Imams have always understood, but he really goes into great detail about this. The Prophet ﷺ is many things. He's many things. He's a prophet, but he's also a general. He's also a statesman. He's a ruler. He's a father. He's a mufti. And he's a qadi. The hadiths all have to be taken into consideration given what is the description of the Prophet when he's speaking. I'll give you one example of that. Hind came to the Prophet ﷺ and she said, Ya Rasulullah, Abu Sufyan, rajulun shahihun. Right? He's stingy. And he's not giving me what I need. So the Prophet ﷺ said, خُذِي مِن مَالِهِ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ. Take from his wealth what would be appropriate for your socioeconomic circumstances. As a woman of your stature, take the amount that you need to live in accordance with your stature. Imam Malik said he was speaking as a qadi here, not as a general fatwa for women. Abu Hanifa said no, he was speaking as a mufti, as a general fatwa. So Malik said women can't do that. Just take the money of the qadi has to look into the situation. But that's without his permission. So there's an example of the Prophet ﷺ speaking. Is he a qadi here or is he a mufti? There's a khilaf about that, but there are many situations where the Prophet's speaking specifically to one person, and the hadith does not apply to other people. There are many examples of that in the hadith. And so that's one of the problems with modern Muslims, is that they read hadith and they don't realize that this hadith is not a general rule. It was specific for a specific situation. Many examples of that. So one of the things about the Arabian Peninsula, it had no tax, there was no system of government, everything was based on tribal relations. It was also a war of all against all. And so, if you look at, like the ayatul sayf, those verses that deal with jihad and things like that, they have to be understood within the context in which they were revealed. There were no international agreements, there were no boundaries. I'll give you an example. If there was not the type of global situation, and it's by far not the ideal one, but it is the one we have. And we have to be grateful for it, because order is better than chaos. The global order as it stands now prevents certain countries from just gobbling up other countries. So Singapore is not gobbled up by Malaysia, even though Singapore arguably was originally part of Malaysia, and the British kind of created Singapore because they wanted a port there. But Singapore is a very small country, it doesn't have an army, and a country could just, and I'm not saying Malaysia would do that, but I'm saying that the order that we have does not allow a country like Malaysia to maybe have that. Or Saudi Arabia to just go into Qatar, invade Qatar. Or Iraq to go into Kuwait. Or Morocco to go into the Sahara. Or Mauritania, because it wants the minerals. I'm not saying they would do this. I'm just saying that in the past, this is the type of world we lived in. China, right? I mean, Japan conquered all Singapore, Malaysia, Korea. They were all under Japanese control. Many people were, horrible things happened during that period. So we have a type of global order that is far from the best possible. It's the one that Allah's given us. And people that want to end it, we should just be careful for what we wish for. Because we don't know we believe we have a benevolent Lord. And this might be the best thing for us or what we deserve. We don't know. But we should be very careful at wanting to just tear things down, because we see what happens when things are told down. And I'll be the first to condemn the wrongs of my country. I mean, there are terrible things that we've done of late. But there's also many positive things as well. Just the CDC alone is a great blessing to have people that monitor all the outbreaks, because the large numbers of people can die with that. Even Tahir ibn Ashur says that it's more appropriate to believe that La ikraha fid-deen abrogates all the verses about that would indicate otherwise, because it's very late. It's in Surah Al-Baqarah. And then this is a major problem, just people that still want empire. And I think in a lot of ways the pre-modern world was a more, I think there were a lot of very positive things about these great empires. And certainly the nation state has its own set of problems. But the nation state is the reality of our time. And to remove the nation state would cause a greater fitna. And this is one of the things that we should be aware of. So we have these people that think this is how it should all be. And it's just simply not the case. So anyway, that's that. And in conclusion, I wanted just to look at a few things that relate to our situation. One of them is what's known as bid'at al-tark. This idea that the Prophet ﷺ, Inna Allah farada fara'ida wa hadda hududan. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala set down these fara'id, and He set down these hudud, and gave us these commands, and then He told us, harrama ashya'a fala tantahiquha. Like he prohibited certain things and told us not to do those. And then wasakata an ashya'a. Like He was silent about certain things. Rahmatan lakum la nisyan or ghayra nisyan. As a mercy to you, not out of forgetfulness. فَلَا تَبْحَثُوا عَنْهَا. Don't ask about those things. Don't ask about things that if you get the answer, it's going to bother you. So, tark is where the Prophet ﷺ did not say anything about something. There are some scholars that believe that also al-ashya al-tahrim. Things are prohibited until they're proven to be permissible. That's not the dominant opinion. The dominant opinion is things are permissible until proven otherwise. And so a lot of things that are called bid'ah now have to do with tark, the fact that the Prophet ﷺ or the Sahaba didn't do it. And so for instance, the Mawlid, there's undeniably no doubt that nobody celebrated the Mawlid as a day. Everybody was happy the Prophet ﷺ was born. Every day of their life, the Muslims were happy. So in that way, they celebrated the Mawlid in that he was born. But the idea of setting aside a day, the 12th of Rabi' al-Awwal for most around the world, and just having a celebration of, like, people give sweets to the children, they feed people, they have gatherings, they do inshaad or talk about his fada'il. They didn't do it. But in the 7th century, it was an innovation. And people saw it was an Egyptian ruler that actually started it. The ulama saw it as a good thing, and it became a practice in the Muslim community. The idea of doing it all the time, I don't know. Those things kind of tend to, I think they can move into an area that becomes questionable, I think. But those are some practices, people do them, and the best thing is, at best, it's a khilaf issue and just to leave people alone. I personally, I think the time for the Mawlid is in the Rabi' al-Awwal to celebrate it. Otherwise, we should be happy the Prophet ﷺ was born every day of our life. We pray on him every day. You should do salah ala Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Those are all celebrating his life and the fact that he was born and that he guided us. But doing, like, do you get together once a week and read a Mawlid text like a Barzanji or something like that? Some people do that. I don't do that. I don't encourage it at Zaytuna with the students. Some of the students want to do that. I don't encourage it. For me, the path of the students of knowledge is to study, memorize the Quran if you haven't memorized it, memorize the Hadith, memorize the books of fiqh, the mutun. That's the way, the path of the students of knowledge. Devotional people can do other things. There's a hadith, where the Prophet ﷺ is a sahih hadith about doing all his devotional practices as prayer on the Prophet ﷺ. The Prophet ﷺ told him to do it, and if he did it, that all your anxieties will be taken care of, and your sins will be forgiven. So you can make all your practice extraneous to the fard, prayer on the Prophet ﷺ, by the permission of the Prophet ﷺ, and it's a very beautiful thing to do, and the people that I know that do that as a practice are some of the most amazing people I've ever met. So, but to say that this is a bid'ah muharrama is very problematic. And in fact, Shaykh Abdullah bin Bayyah recently issued a fatwa that it's mujma' ala ibahatihi. It's an agreed upon permissible thing, because the Ummah agreed on it. Nobody in the history of the Ummah after it became instituted ever condemned it. And so that means that an ijma' happened. So he made an argument that it's ijma'. So that's an example where we need to set aside these differences. Allah said, "Aqim ad-din wa la tafarraqu." Establish the religion and don't go into sectarianism. It's a prohibition to be sectarian. And the only way that you can have large numbers of people living in harmony is to recognize diversity, and that there's going to be ikhtilafat. Does that mean we accept all differences of opinion? Absolutely not, because some differences of opinion are simply outside of the pale of acceptability. So people that believe that there was a prophet after the Prophet ﷺ, we don't accept that. If you say there's a prophet after the Prophet ﷺ, that's not acceptable. So that's a khilaf where we can't say, oh, that's okay, you believe that, that's nakhtalif. If people say Jesus was God, we say that's unacceptable. So there are ikhtilafat that are unacceptable, but the Sharia is very vast, and they said about Imam al-Maqasid that he had such vast knowledge that he rarely condemned anybody, because he would always find an opinion. Maybe he's following so-and-so. So that's really important to remember, that tark is not a proof. The fact that the Prophet did not do something does not mean that it's prohibited. And, Imam al-Qarafi and others divided bid'ah into 5 categories. So there's bid'ah hasana, there's bid'ah wajiba, bid'ah hasana, there's bid'ah mubaha. And it's a bid'ah to eat till you're satiated. Because we know the first people didn't do that. As an act of ibadah, they did it. If you want to be a vegetarian, there's an argument for vegetarians just based on the unethical nature of meat. If you don't have access to free-range, organic meat, there's a real argument that it's inhumane the way these animals are being treated. You don't really want to participate in that. The Prophet ﷺ permitted vegetarianism. Abu Lahm, Amr Abu Lahm, that's his name, a Sahabi. Amr, the man who refused meat. And the Prophet ﷺ accepted that from him. So if you want to be a vegetarian and somebody's not a vegetarian, leave them alone. Haram, you can't Hinduism. Just relax. You just leave people alone. So now, if they say I'm a vegetarian for spiritual or religious reasons, because I think eating meat is anything with a face you shouldn't eat, right? Now you're in the realm of bid'ah. But if you say, I know a Jewish rabbi who doesn't eat meat because he believes it's unethical the way animals are being treated. So he's not against meat per se, but he feels that more of us should stop eating meat. We also know that beef in particular, I would definitely not eat beef if you can avoid it, because beef is one of the #1 causes for global warming. That's well known. The methane from cows is one of the major causes for global warming. And again, like I said, the Prophet never ate beef. So we're sheep people. Sheeple. So, and then another thing also is this, what's called isnad al-majazi. You know, this is another obsession with certain people because they don't understand rhetoric. They didn't study rhetoric. You can say certain things. There's a hadith where the Prophet ﷺ said, whoever says "Muttarna bino'i kafara," you know, he has made kufr. Who says we were given rain because of this ascension of this star? Right? That is only if he intended. If he believed that, you can actually say that in Arabic. It's a type of majaz mursal. You know, it's permitted to do that. You can say that the Prophet ﷺ guided us. You don't have to say Allah guided. Allah guided us, but He guided us through the Prophet. So He's a means. So you can use that. The Quran says both. إِنَّكَ لَا تَهْدِي مَنْ أَحْبَبْتَ. You don't guide who you want. Like Allah guides whomever He pleases. But then the Quran also says إِنَّكَ لَا تَهْدِي إِلَى صِرَاطٍ مُسْتَقِيمٍ. You guide to a straight path. Allah says the Prophet guides to a straight path. The Prophet doesn't guide in reality. Haqiqatan, it's Allah who guides. But He used the means of the Prophet to guide people. So in that way, the Prophet is a guide. He's al-Hadi. That's a name of God. But it's one of the asma mushtaraka. It's some names are not shared, like Rahman. You can't take that name. But Hadi, you can take that name because it's mushtaraka. Because you can be a guide, not haqiqatan, but as sabab. You're a sabab for guidance. The Mahdi is a guide, right? So that's really important. And then finally, fiqh al-aqaliyat. I want to just read this last section about, because we're aqaliyat, and these are some really important things. He says, for instance, a woman who becomes Muslim and her husband's a Christian or a Jew or something else. The vast majority of scholars say that faskhul nikah, that this marriage is over. إِمَّا فَوْرًا وَبَعْدَ انْقِضَاءِ الْعِدَّةِ. Either immediately or after the iddah is over, the period for the 3 periods. And the proof is the ayah mumtahana, فَلَا تَرْجِعُهُنَّ إِلَى الْكُفَّارِ لَا هُنَّ حِلٌّ لَهُمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحِلُّونَ لَهُنَّ. That's an ayah of Quran. So don't return them to the disbelievers. They're not permitted for them, and they're not permitted for them. First of all, that related to the mushrikeen. Right, so that's another. But he said, Islam al-Mar'a, that the Majlis al-Urabi decided that if a woman becomes Muslim, she can stay with her husband even though he follows another religion. And they give their proofs for it. So that's something really important to know, because that is a very real situation. And people can leave Islam if they're told they have to do that. And then another one is mortgages, right? So Shaykh Abdullah said that if you're in a situation where you have children and it's very difficult to rent, then it's permitted, according to some opinions of the Hanafi school and of Imam al-Nakha'i about riba in Dar al-Harb, that it's permitted to do that because the prohibition is in taking a riba is a greater prohibition, because you can give your money to لا ينهاكم عن الذين لم يقاتلوا الدين ولم يخرجوكم من دياركم أن تبروهم وتقسطوا إليهم. If you look at the tafsir of that ayah, it's جعلوا قسطا من أموالكم, to give them your money, right? So that's and like I said, that's not the majority of ulama. The majority of ulama put them both ways. But he said, now you can't. Can you do it to become wealthy and start buying up houses and doing this? Some Muslims did that. and really suffered when 2008 hit. I mean, there were Muslims that were buying in the U.S. several houses, and they had all these balloon mortgages on them, and then they lost everything. So that's an example. And I mean, I would encourage using the Muslim mortgage houses that are owned and run, operated by Muslims, because they pay zakat, hopefully they get charity and things like that. But in certain situations, they're cheating people. You know, they're not, I'm not saying all of them, but I'm saying some of them, they actually make it more expensive than the conventional mortgages. So it becomes like all these hiyal, shar'iyah, and they take advantage of simple Muslims, gullible Muslims doing that. So those things, that's a very tough one, but that's the position that he put forward. And then finally, about like giving money to taking money, قبول التبرع من الأفراد أو المؤسسات أو الحكومات، مسلمة كانت أو غير مسلمة، حتى ولو غلب على ظننا أنها أموال غير مشروعة من جهة النظر الإسلامي، إلا إذا كانت محرمة العين مثل الخمر والخنزير، وذلك لأن قبول التبرع منهم بمنزلة الهدية وإذا التبرع معهم. So he's saying that we can accept money from organizations, like for instance, at Zaytun we accepted a grant from the Templeton Foundation. So Muslims, they're able to find sources from non-Muslims that can help them do their work and things like that. It's very important to do that. In terms of accepting government funding, I mean, obviously a lot of Muslims are very sensitive to that, but here's what I would argue. All of us pay taxes. And so I think our community, if we have opportunities to get, if grants are available from the governments, we have opportunities to do that. If they don't compromise us in terms of our principles, and also if they don't put stipulations on them to do things that would compromise our principles, then I think Muslims should be more sophisticated about these situations, because all of our organizations are suffering from lack of funds. I don't know any Muslim organization in the West that doesn't have a serious funding crisis. So whatever we can do to strengthen our community, as long as it's halal and permitted, we should do that. And so our religion is a pragmatic religion, it's an intelligent religion, it's not a simpleton's religion, and it's not a foolish religion. So that's very important. And there's other things about this that he goes into many, many different things. So I'll just I'll answer some of these questions. How much time do I have? Is it out? Oh, they are? Okay. Let me just go through a few of these, because people asked them yesterday. You spoke about the marriage's primary purpose is children, but a lot of people, they don't have children. They go through all these extreme measures, try to have children. What about the other purposes of marriage? And I would just say that children is not the only reason to get married, and some people will not have children. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says very clearly in the Quran that He makes whomever He pleases barren. It might be a great blessing not to have children. In your particular case, you never know. Allah knows. You don't know. It's better to accept the decree of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in those types of situations. In terms of certain things that you can do, dams are very good for the ladies. The most fertile place in the entire world is Nigeria, and they eat yams. In fact, yams are, and there's a lot of evidence that yams actually do increase that. So buy yams, and then also don't get the worst thing you can do to a woman is like make her feel something's wrong, not having children. And it can also be on the man side as well. I mean, we know sperm counts are dropping pretty rapidly. What were you going to say? So, can a Muslim man marry a Hindu woman or man? I mean, the Hindus are not, they don't go under the category. The Hindu religion is, I believe, must have come out of a true prophetic tradition. I mean, I would find it very hard to believe that a religion as sophisticated as Hinduism could have simply emerged from the minds of men. However, it's a very ancient religion. From our perspective, it's not one of the religions that we were told are from the Ahlul Kitab, the people of the book. Even though they do have a book, and there have been ulama in the past that argue that they are a type of people of the book. But the idea that they're mushrikun is also a false belief. Hinduism is a monotheistic religion, but common people, the Brahman gave common people these symbols to focus on, and then often that led to shirk. But the Vedic scriptures are very clearly monotheistic. But I don't know of any permission to marry Hindus personally. I don't, but I would leave that to the ulama of South Asia, where they're much more familiar with that. But I don't know of any permissibility to marry Hindus. I did have a Pakistani woman come to me who was very distraught, and she said her son was marrying a Hindu who was converting, and she was really distraught about it because, as you know, in Pakistan and India generally, the Muslims, although this is the great motif of Indian films, right? These people falling in love from different religions and things like that. But I told her, no, be happy. I said, why? She said, he's marrying a girl, first of all. So that's a real reason just to say bushad on that. Because, you know, seriously, I mean, we have to be grateful because people now are getting married with, you know, I don't know if you call it marriage, but that is a real concern now of people because there's just so much promiscuity, and there's also homosexuality, which is prohibited in our religion. So, and then the second thing I said, is she Brahmin? And she said, yes. I said, okay, well, that's good because they study, you know, they're very committed to education, so that's good. So just try to see the blessings in things, you know. And she became Muslim. They're very happy with her now. So it turned out really well. She's a wonderful girl, and the family's very accepting of them. And then, to be honest with you, Hindus from South Asia have incredible cultural dovetailing with Muslims. There's so many things that are similar. So if the Hindu wants to become Muslim, then it's a good thing. You know, we should encourage Hindu conversion and welcome them into the community. Indians are amazingly devotional people. They really are. They're some of the most devotional people on the planet. I mean, atheism just does not fly in South Asia. And Africans are like that too. I mean, Africans are wonderfully devotional people. Africans, no matter how bad things get, they will not turn on God, really. And historically, that was the case amongst the African peoples that were here. Incredible devotion despite everything. If you want to read one of the most incredible stories that you'll ever read the story of Charles Albert Tindley, Tindley. He's an African-American slave, born into slavery, had such a thirst for knowledge. He never spent a day in school, but he learned how to read, like tricking people to teach him how to read from newspapers. He ended up going to a Christian church, a white church, and fortunately the minister was an enlightened minister and welcomed him in, even though churches were segregated. As a young boy, he learned Hebrew. He convinced a rabbi to teach him Hebrew. He learned Hebrew, and then he learned Greek by correspondence. He ended up becoming one of the most influential preachers in the late 19th and early 20th century. And some people will know him from a hymn that he wrote called "We Shall Overcome." But really, it's just one of the most extraordinary human beings that ever lived. And so you have amazing stories like that against incredible odds. So we should be so grateful we have all these opportunities when peoples of the past did not, and yet some of them. How can we help the Uyghurs? I mean, there are organizations. I actually tried to convince. I'm on the board of a Religious Freedom Institute, and I was trying to convince them that we should be boycotting Chinese goods, because that's the best place to hit people. What's happening to the Uyghurs is just really horrendous. I hate to say this, but unfortunately, a lot of this is due to these extremists, because traditionally the Chinese actually treated, the Muslim minorities, I'm not going to say, ideal situation, but relatively well. They were exempt from the one-child policy. They had the state imams, and it was very much controlled by the state. But once you start getting these extremists coming in, and you started getting separatist movements and people, they've really come down heavy-handed on the whole community, which is totally unfair and evil. But again, this is part of the problem we've got this segment of our community. It's a very small segment. They cause massive problems for our community. But I really feel like we should be boycotting Chinese goods because what's happening? I mean, over 1 million people have been interned. They have these re-education camps. It's just a horrific situation as far as we can tell. And my concern and my fear, and I mentioned this over 10 years ago to people, my concern is that there are elements, very nefarious elements, that will use the Muslims in the same way the Afghanis were used to bring down the Soviet Union. That they'll use the Muslims, start supplying them with weapons and getting resistance movement, because this creates an incredible drain on an economy to have a war. Immense suffering would occur if that happens. I really hope it doesn't. It's about unveiling of the unseen world. I don't know about that. We're here in the seen world for now. The unveiling in the unseen world happens when you go into the dream world, if you have true dreams. In terms of here, you don't really want the veils to be lifted, because a lot of people, when they are lifted, they go mad. That's why you see people talking to beings around them. So I would be very wary to go into anything where people are telling you, you can do these dhikrs and things will happen and things like that. I'd be very careful about that, because that's not from a sound tradition. The Prophet ﷺ, some of the Sahaba did see angels, we know that as miracles, and they certainly had very profound spiritual experience. Some of you have probably had profound spiritual experience, but I have always argued, will continue to argue, that this is a spiritual experience, that just life is a spiritual experience. Just open yourself up to the profound experience of consciousness, because consciousness is at essence an immaterial reality. It's a spiritual reality. We experience consciousness through physicality, and in that way the materials are necessary for consciousness to occur, but consciousness itself, language itself, all of these things are emanating from the unseen world. So we are having spiritual experiences in every instant. I'm concerned that our scholars will no longer speak the truth out of fear of people and fear of attacks. There's a lot of bullying in our time, and I feel scholars are being bullied if they don't say what the people want to hear. It's a big problem. Some scholars, certain scholars fall into what's called the zeitgeist. And the zeitgeist means the spirit of the times. Like right now, the zeitgeist is to be pro homosexuality, to be pro-abortion, to be pro this, that, and the other. We have to stick to our guns. It's a secular society. We respect the right of other people to do what the laws of the secular land permit them to do. But we have to stick to our own truth. And so one would hope, there's a lot of scholars being attacked, and it's very unfortunate, but it also goes with the territory. Scholars always are going to, a wise American once said, if you don't want critics, don't do anything, don't say anything. but above all, don't be anything. So, if you're going to do anything in the world, you're going to get critics. They say that children learn to walk before they can speak as a mercy from God, because if they could speak before they could walk, they'd never learn to walk, because the adults would keep saying, just give it up, you're never going to learn how to do that. Because they keep getting up, fall down, get up, fall down. But that's what we have to do. We just, I tell people that I work with, we need to put on blinders, like the horse. Just focus, put on blinders, don't get distracted. Just don't get distracted, because they're going to pull you this way or that way. If you start reading, Bob Dylan once was reading an article about himself, and he said, thank God I'm not me. So just recognize that people are going to say what they say. You have to know who you are, and you have to know what your intention is. I mean, people are going to attack you, and they're going to. Shaykh Hamza Yusuf says that, commenting on the hikam of Ibn Ata'illah says, متى آلمك عدم إقبال الناس عليك أو توجههم بالذنب إليك فارجع إلى علم الله فيك. That's a hikmah in Ibn Ata'illah. Whenever you're pained by the lack of respect that people show you, or by their censoring you, like attacking you, return to the knowledge of God in you. Sidi Ahmed Zarruq says you do it 3 ways. First of all, recognize that it's probably your own sinfulness that brought that on you. So you probably did something. Allah is removing sins by having people attack you, because when people attack you, they're giving you their hasanat. So just be grateful. But they're going to attack. If you're out there, any of imams that are here, people are going to criticize you, attack you. Just try to be upright. And know, if you know the hukm of Allah in what you're doing, and your ijtihad tells you this is the right thing to do and this is permissible. I mean, people criticize Shaykh Abdullah recently for his forum, which has had a huge impact on evangelical Christians. You can read, there's an article that one of the top evangelical pastors from Texas, he's got a huge mega church in Northwood, Texas, Bob Roberts. And he wrote an article about the transformative effect that it had on all these pastors that went to the forum. So but anyway, Shaykh Abdullah, somebody asked him about, people are attacking you. And how should we respond? They're attacking us for even attacking. He said, well, there's one group that are just ignorant of the hukm of Allah, because what we're doing is permitted. It's jaiz. He's an usuli scholar. That's how he views it. He says it's jaiz. You shouldn't condemn people doing permitted things. The other group maybe have some ideological agendas, or they have access to grind. He said those people, you just have to ignore them. Is it possible to create a parallel interest-free society? There are some Catholics that have tried to do that. You can do that with great difficulty. Like I said, there's some Catholics that have done that. I know people in California, not Muslims, that will not use credit cards because they don't believe in it. They don't have bank accounts. I mean, there are people that have that level of commitment. It's very difficult, but you can do it. There's a hadith in Bukhari that states that if a man calls his wife to bed and she refuses, the angels curse her until the next morning. I understand the wife's obligation to her husband. What I struggle to understand is how something of this nature can be deserving of the la'na of Allah and not receiving shafa'ah on the Day of Judgment. I mean, there's nothing about not receiving shafa'ah, but I mean, the hadith, which is actually, it's in al-Bukhari, and there's a version in Muslim as well, that مَا دَعَ رَجُلٌ امْرَأَتُهُ إِلَى فِرَاشِهِ فَأَبَتْ إِلَّا لعنة الملائكة حتى تصبح, or كما قال. There's a couple different ways of relating, but a man won't call. فبات غضبانا. That's very important in the hadith. It says, that he is angry. He goes to sleep angry at her. غضبانا. So what's important to note about that hadith, first of all, and Imam Nawawi and others, in Imam Nawawi's commentary on it, this is only a woman who has no excuse. So in other words, what she's doing is haram, because it's the haqq of the man. And so by depriving him of his haqq, you're doing something haram. The la'na is just, there are many examples of that in the hadith where it's a very strong zajar. It's really just saying, don't do this. You don't want to do this because it's haram. It's also not healthy. But there's some beautiful points to make out of that hadith. One, it's very clear that this idea of spousal rape, which does occur, is absolutely unacceptable. Because clearly the Prophet ﷺ said, فَبَاتَ غَضْبَانًا, like he's upset about it, but he doesn't, if he had the right to just force her, the Prophet ﷺ would have said that, but he didn't. It was very important. So if she has an excuse, like I've got a headache, or something, if she has an excuse, a husband should be patient with her and understanding. She also there might be some conflict, like maybe the husband was really harsh with her in the day, and she's upset, and then he wants his qada al-watar, but she's still dealing with the earlier trauma. That situation is not really fair. So I think we have to be very careful. That's not a blanket hadith, maybe he's been cruel to her or something. In the Maliki madhab, turn your back on a wife when she's speaking is grounds for divorce. Literally. In our books, if a woman is speaking and the husband just turns like to show, I'm not going to listen to you, that's actually adha. So the marital bond is a really important one. What does Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say? وَجَعَلَ بَيْنَكُمْ مَوَدَّةً وَرَحْمَةً. He put between you, وَمِنْ أَنفُسِكُمْ أَزْوَاجًا, from your own selves, mates, right? لِتَسْكُنُوا إِلَيْهَا, that you find tranquility in your mate. The word in Arabic for house is maskan, the place of sakina. So I think it's very important to take that hadith with granis salas, like the one used to say, a grain of salt. Okay, last one and I'm done. In the past 2 years, there's been a visible shift in Muslims celebrating Christmas as a local cultural tradition. Yeah, I would not celebrate Christmas. I was raised in the Orthodox tradition. They don't celebrate Christmas on the 25th. It's January 6th. So there's a khilaf even about the Christmas. But 25th was Mithra's birthday. It was originally a Roman pagan god. So I would definitely not celebrate Christmas. But it is permissible to greet people of Christians. You can say Merry Christmas. Ibn Taymiyyah said that. So it's not made up, So show them the season spirit. Don't be like. If somebody says Merry Christmas to you, just Merry Christmas, Happy Holiday, whatever you want to say. But don't just be nice people, inshallah. Yeah, put it in Nasi Husna. This conclusion. Am I going to see this group again? Oh, good. Okay, yeah, because I wanted to do just a wasiyah. I hope this has been beneficial to you. It was just an overview to kind of give you a sense of, one, the sophistication of the Sharia, but also the importance of understanding these principles to be able to just navigate in your own life better. But may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala inshallah give you all tawfiq. Please keep me in dua. This book out there is for sale. There's not very many, but I want to donate them. Is Esma here? Did she leave? Esma? No, not Esma from Australia. Esma, Purple Lady. Is Esma here? She left? Anyway, we want to donate. She has a women's shelter. That woman, she's a saint. I love that woman. She's just such an amazing lady. She's just very unassuming and just does her work quietly. So, whatever you want to give for that, 25 and above. This is the latest one about you. There's only 15, but I'm going to donate whatever comes from that to Esma's little shelter. If you want to give any money to it, just give it to the people there, or Fawzan for the shelter. She's really worthy of help. Jazakumullah khairan. Assalamu alaikum.